similar. Like you combine the
Johnny,
seawater.
I'm sorry. It's not really helping. I get it. Lots of vitamins. Lots of vitamins. Yeah.
No, 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 no. This
I'm
is
not
different.
talking
This is
about.
different. This is different because you're asking for a solution, and that might be an option because we're not. I'm not talking just about your brother. This is general for people have access to this, and it could help. It could help some people besides your brother. And yeah, everybody has access. Well, most people have access to the sea, not to the pristine waters of the north, but yeah, you could go to the spring waters and mix it with seawater, and that will definitely make kind of like a similar solution to what the blood is, and it will provide what the blood is to be with the right ratio of minerals and that it
Jemsy,
needs.
in all due respect, look, I think you
Hey,
know a
with
lot.
all your respect,
I
I'm just
think
trying
you
to
know a
finish
lot of
my,
things.
my
I
point.
think you know a lot of things, but I think you're stepping a little bit over your bounds on this. Like
What do you
I
mean
don't
my bounds? I don't have any bounds.
know. Obviously, like you think you know better. You think you know what's going on and
No,
how to treat, like without
bro.
knowing all the detailed
Hey,
information.
hey, hey! I've been in a bed, almost dead, multiple times, just like your brother. Just like your brother, I've been there, and I've been connected to those machines that your brother is connected now. I've been there, bro. Like, what are you talking about? I have firsthand knowledge.
Well, okay. I mean, if that's the case, that obviously adds more. And I think you have told me that you've had health problems. I just didn't know really what exactly it was, um, but and so that's all stuff though that when you're talking about vitamins, you're talking about stuff that helps. It'll prolong. It'll make it so that you know these aren't cures. Like that.
No, there's no cure. The body needs what it needs to do the functions that it need, and I cannot give you the answer completely, but if the body at least gets like some help, it could be better. I'm not gonna say that it's gonna work completely. I'm saying that the body is requiring certain things, and if you give it to the body, it will help the body. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, you can cross your fingers and all that stuff, but
Yeah, you can also pray, and that might help as well. That might help because I did a lot of that.
So I had a kind of an interesting interaction earlier. I was talking to a nurse, and then I told her the Earth is flat, and she kind of did the I know, and then later I found out that she wasn't really saying I know on account of her agreeing to the idea. However, her son is, so that was kind of cool because I keep getting that where it's like some member of the family of people I bring it up to is trying to work on them, and and
I talked about
I made real progress. Gas pressure.
I
She
talked
was
I talked about
good
that
with.
just a couple nights ago about how pretty much everybody knows somebody who's talking flat Earth to them. Like it's going to take time to get through to them. I didn't mean to cut you off though. Continue.
No, you're totally good. That's good to hear from you too. That's kind of the purpose in bringing it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, brothers. And you both together just invented a new song that one of our Flat Earth musicians can make.
All right, cool. Talking to nerds.
Everybody knows somebody.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But I was thinking more along, in the basement, in the old man's car. Talk Flat Earth to me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I try, man. I'm out there hustling flat Earth the best I can, man. But yeah, I made real progress. I think she really was. She basically
Man, what's happening? They're dropping like flies. They start talking, then they disappear.
I didn't want to bring up that whole ass conversation out of where it would do that. So it got a little too real, probably, for a lot of people.
Oh man, Lou, what's the longest level you got?
Dude, I think okay. So Lagos and I started off on a really bad foot. I hated him; he hated me equally. Um, I was at Lagos level 0, like maybe negative. I don't know, but I think Lagos. I think I'm at like a Lagos level 4. What's up?
Oh man,
Yeah.
I like how you took that. I said, "What's the longest level you have?"
Oh no! I was thinking about what you typed in admins. Yeah,
Adam,
yeah.
that's private.
Yeah. I'm a level 4, whatever.
Dude, I got this 8-foot blue beauty right here. I can validate 8 foot of levelness on the spot. Anyway, is anybody speaking now? Because I know I have somebody muted that I accidentally muted.
Nobody's speaking, but I do have to step away for like 45 seconds. Time me.
I'll use my level. Oh man, just drinking a nice bottle of Earth Curvature. 100% natural spring Earth Curvature.
Sounds crisp.
Oh man, it's crisp. Sourced from Evergreen Spring, Freiburg, Spruce Spring, Pierce Pond, TWP, whatever that means.
Is it a
White
plastic?
cedar spray.
Is it a plastic bottle or actual glass?
And you know how much bottled water and glass cost, homie?
I was just listening to Clive DeCarl earlier, and he had an interesting correlation, which I don't know. Who knows? But he says that the reason young people are so gender confused is because of all the plastic bottle water
Yeah,
that they drink,
all the phthalates.
because it doesn't. When they fire the bottle and they make it from that circle, they don't give it time. You're supposed to leave it for a while, but they ain't got room to store thousands of bottles, so they just basically pour the water in straight away. And this was his reasoning anyway. And then he went on to say, and if you leave that then said bottle on a whatever your front car seat in the hot sun, it's even worse.
Yep. Yep.
So
they
I
have
do
this
like.
brand. They have a brand of water around here that's in a can, an aluminum can. And it's called Liquid Death. And
Good name.
It's got like 3 different versions. One of them's just like a straight up mineral water. And I think one's a seltzer. And then I think one like has maybe a lemon or lime added to it. But it's pretty good. Just the straight up mineral water. Like if you've never had like a really rich mineral water before, I would recommend it. They're good.
Yeah, I have actually, and I kind of liked it, but don't make tea with mineral water because it's awful. I went through an experimental stage with, you know, all kinds of waters. The God, that word's just jumped out of my head. Distilled. I was drinking distilled for a while.
Oh man, that's garbage.
Well, it just no, he's fine. He's fine. But you see, that's another thing about Classic Carl.
It's got no sweet minerals, bro.
He sells fulvic minerals, so he talks about fulvic minerals quite a lot. You see, and I used to put the fulvic minerals in the distilled water because you're not supposed to put it in the council pop, as we call it. That's tap water to you.
I see. So what you do is you take perfectly good mineral water from the source, then you distill it, then you sell it for more money, and then you sell the minerals to add it for even more money.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's a show in this country called Only Fools and Horses, and a very early episode. They live in Peckham in London, and they bottled water, and they called it.
You ready
Peckham
for
Spring.
some names? You ready for some names of water, dude?
Go on then.
I just searched it up just to get some random water name brands. Okay, so here's a brand of water. It's called Bacteriostat water.
Okay.
All right, next water. The next one is called Thick and Easy.
Oh, jeez.
Thick and Easy clear version.
Oh, I hate these names. Who comes up with these names? I want to be sat at the board meeting where they went, dude, let's go with that.
I want to know what the Thick and Easy unclear version looks like. All right, this one ain't too bad. Waiakia, Hawaiian water. That's pretty cool.
So just on distilled water, I've been drinking distilled water for 5 years straight. So what the problem that I've come across with mineral water, like spring mineral water, is that what it does is as it goes through the earth, it dissolves, instead of minerals that your body absorbs, it dissolves rock and things like that. So they're the minerals that are in the mineral water. What that does with the acids in your body is it turns it back into recalcification. So the minerals that you actually want are from vegetables. So this is just, I'm not saying that that's 100% true. That just through the research that I've done, that's the only issue with mineral water. Unless you're putting back in minerals that have been extracted from vegetables, then you're actually recalcifying your joints and things like that through mineral water.
Right. That's why. Sorry, Tim. Go on.
Just a thought. Yeah, I just a thought. Yeah.
No, that's why I said the distilled. You take the distilled and then you put the fulvic minerals in there, which is basically soil. Ultimately, you should look into fulvic minerals. Really good.
I mean, that could be a brand name right there. Fulvic. Crisp, clean,
absolutely
expensive.
Actually, fulvic minerals are really a really concentrated form of minerals that are made by the processes of the ground and the bacteria and insects in the ground. That as a result, fulvic mineral is a result that plants actually feed themselves from that as well. Yeah, so yeah, fulvic minerals is it's a pretty powerful concentrated of minerals from the soil. But it's not just regular soil. Not every soil is fulvic.
Oh yeah, you can quote unquote emaciate the soil too by overtaxing it through agrarian without having animals involved. There's a theory out there that that's what caused the Sahara Desert.
Huh.
So I got two more brand names of water for your perusal. So this brand, holy crap, $26. A 24 pack is $26. That is insane. Okay, so
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah.
The brand name is Boxed Water is Better. That's the whole brand name, and it's in a box, like an old little milk. No, not a. You know, like when you get in school, they're like 2 inches tall, but this one's like 4 inches tall. So it's like 2 of those little milk boxes. That's expensive though, dude. You get a thing of Poland Spring water for like 24-pack for $6.
Yeah, but the normal waters that you buy at the store, those are mixed with microplastics, most of it. So you're drinking
We've
plastic
just been
in the
talking
water.
about that, Jamesy. You missed it. You missed the
Oh
conversation
yeah,
totally, didn't you?
yeah.
Oh, here's one.
My bad.
Oh, here's Liquid Death. Oh man, you can get Liquid Death online. I have to say that's the best one I've tried in recent history.
I wouldn't
Is
drink
Liquid
it just
Death.
because of the name, dude. That's just my opinion.
I've tried that one and it's decent, I will say. I mean, it's just water, I guess.
Which one did you try though? I think I only tried the one that's in the black can. They have 3 different flavors or kinds or whatever.
One of the rarest ones that I've seen is called Boss Water, and they have a version of that one that has sea mineral waters infused into it, and it does taste different. It does taste a little like not regular water,
Yeah.
but they claim it has
They used to
sea
have
minerals.
the fancy Voss on the table at this restaurant I used to go to, and if you drink it, you have to pay $4 on your tab. Otherwise, you just get you just get regular tap water, basically.
I would say
Oh, here's
probably
one.
if you're near like a pristine water spring, I think that's probably one of the best waters that you can drink. But you can upgrade it with one third of 1/4 of seawater, and that will be a better version of water. That's just me.
All right, here's one. It's called Dr. Willard's Clear Concentrate Water. Concentrated water. Just add water.
Concentrated water, yeah, that's a good one.
But it says it's altered for medicinal value, I guess. So it's probably got some, patented form of minerals and things. Here's BLK alkaline water, pH 8.0 plus, with fulvic
The problem,
minerals.
the,
Ooh,
the
let's click
problem
that
with
one.
alkaline, the problem with alkaline is that you're diluting the acidity of the stomach, and that might affect the digestion of foods. If you're drinking the water and then eating food, the acidity of the stomach is not the same that it will be normally without doing that.
So check this out. It says pH 8.0 with fulvic and humic acid and electrolytes.
That might be a good thing that it has the minerals. It's just I don't know about the alkalinity of it. They probably added something else to bring the alkalinity that high. But the minerals are, I will say, they are a good thing. That's a good thing. But I don't know about the alkalinity. Yeah. If you drink too much of it, I mean,
Yeah,
just
Jeff's
don't
right.
drink it before. Just don't drink it before having a meal. That's it. You could probably drink it and you'll be fine. But if you're gonna drink it and then have food, it might be a bad mix.
Okay, so this is classified as a sports drink. So it's basically just high pH water with added fulvic and humic acid and electrolytes.
Can you share that one? Can you share that one? That one sounds interesting. I
Yeah.
just would like to see it if you have it.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me
James
see.
is right about the alkaline water as well. It's so with when people they say, "Oh, I need to alkalize my body," it's not done through the water. It's only done through food. So if you drink alkaline water, he's right. It's not good for your stomach.
So they add an acid to it. It's still the overall. It sounds like it's saying the overall pH is still 8. Oh, here it says you can pay an extra $7 per case for added curvature. Sassy.
You guys want to hear a solution that works kind of for me for stomach ache? And it might seem counterintuitive, but this raw unfiltered apple cider vinegar with the mother, the organic variety, take about a shot of that a day in the morning, and I'm really able to avoid needing antacid for whatever. I think there's some kind of a an aid that maybe isn't even talked about, much or something. But it seems counterintuitive because it's acidic. But I think there's enzymes and things that are helping digestion or something like that. I don't know. I can't nail it down, and I'm not giving medical advice. But for me, if anybody has problems and they haven't tried that, maybe give it a try.
Yeah, the apple cider can help to make balance the acidity of your stomach, because you do need the acidity of the stomach to digest. I wouldn't do it all of the time with every food, because if you're just eating protein and fat, you'll be fine without any extra acid. But if you're really diluting your stomach acid, you definitely have to balance it before you get a meal and eat it. Especially if it's too much sugar, carbohydrates, and that kind of stuff that messes with your digestion. The apple cider might help with the digestion.
I'm sorry I've been away, so I missed that, but I just caught the end. Apple cider vinegar with the mother. I'm sure that were mentioned too. It's got to be with the mother. That is miracle stuff. It really is.
Yeah, I think it just kind of helps me in general. And then I do a lot of probiotics and prebiotics, and basically exclusively eat food unless I get lazy and eat out.
Yeah, I've actually had one of our friends say that a doctor told them, because they're having some stomach problems, and the doctor told them they shouldn't with fermented
Definitely
foods.
be careful with some of the products for the probiotics and that kind of stuff. Just don't put, just because it says probiotic in the label, just don't put it in your body because of that.
Well, I was just saying that I found it funny that I'd offer anybody with any type of GERD or IBS or Crohn's or colitis or any type of stomach issue, I'd obviously recommend sauerkraut. But I found it funny that this person had just come back from the doctor and they steered them away from that.
Interesting.
Maybe they know better. I don't know.
I don't know. Has anybody ever made sauerkraut?
I am very lazy. I buy it. I know the process.
Isn't that made with let's say water and sodium salts?
Yeah.
Yes, water and cabbage, and then crushed for it takes a while.
So I don't know about the vegetable itself, but the content of sodium or minerals in the liquid is definitely a benefit. I don't know about the vegetables themselves, but the sauerkraut might be a good combination. It could be.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The stuff I get, it's got a few bits of other things in as well, like bits of broccoli and things like that. But
bro, don't eat broccoli. That's horrible.
Broccoli's horrible. How?
I was joking in here when I mentioned they were genetically modified from a Brussels sprouts. It comes from that family anyway. But shit, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, it just tastes like Sauerkraut, that is. It just tastes like pickled onion, basically. Like when you pickle onions. It's great. Great with fish.
I also, for a while, been doing things I can to regrow teeth and things like that. So I've had no problems with my teeth for a long time. Different minerals, things.
I've been quite lucky in that regard as well.
Yeah, I'm 46. I'm old enough to have some problems.
Wow, you
And
do not sound 46, my friend. You sound like 13. Sorry. No, you sound much younger. So that's awesome.
okay, I kind of look younger too, to be honest. But
Me too,
yeah.
actually.
Hey, when you ask me about what you mean saying broccoli is horrible, just look at the face of a baby when you show them broccoli. Just look at that.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
What?
Okay. Well, yeah, but the flat Earth is getting around. It's an encouraging thing, especially it seems the younger generation, because I hear a lot of parents like 12 to 18-year-olds. That's the age range I'm hearing the most of the response
Do you
from
think
the parents.
do you think
Yeah, go
the
ahead.
friend I haven't spoken to for 3 years because I told her the Earth was flat? Do you think she's going to come back to me then in 5 years
Well,
and go, "Wow,
well,
you were
hold
right"?
on, well, I don't know what cue it for her, but I mean, at this point, if somebody's given the right direction for information, and if they pay attention, they'll understand it.
Yeah,
Most people,
that was kind of our problem at the time. We were kind of drinking quite a lot of things, beers and wine, and so yeah,
well,
it's not good when you're talking about polarizing subjects like this when you're in that
well,
state.
also 3 years ago, I don't think we had the information solid yet. It was, for me, it wasn't yet really. You know what I mean? I had to
I mean,
too far, but
absolutely, I know what you
you know
mean.
what I mean. We've dialed in the past 3 years in a big way. I mean, all directions Globers can go at this point gets crushed. The only thing they can do is just say nah, or I don't care what the shape is.
The thing is, I didn't even bring it up, right? She said we first fell out about climate change because she thinks that's real, and I'm like, no, that's not real. And then that didn't go down well. And then she said something about flat. She did that really stupid. I don't know. It's like that stupid joke. Flat Earthers said this around the globe or around the world, however she put it. And I was like, oh no, the Earth is actually flat. It was stupid. I wish I'd have kept my mouth shut, to be honest.
Well, for me, I won't do it at work. It turns into kind of like a henpecking session, and then they'll huddle up and try to come up with something. But either way, it's really uncomfortable because some of the times, rather than like a turn into like troll stuff, and it's just kind of like, and then it makes you feel really uncomfortable because they're talking crap about you. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. When I've had a drink as well, I tend to get up on my soapbox.
Oh yeah, if I would drink, oh man, dude, it would be. I'd be rambling. Thank God I don't drink anymore. Yeah, what do they say? Drunk mind speaks a pure heart, or whatever, or an unfiltered mouth, or however that works. And I'm really susceptible to that. Oh boy, am I ever with alcohol.
Yeah, so it was just a bad combination of the whole thing.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand. I've went too far with.
I insulted her as well because she'd got tattoos, and I'm not a big fan of tattoos. And I'm sorry if you've got tattoos and you're listening to this. The thing is, I don't know how to put it, but it's like, God, it's so weird. To me, it's like seeing a exquisite portrait or something. I don't know. Let's just say Mona Lisa, even though I think Mona Lisa looks ridiculous. But anyway, some people apparently like it. We'll take that as an example. It's like putting your signature on the forehead, and ta-da!
Right.
That's the way I see tattoos. I'm sorry, but
Well, the way I see them is, regardless, you only really have a limited amount of thing that's going to look decent anyway.
well, the
You
other
know,
thing is, if you ever see skin moving under the water, like in a swimming pool or something like that, and I saw this clip. I don't know where I saw it. It was on YouTube or something, and it was slowed down, and they just all moved as one, and it just mesmerized me. And I thought, wow, the largest organ, so it's a miraculous thing, and just the idea of people doodling on it just seems wrong to me. And that conversation obviously didn't go down well either. And then she was trying to upset me in some way, as people tend to do when they, low blowing. And I said, listen, if you're trying to upset me, just show me your back. Yeah, you can imagine. It didn't go down well, none of this conversation. So, but basically, she was my next door neighbor for years and years, and then she moved away. And then she came back to see something else, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'll stop in." Well, da da da. And I haven't spoken to her since. So, be careful what you bring this topic up to. Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, it went like that. Well, my brother, he was an air traffic controller, and I was an air traffic controller trainer. And oh boy, is he get butthurt.
Whoa. You can't skip over that, dude. What? Have you seen the
My
movie
brother?
Pushing Tid? Have
Yeah,
you seen that
I mean,
movie?
he missed it. No, I haven't watched movies for a long time.
That's about air traffic controllers. Pushing Tid, it's called.
Yeah, my brother got the job because some guys went on strike, and then they all got fired, basically. So they put ads out in the radio, air traffic controller hiring. He had a 4-year degree in ancient Greek history, and then ended up an air traffic controller. So it's 2 years of school, and then he's done. He made a good living, but yeah, he didn't catch what Earth is, and boy, is he not wanting to hear about it at all.
That movie made me think it's a terrifying job. That
he says it's like playing video games.
Well, yeah, but there's real lives involved though as well. I mean, you're playing for keeps on that video game.
Yeah, yeah, sure. I mean, people could die. That was like, I don't know when did that movie come out? Was it about the
I think it's about early 2000s, something like that.
The strike would have been about 1990. No,
Candy,
1990 or 88.
John Cusack is in it, and Billy Bob Thornton. I like Billy Bob Thornton. I think he's great.
I don't think I like any people from Hollywood.
Well, I know what you mean, but Billy Bob's pretty cool.
I have no idea what he does outside of that roles he plays.
He's in like a folk band.
I don't know about that either. I don't know. I don't trust him.
No,
I think if they're on the TV screen, they're like part of the problem in a big, big way.
Yeah, especially. But, you see, this is the thing. I've thought about this a lot, and the people that sell art, I've said it before here, I don't actually blame them. Because if you were offered a yacht or 3 bullet holes in your back in a ditch, most people choose the yacht. I mean, I don't want to hear anything they've got to say after that once they've took the ticket, because then they're essentially somebody else's mouthpiece. But I don't hate them. I don't hate them for selling out. Yachts are nice.
Right. I don't know if I hate them. Don't know if I trust anything coming through them as not being agenda driven.
Yeah.
Therefore, I just don't want that programming coming into my brain at all. So that's my perspective, and that's why I share it here.
Yeah, they're not speaking for themselves anymore.
Well, I don't think I think there's time delay on the TV, even if there was an attempt, but by continuing to go down that path when you already have the yacht and you already have the mansion, you already have, and you already have a bank account, and you already have a helicopter or a plane. I mean, at what point do you say, well, I don't know. I just don't trust them.
I know exactly what you're saying. I learned a long time ago that it's best to have all the things or none of the things. You don't want to be in the middle
None of
because
the things.
they'll take it off
Yeah,
you.
well, then none of the things is almost more freeing.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
you're not going to worry about things breaking, being. There's a lot of concern that goes into having a lot of property and value. I know.
Yeah, what was it that Kevin Smith said when he bought his Hollywood mansion that he realised when he opened the back door it was teetering off the back of a cliff.
Oh yeah.
Just meaning that he had to keep working and working and working. But yeah, how much is enough? It's a good question.
And again, I'm not going to claim knowledge that I know that these people for sure are no good, but I suspect strongly that they are no good. They're good at acting, maybe, but like at one point in history, it is said that actors weren't trusted to have office sort of things because they can act. So I don't know what would be so hard about acting except for remembering lines and trying to portray false emotions.
He just reminded me of that. I love that Shakespeare line. What is it? Poor and content is rich and rich enough. I love that line. What were you just saying, dude? I was thinking of something good there, and then I got lost with Shakespeare.
Well, I mean, there's one thing to be said for sure is there's no way none of them people don't realize the Earth is flat and don't realize.
I remember now. Back in
Go ahead.
Back in day, we used to think of them as prostitutes. That's how we used to. They thought of as no different to prostitutes, apparently, in these sort of Greek, ancient Roman societies. And I thought we could get back to that. That would be that would be more apt. And it's funny because I was watching back when I watched TV. Jennifer Lawrence, she ran one of these shows, and they said to her, "Jennifer, what would you do if you wasn't an actor?" She said, "Prostitute," as a joke. And I thought, yeah.
Jennifer Lawrence, one of these sus characters. I'm going to go have some looks at pictures of that one.
Sorry, you're cutting out, dude. I missed that. But they've certainly shown in the last couple of years that they will literally say anything they are told to say.
Dude, they proved that long before we got to this point. Like, a long fucking time ago, that they will say whatever it takes. Like,
Boy, it's been exaggerated this last few years, though, hasn't it? It's very, very obvious.
Yes, it absolutely has. And still, there are people who are like, "Oh, but they're the people. They're the smartest. They're the ones who are most qualified. They're the." And then you have those people who will also say, "Well, they're all incompetent. They're all like they're all idiots. They're all retards." Like, well, it's neither one of those things. Like, people need to understand that there's a greater goal than what we're privy to. And they're very efficient at their jobs.
I mean, it's pretty obvious why these people will speak out for certain things, because that will be the end of them. It's whack-a-mole. You know, they will just be cast aside. And Benjamin is the perfect example of that. Banned off for everything.
I'm just highlighting how the wool can be pulled over your eyes. That's the thing. Like flat Earth, vaccines, like whatever it is. If you want to believe the mainstream narrative of World War II, go ahead and read the textbook. Do you think you're really getting the truth? History never documents the truth. You only have history to go on.
Yeah. It's a story agreed upon, and nothing more.
Here we are, a bunch of truthers trying to ask the hard questions while being censored in all aspects. Like, it's up to you to read between the lines of all of this cryptic shit that we're saying and understand that you have no control, and neither do the people you elect.
Yeah, I've said it before, it should be the freedom movement, not the truth movement, because nobody knows what the truth is. Unfortunately.
Most often, here's the worst part, is we're being used as a part of their game. We help to we help to institutionalize the idea of such corruption and so on. And they laugh at it. They laugh and they laugh and they laugh for decades. And then they come out and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, that actually happened. That actually happened. That's true. That's what we did."
Yeah, but you're still demonized. I love the alt-right thing as well. It's all alt-right now. He's an alt-right extremist. like that means anything.
Yeah, no, we're the bad guy for not fitting in. Why can't you just have a good time like the rest of us? You're such a fucking mood killer. All of you. Every one of you in this room listening has been told that you kill the fucking mood at some point or another.
What's this Indio posted? Just like CGI stuff, or is it kind of looks like Earth would look from the sky in reality?
No, but what I'm getting to is it's the mood. It's the mood of humanity. We have a mood we want to be in, and they present you with these ideas, and if you don't go along with it, you're a buzzkill. Okay, like think of it as you're a stoner and a drunk, like in teenage years. Like you're just that douchebag who's dropping the ball on everything. Why do you got to fuck up the program? We're all getting along.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Bill Cooper said it, when you speak this kind of truth, you're hated on all sides. And he was absolutely right.
But the reality is that we're being led. Every one of us, and we're pitted against each other. Like most of us in here think that we have a high ground on other people. We don't. We're not better than them. We don't have a better understanding. We just have a different understanding. And both of us are wrong.
Absolutely. That's why I said the only two things I actually know is that there is a creator of some flavor, or, well, I wouldn't dare to say to attribute a flavor to it, but there's definitely a creator, and death is not the end. And that's a wonderful thing.
People, here's the thing that really got a lot of my family members at the reunion recently. So like they constantly throw you these politicians who constantly prove themselves to be incompetent. And so we're all led to believe that we have an incompetent leadership, an incompetent rule structure, and incompetent people just in general making decisions for us. Well, that's not true. They are very competent at their jobs. They've been selected for their purpose, and they're doing their jobs with pristine accuracy.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
playing the crowd perfectly.
Yeah, look, Trump's perfect. He's fucking hilarious.
I mean, I'm not calling out people in here because most of you are pretty woke, but like there are lots of people who do come in here.
Woke? How dare you?
Yeah, no, I mean the old school version of that word, like before they stole that too. Sorry, my bad. That is my bad. Sorry, but what I'm saying is there's people who are awakened. That's a better word. That are they're still fooled. They think that because they reached a higher understanding, they now get it all. They're playing us a few steps ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, like most truthers really are only regurgitators, and they're being played, and all of our entire group is being played. Why
do you think they keep creeping in here? It's so funny to me because this radar that I've been given, why I've been given it, I don't know. They think they've gotten underneath it. They haven't. They absolutely haven't. Usually it's because it's a bit awkward to call people out, but yeah, I can hear someone disingenuous. One word. That's all they have to speak. One word. So I don't know. It's like these anti-flat earthers. I can't listen to them for more than 30 seconds. It just grinds on my ears.
Anti-flat earthers is like that. That's so first level. Like
no, but I'm just saying.
We have plenty of people who have infiltrated our group many times over. Like
because they're dishonest, dude. Right? Because they're dishonest.
Like me, like myself. I'm Mexican Special Intelligence Group.
Well, yeah, Gemsy's an obvious one. Like, just disregard him. Like, everybody knows Gemsy's a fucking disinformation agent. But like, I mean, Gemsy aside, like, who else in here is a disinformation agent?
I'm not going to say, but you know you are.
100%.
You know you are, is what I'd say.
Helio is being paid by YouTube. I hope he heard me saying that.
Yeah, no. Anytime I can trigger Helio, I would gladly do so.
So you're telling me, Luke, you're not the commentator on the Space Busters videos? Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm telling you is I have like
just like that dude.
Like I literally have zero social media other than Discord. I have no Facebook. I have no. I mean, what Instagram? No Snapchat. No no Twitter. No and I've never created one for any of these things. Like no.
Well, you're not missing a great deal.
I knew that from the beginning. There's a reason why I've never done it.
But I felt obligated to post a few things about the last couple of years on Facebook, memes mostly, to the point that my own brother said to my mother, "Can't you ask him to stop?" That was the general feeling as well I got from the post that I'd put on. It's almost like there's a big train going to hit the family, and I was like, no. And I get asked. That's what I get. Can't you ask him to stop? Stop warning them. The big freight train's about to smash the family to pieces. So as I say, my conscience is sort of. I could have done more, to be honest, but I mean, if you know, you should say something for sure. If you've got prior knowledge, what kind of man are
I'm
you
the
if you
kind of
don't?
guy. The reason why I'm here is because even though there might not be a lot of people listening to us, I think people that come here are probably more susceptible to information. Like you have to go out of your way to find us. And so if you can go out of your way and find me and those like me, like, and hear our opinions, our ideas, then even if you fight us, whatever, you're well on the path. You like these ideas are still getting put into your head, and someday you may come to the realization, that the same one that I have and many others here. You
Yeah,
can
hopefully you realize it before Helio gets here.
Well, you got to realize it before Helio gets there any day of the week, because as soon as he gets there, it's over.
Just kidding. No, you got a good point, man. You got a good point. No, because there's a lot of accessible, media out there, and you could spend a lot of time doing a lot of other things. Obviously, I mean, while doing Discord, while doing other stuff, like I don't know, you could be doing whatever, Netflix or YouTube for a long periods of time. But most of my content is most of my bandwidth is consumed here in Discord. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I would say too, like, there's a lot of problems afflicting the world at the moment, right? There's a lot of problems, and flat Earth definitely is one of them. Like, if people don't realize that the Earth is flat and all the other lies that are attached to it, like, how could they ever wake up to the others? Like, this could be a good channel, but it's not going to be the channel for most people. Most people are going to have to figure it out the reverse way around, right? They're not going to realize the Earth is flat first and then realize the rest of the truth. They're gonna go, wait a minute, this was a lie, this was a lie, this was a lie, and all these people happen to be talking about flat Earth. What the fuck's going on there? You know what I mean? Like, so they're hitting it from a weird angle. Like all of us did actually, but maybe we can awaken a group of a new generation of people who and don't have to come at it from a backward angle, and they can just go, okay, here's what's been presented. We have this available and that available, but they keep censoring our shit.
Yeah,
the new generation, the new generation, they're gonna be given a better version of what we got, and they're gonna be happy with it.
That's a disadvantage at this time, because now, like, there's that algorithm, like, it's the things that were available aren't there no, basically. And
Sorry,
it's
you
kind of
cut out.
remarkable.
No, dude. Sorry.
It's kind of remarkable also that 2015, none of the channels I was involved with brought me to suggested any Mr. Nathan Oakley or the Flat Earth Discord, which were for me the places where I got the nails to the coffin. I think these people should be shouting each other out more, like the more mainstream ones, like the Jaren and that sort of, and RV. They never said any of these people. It's kind of striking to me now, looking back. You know what I mean? That's my opinion on it. I don't remember ever them suggesting anybody come here or putting any links out. You know what I mean?
I know you're probably mostly directing towards me, but I'm sorry, I got caught up in a admin chat. And I wasn't paying attention, so I would you care to redo that? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, okay. So for a long time, I was following Sage Aaron, that people, and RV, and I never got.
Now you're cutting
Confident,
out.
like-
Now you're cutting out. Please start
Oh
again.
shoot.
Yeah.
Okay, so early on in my, like, it was kind of, the information was kind of not as powerful as what we've dialed it. And I wasn't being given links to say this Discord or Nathan Oakley. And it was the casters that.
You're breaking up really bad, dude. I'm sorry. Just give it a couple minutes. Like, find a new spot.
I'll
drop out and come back in, maybe, or something.
Okay.
Right, try it now. You weren't getting the links. We got that bit.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's kind of, for me personally, remarkable that no links were given to, say, Quantum Eraser's channel, this Discord, or Nathan Oakley, via where I was originally getting information from, which would be Jaren's channel, RV, and that sort of areas. So, I mean, I don't want to put a whole bunch of names out in Front Street. All right, and you know, and it really doesn't draw a conclusion here, but for me, I think we all should be supporting each other. You know what I mean? Like, over a period of like a couple of years, I think a link to, you know, one of them three areas would have been a good thing to share. You know what I mean?
Well, you're breaking up a little bit, but we definitely got the sentiment, that's for sure. And I couldn't agree more. But in some weird way, maybe it's just because I know how this realm works, I'm kind of glad we censored to, you know, the shadow band into this little corner, because if the movement got big enough, that'd just be a lot of people for them to kill. Obviously, if it got too big, then that'd be impossible, but it wouldn't be realistic. And then I suppose they'd have to come out and say, "Oh, look, NASA, they were faking everything." I don't know how they'd do it, to be honest, but yeah, I've got a pretty good idea how this realm works, and yeah, they're not the people who won Monopoly. They're not going to turn the board over and let someone else try and win. That's just not. That's not an option for these people. So while ever we've got very few people, that's safe. That keeps us safe. If you get a big giant platform, well, people want to listen to you, then you're a target. Believe me. You know, I always talk about John Lennon. He's a good example of that. He had a massive platform to talk about peace from, and that didn't go down well. And I always think of this lovely young lady. Well, I don't know how old she was, but I'm assuming she was about 35, maybe. Her name was Jill Dando from this country. She was a news anchor, I guess you'd call them. But she anchored a show called Crime Watch, and she was shot in the back of the head, and on her front doorstep actually. And the rumor was that she'd got, well, who knows? I mean, it's a lot of speculation. Some say she had identities of a paedophile ring, that kind of stuff, and that's why she was gotten rid of. Who knows? But whenever anybody talks about justice, or you think about a Hollywood movie where, oh, that guy's going to get the thing and do the thing, I always think of Jill Dando. being shot on just as you were leaving a gate, and they said it was just some sort of petty robbery, but she were hosting this show called Crime Watch, and as I say, the rumor was she got privy to some information that she shouldn't have had. So, what that information is, who knows?
Well, another thing for me, this server does kind of lets me be able to kind of like come back to reality from dealing with people, normal people or whatever. It's like therapy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a therapeutic to it. Yeah, that's why I said early on that it's very important that we can come here and share this, but I don't think it'll last much longer if it keeps going in this direction anyway.
Oh, I'm not trying to bring up non-flat Earth related topics. I'm not trying to. I try not to real hard, actually. I try to always stay on that. I try to bring flat Earth up in here as best I can, because it is literally, for me, it's, I don't see the shenanigans work. We get enough people, and the way that I've been able to at least be public, have solid information. Like, it should have been obvious, gas pressure requires containment, but it didn't come to mind to me, and I hadn't heard it until running into QE. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've often wondered where did he get it from, because you know Huey doesn't sound like a nerdy guy to me. He doesn't, he doesn't sound like he'd be drawn to that kind of subject. I don't know. I only
Well,
well, maybe that's wrong for me to say, but I
um,
just
from what he said, I'm not going to say it's verbatim, but it was in a chat regarding debating evolution, and the guy said air pressure without containment, and QE he said that he registered the reality of that immediately. That's what and that's not verbatim. It's basically what he had to say from what I could remember. But I think it had to do with a discussion happening regarding evolution. A person brought up gas pressure without containment.
that's interesting, dude. Interesting.
Yeah. So he was flat Earth early, huh? Ooh, pretty early. I think it was 2016, if I remember his year right. I don't remember everything I hear. But
Yeah, I think probably the first time I heard it was around there somewhere, and I certainly hand waved it away. I imagine most people did here. I just went, "Oh, that's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard." As you do.
it was comment threads on live uploads. It could have been even Alex Jones when he was back on YouTube. I don't remember what it was, but it was
Definitely Alex Jones.
comments that I kept running into on different content creators, and it would be the commenters. You know what I mean?
Right.
It
'Cause
wasn't
him.
creators themselves. The creators themselves were usually against it, and everybody would mock it. Like nowadays, you can say flat Earth without the chat attacking you. You know what I mean?
Well, I know David Icke, who I sometimes watch. I do like some of the things that he says, but I have watched him dance over flat Earth like a burglar dances over, laser beams. Just amazing how he just danced over it, and I thought, but
Well,
he still says some good things though. I will give him that.
yeah, I can't conjure motives for sure, but for me, it's kind of the deal breaker. I basically stop paying attention to people that won't take flat Earth seriously.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? When you got a content creator that's like, say, an
I agreed
Alex
with you.
Jones.
I was
Oh,
agreeing
you
with you,
agree?
dude.
Oh, okay.
Because
Yeah, that's been kind
Joe
of.
Rogan's the same, right? He did the same with the moon landings, just a total 180. Just no, I think the moon landings happened now. This guy, he was the biggest, like, denier of such a thing. Denier. I need to go and have a shower now. Yeah, he used to go on diatribes like on mainstream radio for fucking 20 minutes on that subject about this is not possible, that's not possible, and then all of a sudden, yeah, no, that's definitely possible.
Well, yeah, I don't see anybody going along with the new thing, whatever it will be, if we can get flat Earth message out. However, people have that internal desire to learn or something, or that ability to change their mind. I don't know.
I mean, $100 million might be a good reason for some people to change their opinion.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
Yeah. Right.
And that's just on the public side. Maybe he got more, because 100 million on the public side is one thing. In the private side, could be way more than that.
Yeah.
But you know, I was listening to that podcast from the very start, and as soon as he did a 180, I was just done with it. I was just done. That's it. And again, I don't hate him. I don't, you know, I just stopped watching, stopped listening.
You're right. Well, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go do some other stuff for a while. Have a good one.
Yeah, good night, dude. So, Arden, are you there? Can I ask you a question? No?
What up?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a question, if that's okay. My brother's mentioned something about the system, you know, the sort of system, entire system. He was talking about a Tesla coil, the sun and moving around like a Tesla coil. And I didn't really understand it, to be honest. And if I'm truly honest, I don't really understand electricity at all, or a Tesla coil for that matter. I understand there's copper wire involved and magnets, but what do you think to that? You got any comment on that? Because it was more of a passing comment.
I don't know.
That's
your
probably the
answer.
best. That's probably the best answer, if I'm honest. Like I say, I wasn't exactly listening very well when he said it to me, but I was like, okay. And he said a lot more things.
That guy, Flat Earth Philosophy has like an idea he came up with where it's a toroidal hemisphere or something. So the inner part, which we know is a equivalent to the northern hemisphere, is one part. Then there's a break, roughly around the equator, and then it goes into the next one. And the sun and the moon kind of go in between. And they kind of pass through there in some kind of energy that charges it or distributes it or something. I don't remember.
Dude, you sound shagged. You sound tired, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that when we were talking about the actors being prostitutes earlier. I was thinking about afterwards. I was thinking of the Matrix. Like I don't know that character's name. I think it's Cypher or something like that. And he's in the restaurant, and I totally get it. I totally get it when he's like, "I want to be back in the Matrix," sort of thing. But it just made me laugh. He says, "And I want to be someone important, like an actor." Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, yeah, think about it from a certain point of view. Is it
No, I mean,
seems that
I
in
totally get
the
it.
Matrix, but think about it, in the Matrix movie, it seems like they made the Matrix to be essentially humans get to run it, right? So they essentially would live out the lives that they normally would have lived out, right?
Mm.
It's not like they're being, yes, they're in a sense they're in a sort of a prison, but it's almost like it's the exact same way their lives would have lived out if they had the logistics of the outside world, except the outside world, from what the Matrix says, is scorched.
Right.
Right. So living in the outside world is basically just, like Cypher said, just a crap show where you eat cardboard all day and you're afraid to die, and it's like, woo, whoopee, I'm free from the Matrix, yay.
Yeah, you just made me think of Aldous Huxley, who famously said that the sort of the future generations will love the servitude.
Yeah.
And that's what
Well,
it's about,
it's
isn't it?
like, you got to think about it. Like
Conveniences.
in the Matrix, if you don't have money, right, you got to go get a job, you got to work, you got to till the soil, you got to plant the seeds, right? Because that's the way the program runs. And then if you go out in the real world, guess what? You got to do all the same stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Benjamin made me think of that, funnily enough, because he
yeah,
used
but
to talk. Yeah. Sorry,
go
go on.
ahead, bro. No. This is really interesting that you bring this up because with Cypher, he wanted to go back because it was more difficult to actually exist outside of the system, but
Yeah.
it's really difficult both ways. If you really think about it.
Right. When I said I totally get it, what I meant is 10 years ago, maybe a bit more, I remember thinking, why am I in a sea of people, or they're all facing backwards and I'm facing forwards? But I should maybe turn around and face the other way with them.
I don't
And I
know,
totally
maybe
get
it's kind of like if you face backwards, then you have really nothing to do, or you're not in some type of psychological or physical relationship or in anything that, because everything they think is completely different than what you think since you've
Right. No,
seen.
I've made my peace with it now. Obviously, I wouldn't
Yeah,
go
me
back
too, me
now.
too.
But
But at the same
then,
time, for new people coming in, it's a very difficult path.
yeah, yeah.
And so it's not peaceful either way. That's what I was getting at. Go. It's like you're still going to have struggles on whatever way you choose, but once you see, once you see what we've seen, you can't unsee it. So it's just like I'm going to go back, as if Cypher could actually go back and they would let him. You know what I mean? In the movie, because they manipulated him to come back and give him information about everybody else, and they intended to kill him the whole time.
Mm-hmm. But it just, I was just thinking about Owen Benjamin, who made me realise that, he's like, okay, you want to be free? Well, how free do you want to be? What if we just drop you in woods? What are you going to do then? And it's like, oh yeah, shit. I'd be dead in a week. So how free do you want to be? Is a real question.
I mean, how can you be free? It's like America used to be the bastion of freedom, but now if you want to be free and you try to be free, you're going to get the government just coming down on you, now. So, yeah.
I always love that George Carlin bit where he's like, "What everybody's talking about rights? What are you talking about? Right, my right this, my right that. You ain't got rights. You got privilege."
Your voice almost sounds like it. Do George Carlin voice. Tell us. You almost sound just like it. It's like he's got this grumbly freaking.
Yeah. It's a great bit, is actually. Because
Yeah.
it's like,
Do
if
you know
your
some
rights
of
can
it
be
by
taken
heart?
away. Yeah. If your rights can be taken away, then they're not rights, are they? They're privileges.
All right.
I do love George.
I do too, man. But your voice almost sounds like his. If you could do an American accent,
Well, yeah,
or
that just
a New York friggin' British. I mean, not a New
man.
York accent where you can just reproduce George Carlin's freaking. He's got this really grunty freaking.
What were you saying, Arden?
I was saying that just shows that, like, people, when they say that, right? Like, it sounds rhetorically powerful, but it's not that your rights can be taken. It's that they can be oppressed or countered.
Countered by government, because as described in the Constitution, and whether or not the Constitution actually protects anyone, but the rights are described. It does in a legal fashion, but it also describes it in a lawful fashion more than legal, and so that's a difference.
At the point
that a lot of people don't understand.
the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act just takes away anybody's rights.
Yeah,
they
but
can
we're not
literally
talking about. Let's talk about say the 10 amendments. The first 10, the Bill of
Shall
Rights.
not be infringed.
Yeah, most of those rights are like, this should not be infringed, and this is the rights that were given to us by the Creator.
God-given rights.
Yeah. That was what the Bill of Rights was
Right.
about.
So that means they can't. That means they can't be taken.
I mean, it doesn't mean they
think
can't
about it. If you kill somebody,
the only way they can be taken is by by them populating this idea of ignorance about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Howard.
Yeah, but they really can't be taken. You always have them. You just don't exercise them. Like if someone
the
kills
only way
you,
you can lose them is if you're manipulated and confused.
Yeah, but like if somebody kills you, did they take away your right to life, or did they take your life? You still have the right to life. You just don't have a life.
They took your life.
Well, I mean, if you believe in the Creator, then you still have a life. So, that's their fault.
Yeah.
They have to pay for that later. Because I don't.
Yeah, like listen, if they took your right to life when they kill you, then that means you don't have the right to live, and so your death is no longer against anything. So then there's no murder to prosecute.
Hey, let me ask you something, AI. Why is there 3 Morvises on the right side? That's not only 3 Morvises. There's freaking 4 24/7 lives. Did you guys see that?
That's because of your it's just your memory in your device.
No, I'm looking directly at my screen, and I'm seeing
see
4 24/7 lives, 3 Morvises. What the hell's going on?
There's only 2 live streams.
Well, let me close my Discord, and I'll come back and see if it changes. But bro, I'm seeing 4 of the 24/7 live and 3 Morvises. I'm gonna close, and I'll be right back.
Those aren't actually live, are they? Right now?
What ain't live, Hobbs? We're always live.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's right. You're
How-
busted. Sucker.
How many people are watching it?
Well, YouTube says -2, so that
Oh.
must be we're at positive yellow squash.
Holy shit! It's quite a bit.
To myself more.
You see, sometimes Globers, they like to compare numbers, and they're like, oh my goodness, flat Earth guys don't get that many views as opposed to mainstream consensus narrative masses type stuff, which appeals to the mainstream conservative, masses. It's like, well, no freaking duh. The mainstream is going to get more. I mean, good grief. How dumb can you be?
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. It fixed it. Yeah, it's not there anymore.
See, in my opinion, though, the Earth is flat like a pizza.
Flat like a pizza.
Yeah.
Really?
And then there's
Couldn't it be just flat like Earth is, as you all observe it? Every single person on Earth observes it.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Really?
Yeah. I think we
What
should
did I
start
do?
saying-
What did I do? Tell me what I
Yeah.
did.
Well, you made it to where like you went against the grain. You know,
No.
it's
Yeah.
flat.
Pizzas are dependent on a flat, motionless, contained environment, because without that, there will be no pizza maker.
Exactly.
Yeah, I used to make a
yeah.
shitload of pizzas. I worked for Pizza Hut for like 3 years, so I know how to make a fucking pizza, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody business. I know how to make.
So in a way, you're kind of like God, because God also made a pizza called Earth.
No, he didn't. No, he made the Earth realm that we live in, and it's definitely not a pizza. It's the only place that exists.
Exactly.
All right, so if I'm wrong about this, can you show me any evidence that some other realm that we exist in?
No, I agree with you.
Okay, cool. So sorry. So we exist in Earth realm. This is what we call it. We're kind of limited in our understanding about how this came about, and we have all kinds of stories through different historical concepts and everything, how this place came about. But you can choose one. If you want to support it, you can come in here all day and just say, hey, I have evidence that my story about history and creation of Earth is true. You can go with the Big Bang if you want to, and you can go from a little dot in the center of the universe and call it freaking 1,500 trillion miles wide if you want to. That's on you.
Yeah.
Bro.
The Big Bang is big gay, in my opinion.
Well, I don't think the Big Bang is even plausible, but anyway, some people do.
I mean, how could you have something from nothing? You got to have a creator.
You can't.
Yeah.
So I mean, and the flat Earth pizza around the sun is impossible too. So and you've never heard anyone say that. So nobody here would ever say that. So don't
No,
put
I was
that
just
shit on us.
referring to the shape of Earth as a
Well, I
pizza.
mean, it's what other people say about us. We don't talk
condone
about
that. Yeah.
we don't condone that idea. We just observe Earth.
Well,
and
it's just our little
experience.
secret. It's just our little secret.
No, actually, it's not our secret. It's just a story that was made up about what flat earthers believe, and I'm just telling you that's not what we think. You know, what I mean,
Yeah.
why the fuck would you say that when you haven't even talked to a flat earther? You're just like, oh, these flat earthers believe that Earth is a pizza third rock from the sun. You know, that's ridiculous.
No, but Globers will be like, the Earth is like an apple. You know, so it's just an analogy, really. It's nothing.
Who cares? Because they haven't actually talked to us about how we observe and what we think. You know, and if they do, they just go on to weird tangents about, you know, their ideas about the globe, which we completely understand, but we show them on many different ways how it's impossible for that to have happened in the future or the past or even in modern times. What you're saying about this solar system and galaxies and shit, even in mathematics and they admit themselves that it's impossible, but this is their idea about it, how it could happen. But the entire world is just fascinated with this stupid idea. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just I agree.
No, I do tend to bloviate. Go ahead.
No, I had nothing to say.
Well, I was just wondering, I mean, just like, how is flat Earth so dumb when we just observe what we see? And everybody else is like, you flat Earthers are dumb. No, we're not. We know exactly what you're going to say before you say it. So,
yeah, I'm not fucking dumb.
Yeah.
No, we're not dumb.
Oh, man.
We are the answer.
It's like you flat earthers aren't paying attention to the new science. It's just like there's no science involved. This is your story. This is your religion that you want to, but there's no physical.
So I got a question.
You actually physically observe is Earth itself. Why would you believe this shit? Anyway, go ahead.
So are aliens?
Oh God.
Are they demons?
What?
What do you
Yeah.
Hold on.
So first we've got pizza, and now we've got aliens.
Well,
I'm gonna go smoke. You guys freaking deal with this shit.
The second part of what he said, I agree with. So, I mean, this whole idea that there's aliens, yes, they are fallen angels and demons.
No, I agree. I'm just trying to, calculate where we're standing here.
It all makes sense because they want you to believe that aliens exist, that you can leave this realm and you can go fly all over the damn place. But, if people were to think for themselves, they would understand that freaking, how are you going to have these things flying around, but yet none of it makes any sense because, like, if you go back to, like, World War II and Hitler, and he was involved with the occult and all of this, the Wanda weapon and all of this stuff. So he was creating stuff before it even got going. So who was he in contact with? He never said anything about aliens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about you today, Fraud. Actually, funnily enough, do you know when I was saying? Remember, I was talking about the tree. The word "tree" is not the tree, and you got a little bit triggered about that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm over that, man. I'm over that, bro. I'm sorry about all that. You get your feelings and you turn into a little bitch, and that's what happened.
Did you understand though what it meant?
No. Go ahead. I probably wasn't even paying attention because I was in my feelings. You know what I'm saying?
The words are not the world. Do you understand that?
The what is not the what? What was that?
The words are not the world.
No, I get regular.
Sorry, you've cut out.
I said, yeah, I get you meaning. We've created them.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, but no, I'm totally on board with the demons.
What do you think? What is a deviating plane? What do you guys think that is?
Oh man,
That's a little.
that's like when your colors in your house are very drab, and then the bathroom is like polka dotted.
Yeah.
It's nice
Yeah.
when you contextualize what you're saying in like a sentence or a story. I've never heard deviating plane used in common conversation, so I don't even know how to respond to that.
And like in the Earth aspect, like
Well,
either
it's
flat or
usually described as a
Good.
topographical plane, isn't it? That's probably better. But I always say
No,
level.
it's usually
level.
described as a LARP earther.
LARPer.
Yeah,
What's that?
yeah. That's when people come to our server and they just throw out buzzwords, and try to get rises or explanations or contradictions or it's basically a form of phishing while pretending to be a flat earther. Not
Faking.
necessarily.
Are you trying to insinuate that that's me?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just talk naturally. Deviating plane. What the hell are you talking about? Let's just have a normal conversation.
Making fun of you, fucking AI. You're fucking talking like a machine again. Fucking come back to humanity, please.
Shut the fuck up, lunatic.
I never said I was a flat earther or a glober. I'm in between. I don't know. I don't have proof of either. I'm trying to learn.
That seems to be the place for you guys now. I've noticed you're neither in or there. It's fun.
I don't have strong emotions for either. I'm just learning and talking, having conversations.
You sound like you're on the verge of laughing. Like when you make a prank phone call when you're a child.
Laughing?
Yeah.
Why are you guys
you're
so
right
on
edge?
Like,
oh no,
I'm
not on edge.
Dude,
Do I sound on edge?
No, he actually, you sound super chill. Like, I might have done that, but no, you have to understand, being flat earthers, we're constantly being attacked. We're like, everybody comes in, so yeah. Like
I had the conversation. How do you think I was able to talk in here? I did the whole interview thing and told them what I think. I'm not here to troll or whatever, LARP.
Yeah.
So,
no, so sorry if we're not always like in Zen. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Speak for yourself, Lou. I'm always in Zen. Thank you.
I would describe my mood as pretty flat. Yeah.
Oh, see what he did?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
Your jokes aren't landing. They're kind of lying flat. Oh.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
Your jokes are falling flat. Oh.
I'm trying here. I'm trying.
Damn, this is the funniest I've ever heard Lemon. Seriously. Like, somebody give him a round of applause.
No worries. Let's just have a natural conversation and we'll go from there. I guess we can lighten up a little bit. But I would describe the Earth as an irregular topographical plane. Specifically, It's on pillars on top of a watery deep. I go with the biblical cosmology. Surrounded by waters below and above, a firmament dome above us with the sun and stars revolving within them, under the heavenly ocean, under the heavenly throne of God. That's what I would go.
Right on. I would have to agree with you.
Yeah, overcomplicating the flat Earth is a major problem, even for flat earthers. We get sucked in by the Glovers, the zealots, really. They want to overcomplicate things, and we get drawn in, and we fall prey to it. Like, literally, it's as simple as you see it. Like, they have the positive claim. They're like, no, but it's more complicated than that. And it's like, not really. No, not really. You still have the positive claim that is contradictory to our real life experience.
Yeah.
You like, you have to prove my real life experience wrong. Do you understand that, Glovers? I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
I think they just listen to what the media and fucking school tells them. I think they have the operating system to deviate off of that train of thought that the Earth is fucking round, and that's that. They don't really care to.
Yeah, I think they were told when they were in like 7th grade, like that no matter what you think, you aren't as smart as, the experts.
Yeah.
And the right? Like, so you could maybe become an expert, but right now you are stupid. Yeah, and like, you having an opinion or a thought or even observing reality is not valid. It's not like, sure, like, because you're not an expert.
Yep. Nobody is really. I mean, some may know more than others, but how can we really know for sure?
I just want to go to a place where people question things. I don't really give a shit about flat Earth or anything.
No, but
actually.
I just agree with that too. I don't want to be in a world where people are just only answering questions with questions. I don't want to be in that.
I don't want to be in a world where people get thrown in prison for an opinion.
Do flat earthers go to jail?
Certain people who have told the wrong kind of truths actually have ended up in prison, unfortunately.
Yeah. They know a lot more than we do. If they went to jail.
They exercised wrongthink. That's my point. And whether you disagree with them or not is not the point, because if you silence one man, you silence all men. That's the point of it. You may not agree with the extremist, radical, whatever he's chanting about on corner, but you can't silence him. That's the whole point of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
It's also the reason I say level realm instead of flat earth, because that seems to have been weaponized, just like the two words conspiracy theorist.
Right, and just like with with some YouTube and Facebook videos and stuff that we put out, they actually shut them down all the time. They freaking they put us on strikes where we can't even put our content up anymore. We didn't do anything offensive. We just questioned the narrative, and then they just don't like it. And as a matter of fact, about 3 years ago, they had the CEO of YouTube go before Congress and say, "What are you going to do about these flat earthers?" And she was like, "We're going to start criticizing their content. Make it where that nobody can see it anymore, and we'll actually just freaking shut them down."
What are we going to do about the dissemination?
They do it all the time. They do it all the time to us. Go ahead, Metalar.
What does it do to silence someone?
Hold on.
I was just making a comment. I was just saying, what are we going to do to stop the dissemination of all this truth? But continue.
No, yeah. Who was the other guy we were talking?
Oh, no. Never mind.
No, I was going to say, this is our information. If you depend on YouTube to disseminate information, our information, that we do, we're I won't say we're fortunate, but so far they haven't just totally shut us out. But
no, for some reason they can't. Probably because we're speaking the truth. Like, honestly, like, the reason is that they can't shut us down completely. They can shadow ban you. They can push you to the bottom of the algorithm, but they can't they can't censor you completely by removing you. Like, like let somebody who does a school shooting and live streams
I
it.
disagree.
They can pull that off.
I think they can, and they won't have any freaking reciprocal.
No, it's just that the rules that they themselves set up. Like they still do play by a set of rules.
Okay. We'll see, because I don't think this YouTube thing we're doing is going to last much longer. But we're going to still keep doing it on other platforms, because every single day I get copyright claims and I get shit from YouTube every single day. But I never get it from Twitter or
they will not. They will make your life utter hell. But like, there's a lot of caveats, in that. Like, you're not technically
go live, and that's where we're going to get the most feedback.
Hey Leo, just next time you reply to one of those emails, just reply.
I never reply to them.
So next time, just reply this: I know Jamesy, and send it.
Oh, and then they're going to be like, I know that guy from Boston.
Yeah, just tell him that.
So it just be everything's on course, because you got some clout with Google. Okay, I got you, man. Got you. I'll check that. I'll see if that works.
You're welcome.
No, the copyright claims don't necessarily affect the live stream. They're just like, but we do 12-hour streams as if somebody's going to watch a 12-hour stream. I know people go back and watch some portion of the 12-hour stream. They might click through or whatever. That gives us more views and stuff like that. That's fine.
Right. Actually, here's one thing.
Actually,
this probably isn't even live streaming material, but somebody pressed me on this when I was saying it. We do use it like a tool for moderation and stuff like that, like for being able to view back. And I think there may be a caveat in the end user agreement with YouTube that, like, anyway, basically we're not allowed to make use of it other than what they intend it for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if it was really that hardcore, they wouldn't let me do it for 3 years. So
yeah, but no, I think there is a fine line there that somebody was pointing at.
Yeah, I've
seen it too. Go ahead.
It's mostly for the fact that most people in the world associate flat Earth with retarded people, so they're not too worried about it, I guess.
Yeah, because we're dumb as fuck, aren't we? It's like every time, but actually, that's just like Lou was saying earlier tonight. It's like, hey, we'll get dozens of people that join our server every day. They might find it through YouTube. They might find it through DLive. They might find it through just Discord or whatever. They find the link. They find their way here. And that's why I always like, when I'm checking people in, I'm just like, how did you find the Discord?
That's how I found it. Thanks to Helium's channel.
All right, cool. But a lot of people find it just through Discord. Just like, hey, and they'll say, I was just looking up Flat Earth on Discord. I was like, really? So why were you looking up Flat Earth?
I found it through Globebusters. I was watching YouTube videos, and I was watching the Globebusters video, and they had a link to their Discord link. So I clicked it, but I was immediately, because I wasn't like, I wasn't like unofficial, flat earther according to you guys. They thought I was a troll, and that I was just fucking.
You sound like a troll.
He's definitely, Lou's definitely a troll.
Jemsy, if anybody should be talking, it's not you, dude. Like, you sound like a troll in every fucking word.
Dude, I think this is the
you guys don't even trust each other.
If you have me and Lou and Jemsy in the same room, it's the worst place you should ever be. Because we
thank you.
That's so much shit. But anyway, go ahead.
That's why I believe in space, because I know the space that is between me and you guys, and I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we can love each other from a distance. Like,
yeah.
Dude, I think we could all have some beers together and just freaking have a blast. But whatever.
No, thank you. I
Yeah,
hear
well,
flat earthers saying that
fuck you back, Jimsy.
space doesn't exist. I'm like, yeah, right.
No, what I was getting at is, I mean, we obviously are oppressed, from whatever platform we try to the live stream or whatever. It's like they always mess with me. Roger's doing a live stream. He's back up today. I don't know if you guys know or not. I mean, Roger got his live stream back today. We're all trying to support each other in every way, and we all want to support each other in every single live stream. That's what we're all about. So anyway. But as far as like
basically,
false
though, the
information,
thing is, I'm not gonna go visit Jemsy or you, Helio. Like, especially you, Helio. Jemsy, maybe he might live in a really, really cool place. Like, it sounds tropical or something where he lives.
Bro, I'm in
Jemsy's in fucking Boston. Is that tropical?
That's way too tropical
It's
for you guys.
definitely not tropical in Boston. Anyway, God,
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the flat Earth model, is there crust, like the crust on the Earth, or?
Oh my gosh.
Well, there
Hey,
is. Or there
do
isn't?
you guys have a better answer than I might have for this one?
Let's start off. Where did you get anything you learned about flat Earth from? Let's start there.
I know nothing. That's all I'm trying to
But
learn.
He's asking. So when you say cross, what do you mean with cross? What is that?
Well, I mean, so my question obviously stems from what I was taught in school, is that there's crust, but I don't know if there is on the.
Bro, when
flat
you
Earth
say
model.
cross, I think about Pizza Hut.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's why I wanted to figure out where he was starting from. I'm thinking, you get me hungry right now.
Well, I mean, the supposed, the hard land that moves over the mantle of the Earth and all that shit. Or is that?
So the cross is a land that is moving above another layer of the earth. That's what you're saying.
The mantle, yeah. Is that in the model for flat Earth, or I'm just trying to ask a question here?
From our frame of reference and everything we can gather together, including technology tests, there is no movement of the ground that we all stand on.
Okay. But what about earthquakes?
It's motion. Well, an earthquake is a definition that the ground is shaking, right? The ground starts shaking, so that's when the ground moves. But when when there is no earthquake, the ground is motionless. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and you also have the inner canals of your ear that has a liquid inside, like water, that are aligned with the level of the water. So you have this vestibular system that if you move your head left and right, or even if you spin, right, you're gonna be able to tell if you're moving or spinning because of
the gravitron. When you go on the gravitron, you just ride the ride or roller coaster.
So your experience, your senses, your experience are telling you completely that you're standing on a motionless ground. You observing the sky, the luminaries, like the sun moving across the sky. So your senses are pointing out to all this stuff: motionless, of the ground, level, water, flat description, and then the claiming the opposite of that, which is the curving, moving, spinning globe, will be nonsensical because your senses are telling you the opposite of the globe.
Sure, and one major test you can do is just watch the sunrise and sunset.
No, I'm not denying it, dude. You guys are answering it like I'm denying it.
Go ahead.
No. We're just talking, bro. We're not attacking anything you're saying. We're just replying to your question.
Right, because earlier people were thinking I'm like LARPing and all that shit. So.
No. Can I point something out though about that? Like something about your delivery, like your tone. I don't know. Like it's probably nothing you can do anything to change. Honestly, if that's you, then that's you. But
Bro, there is nothing wrong with this guy, and we've been joking around, and he probably no. I'm not saying you, Lou. I'm not Lou. I'm not saying you. But the thing is that we're here talking in the internet. We say things. Sometimes we joke, and this guy might reply with a kind of like a joke tone question, and some people get offended by that. But we're kind of having a good conversation.
What I was getting at, something about his delivery, his tone, the way that he phrases his sentences and stuff like that, and like all that.
It sounds like perfect English to me.
It sounds super official, right?
No, it sounds extremely
Hey,
uneducated.
I apologize. I really kind of agree with Lou on this one. But
No, I'm sure I sound extremely uneducated because I am.
No.
You sound, but it's not about
that's a good thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm educated, but I'm
bro, if you're
uneducated in flat Earth.
if you don't have an education, that might be a good thing, bro.
That's not
No.
what it is. That's not
No. Okay, when I say that I sound uneducated, I'm uneducated in flat Earth because I am. I know absolutely nothing.
That's good. That's
so,
good.
Right, but here's the thing. Here's what I was pointing out is that there's this like a paradox almost. Like the people who sound highly educated through the system, they typically also don't agree with us. Like like you're agreeing with us and sounding like you've been indoctrinated by the system pretty thoroughly.
It's simple clues, right, Lou? It's simple clues.
Yeah, it's weird. Like you have this flow about you that sounds just like a textbook.
Hey, bro, it's really simple. Hey, it's really simple,
like,
bro.
He already knows both sides. He already knows both sides. He's going to ask us like targeted questions.
Yeah, you guys talking about the guy like you know him or something. Come on.
No,
guys.
I mean no.
I can tell by the way he talks that that he's going to ask a certain.
You can't tell.
No, I mean
really.
No.
I don't know.
My questions. No, you're so used to people. You're so used to people trolling you, right? So of course your guard's going to be high.
This is not about trolling.
Well, no, but dude, even that answer right there was too perfect. Like seriously. Are you fucking CIA? What the fuck are you? You have to tell me? You know that, right? If I ask, you have to tell me.
It's not that he's CIA. It's that you and Helio have been having way too many beers at the moment. So just relax.
Shut up! I'm being funny, man. This is good shit. Even if you're not drinking.
I can tell he's freaking clowning with this. I mean,
maybe
it's
I
not
just
even
sound
hard to pick
nonchalant,
out, man. If you can't figure this out, Jimsy, man, I question whether you can actually fucking, it's.
Bro, I question you questioning me. I question you questioning yourself.
Then question me questioning you right at this point.
Yeah.
But this dude is obviously trying to lead us down a.
Let's talk about what we feel and what we think.
I'll make an agreement. I'll make an agreement with you if Lou
Let's forget about the guy and let's talk about how you and I feel at the moment.
I want you to just talk to him, and then once you talk to him some more, it's going to be proven out. So go ahead.
I feel like this is just the way I talk all the time.
Well,
are you from the north? You just naturally sound educated, whereas the south
I'm like 20 minutes from Canada.
Yeah, me too. Well, not 20 minutes, but
me 3.
Yeah, I'm in Wisconsin. See, Northerners, we just automatically sound more educated. Like
I'm on the well. I mean, I'm in North.
People like Helio, you just write them off. You're
I'm
like,
a Southerner,
okay, that's
so
just
I sound ignorant because I have a Southern accent.
Because you're a fucking redneck, dude. Like, easily.
I mean, I'm pretty country myself, but Northern.
Well, but a lot of Northern people are country too. So I mean, show me your country.
No, what my point actually isn't. My point really is that it doesn't matter what you sound like. Just because he sounds like a dumb fucking drunk redneck and I sound like a dumb drunk fucking northerner, Yankee or whatever, like it doesn't make one of us smarter than the other, and the rest of you all too. Like just because you know, a lot of Englishmen, they you have too many damn narrators out there. You know
what's really
you have too many,
special about
like-
Lou? What's really special about this conversation is he thinks he's going to get away with something which he can't do here because we've been doing this for a very
are you
long
like inside of his mind, looking at what he's thinking?
What am I doing? Am I coming
We've been doing
around
this for
from the
5
back?
fucking years. We know how this works.
Yeah, I'm about to come around from the back and I'm going to attack Helio and point him out as the drunkard drunk. I'm telling you guys, I'm drinking tonight too. You know, like I'm having fun. But
hey, just because of my tone and my accent, that and because I'm from Boston, that doesn't mean I'm better than you guys, right?
You know what might be funner, Lou, is if we just let Gemsy do this and figure it out.
I'm with you, Helio. Let's team up and quit fighting each other. Let's quit fighting each other. Fraud and Gemsy on the same team.
What do you like think I'm an informant for somebody or something? Like
what the
hell,
fuck does
dude?
funner mean? What's funner? The fuck is that?
That's a southern thing.
Yeah, you can only get it if you're from the South and you have to be white for that.
Funner. Funner. That should be somebody's name. Funner.
It's much more fun to listen to this fucking guy destroy himself by talking to other people when me and Lou have already figured his ass out. So anyway, go ahead. Talk to him, everybody else. Go ahead.
Helio, you destroy yourself every night.
Really? Well, why am I still here? If I'm such that bigot fucking weirdo asshole, why the fuck am I still here?
Because you like dudes, man. You're gay.
So that's it.
All right, Gemsy, basically you're saying let's give this guy the benefit of the doubt. Helio and I are saying, like,
why not?
Helio's saying don't give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm saying, yeah, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm warning you, it could be a fucking trope. You know what I mean? Like that's
I just
what
feel
I'm
like
saying.
I'm not welcome here, honestly.
No. You are if you are sincere.
I don't know how much more sincere I can get.
I'm saying that is because I want
bro, all you need
to get
he wants your
out of the conversation.
You're saying you want me to sound like a robot, pretty much.
Well, I want everybody.
All you need.
They're criticizing me and Lou, but I want everyone else to talk to you so that we can hear exactly what's going to happen after we've already
actually. Helio, that I'm agreeing with you for. This is rare. Helio and I are on the same team tonight.
I feel like you mistake me for someone that goes on these servers. It's my first time on one of these servers. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no. And if you're for real, look. If you're for real, then I welcome you with open arms, and I'll give you a big hug if we could meet. Like I seriously. Like,
hey, observation guy. Observation. Have you ever in your life spoken to drunk people while you're not drunk? Have you ever done that?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Now you get the situation. You get it, right?
Yeah.
This isn't about drunk. It's about truth. Go ahead.
No, I don't get scared.
You agree with me?
People that act drunk
not
are like
get involved.
fucking all the
Lou,
time.
do you agree with me to not get involved?
All right, yeah, both of us have been drinking. And both of us are going to shut up for at least 3.5 minutes. We're going to both shut up.
No, at least 10 minutes. Come
at
on,
least.
You motherfucker. 10 minutes, maybe 30. Let's see what happens.
I'll give it 10 seconds.
Now this dude has to walk on eggshells for the rest of the conversation. It's hilarious.
Exactly. Yeah. No, he doesn't have to. Oh, you don't have to. Hey, you don't have to speak to us. You don't have to open your mic. You don't have to be here if you don't want to. You're here for a reason. You came to the server and you're talking to us, and these people talking in the internet. Some people are drunk, other people are not drunk. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I know. I only speak when I have a question or I'm interested in something. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Do
that's
you have
it.
any other questions for
Not
anybody in
at
here?
the moment.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just
So
here
we
to
can.
this conversation.
So when you say observation unit 4, what does that mean? Are
It
you?
means
Is
I'm
there
an
like a?
observer.
Is there like a cute girl in unit 4? Your building, next building, or something?
Sure. Nice. Other servers, I've had it for 2 years now. So just I forgot
So
what it meant.
is that him or me? He's kind of like cutting out.
Yeah, he was roboting.
Who, me?
Yeah,
A little bit.
it was just for a second, but it's all good.
All right.
So you've been on this. So you see, guys, he's telling the truth. He said 2 years on this account, and he created the account on Saturday, 28th of March, 2020. And he joined this Discord on July 24th. So it was yesterday. So
Yeah.
he's been having this account for 2 years, and you guys are calling him a troll. Come on, guys. Are you that dumb? Anyways, bro. Anyways, yeah, it's all good, man. Welcome to the server. You got the VC verified. That means you can open your mic anytime you want. What brought you to the Flutter Discord? Because I see you're in the politics. We share this Discord called Politics. So there's a lot of people that join that Discord in the VC and talk about so many different things.
Yeah,
And,
that's where I came from. Actually, someone recommended this server in politics. So yeah.
Yeah, I see many people from the politics server in here, and yeah, that's kind of cool. So what
There's
brought
a correlation.
what brings you to the actual Flutter Discord? What was
Honestly,
your mindset before you clicked the link and you said, "Hey, let me click this link and join the Flutter Discord"?
well, I think I was having a conversation about Earth and the politics, and some guys like, "Hey, join this server, and learn some more about it." So that's pretty much how. Just curious,
Yeah, that's cool. That's a good standing from that standing. So you've been here for about a day, and what have you learned? Have you heard anything that is kind of interesting about the topic of the server? Anything that kind of you say,
I
hey,
mean,
that's interesting.
Well, it hasn't really been a whole lot about flat Earth so far. It's just people talking about politics or other shit. So, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's been like that for the last 24 hours. Yes, I agree with you. Like the flat Earth talk has been most of the things that people have been, including myself, have been talking about here. We spoke a little bit about the horizon. We spoke about the luminaries earlier, and then a bunch of politics and Fauci ouchie stuff and that kind of stuff. I agree with you.
Goodbye, YouTube. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah. So if you were ever speaking to let's say, so-called flat earthers, before you joined this Discord, I'm pretty sure you heard about these people that other people call flat earthers. Have you ever heard of those people, flat earthers? He cut out. I cut out.
Yeah, sorry, someone was asking me something.
I can hear you, Jimsy. He might have cut out, but
it's all fine. It's all good.
I wanted to hear the answer to that question. That's what I wanted to hear.
No, someone just asked me something over in my house. What was your question?
Oh, that's fine, man. If you have to take a break, if you have to speak to someone in your house, you don't have to. Definitely, do that. My bad. If you're busy, it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah. What was your question though?
I was just asking. You've heard about the so-called flat earthers, people that believe the Earth is flat. You probably heard that in the YouTubes and the Googles. Maybe someone mentioned it to you.
Of course.
So have you ever spoken to flat earthers before today?
Not that I'm aware of. I think this is the first time, probably.
Okay, I just want to
I've
say
never.
that flat earthers is. If you had a question for these so-called flat earthers, even though nobody's a flat earther, this is just like wearing a hat that you wear when you're, if you're a mechanic, you wear the mechanic hat.
Yeah.
Flat earther. I'm not two words on a piece of paper, right? I'm not this term called flat earther. That's not who I am. But
Right.
I can wear the hat and have a conversation about the topic. So if you have any questions for flat earther, what will be the number one question that you will have to a flat earther?
Let me think. Let's see. Shit, I don't know. Maybe.
Come on, you have to have one. Come on. Right in front of you.
Oh man, I don't know.
You don't have to have one, but you can formulate one based on your experience.
The only questions really would be like the physical aspect of flat Earth and how the Earth and everything would work. That's about it, really.
Okay, that's a good question. I mean, it's very general, but it brings a lot of points that we could probably address one by one when you talk about the physicality of the flat Earth, whatever. So we are here because we were told that the place that we are standing on was a globe, right? A spinning globe going through space. So
Yeah.
many people in here, not everybody, believe that story since a young age. So we were fed this information through the channels, through the screens. We were given these pictures and images about this ball spinning through space. And for many people in here, at different dates and ages and stages of life, we have realized that that didn't make a lot of sense and started questioning those claims about the ground that we're standing on, it's curving and spinning, and the water is attached to the outside of an object that is spinning at the equator over a thousand miles per hour, and the water is not fucking off the object like you normally experience if you will have water attached to the outside of a spinning object.
Yeah.
So a lot of people started questioning that, and me not being such a technical person like many people in here that are, teachers, engineers, people with experiences and many different jobs or whatever life experience. When I started looking into this, when I heard the word horizon, for me it was a known word, but I didn't know what it actually meant. So I started from there, from actually looking at the meaning of words. And I started looking, okay, what is the horizon? It's the apparent meeting of the eye, the sky and the ground, right? I mean, it's more than that, but that's kind of like the basic. And I didn't understood the whole conversation. So I started looking into the definitions of words and the meaning of them, and then putting things to the test, like the curvature and that kind of stuff, and doing the observations of long distance, like when they say that the globe, right? The globe has a radius. You know the radius, the middle of the middle of the sphere, from the middle point of the sphere to the surface is 3,959 miles. So a lot of people in here were questioning that, and they put with me myself, I did observations that surpass like 30 miles, and other people share photographs of long distances observations. And I started looking into that, and I saw that the 3959 curve, which add up to 8 inches per mile, right, square of curvature, and that didn't add up when I was going out there, and I went to the seashore. So the sea level, right?
My bad.
I saw sea level, and then I saw 15 miles to my left, and then I see 15 miles to my right of
Sure.
Nobody else respond besides the guy that Jimsy's talking to, please.
Yeah, when I saw these distances, and then so
telling me someone was telling me that in front of me, looking towards the water, 3 miles from me standing at the shore, the curvature was 3 miles in front of me. And then I looked left and right, and I saw 30 miles in combination, left and right.
Wait. So you're talking
understand
about
what I'm saying?
where I kind of. So when you mean you're talking about how far the horizon is to you, or it's not. I mean,
No,
is that what
I'm
you're
just
saying?
saying. I'm just saying that on the observation side, my own experience, when someone told me that when I was on the shore and I saw the boat going over the horizon, which is, they told me that was the
Yeah.
curvature. That's what I was told when I was a child in school. They told me
Mm-hmm.
this, and they told me that Christopher Columbus proved that proved the globe because he made it to the Americas and didn't fell from the edge of the earth. Right? They told me that stuff, and I believed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the boat going over the horizon over 3 miles distance, They told me I don't see the boat because it was going over the curve, and since the boat is behind the curve, that's why I don't see it anymore. Right? Have you
Right.
ever heard that?
Right.
Exactly. So
I've heard of that. Yeah.
yeah, so when I went to the waters and I went to the shore myself, thinking about this, and I did the observations, the math of the globe didn't add up, and it's nowhere to be found. The curvature, I cannot see it anywhere. So
Really.
that's a basic experience. But then it's not just based on my experience. Then we can, with the knowledge that we have and the advancements that we have these days, we can devise technology or devices like lasers that can point from point A to point B to point C to point D, and we can measure very long distances. Very simple.
I've
You
seen a
know that,
video.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we devise these devices, these lasers, and we put the claimed curvature to the test, we go to the shore or to a lake, to the seashore or to the lake. There's many laser tests out there. There's so many that I haven't watched them all, but I've seen many that are very precise and very well made that
Yeah.
demonstrate that the claim 8 inches per mile that is supposed to be there if the ground that you're standing on or the surface of the water was part of this spinning globe, you will have to be able to see that and demonstrate that and
So, are
test
you
it and
referring
measure
to
it. But
the moon
when you
landing?
put when you use the lasers, you cannot find this curvature anywhere you
All
go,
right.
any surface of
Well,
water.
to clarify everything for what you're talking, are you talking about the laser reflectors they're putting on the moon, or they put on the moon back
I
in?
never said moon for anything. Nobody said moon.
Okay.
No, he's talking
All
about
right.
the
Anyway,
water.
anyway, go ahead. Maybe I
You said
misinterpreted
10
what you were
minutes. It's
saying.
been like 4 minutes, Helio.
Hey, I gotta take a piss anyways,
No, I
man. I'll be
actually.
right
Hey,
back.
go
I
ahead.
mean, the
Go ahead.
dude
Take
has
your
to take
piece.
a
You don't
leak.
need to ask permission, bro.
No,
You don't have to go before Helio.
Jemsy, come on. We did pretty good. I promised 3.5 minutes.
No, we
Seriously.
didn't say shit. We let you.
You did say
Anyway.
shit at 2 minutes, Helio, and then you open again like a 3
I
minutes
just
and a
thought I
half.
was
So
trying to move the conversation.
He has no filter.
Well, I was just I thought I knew what you guys were talking about. I was just moving it forward.
bro, and I
And
was
then
just rushing everything in because I knew Helio was gonna open his mic.
no, I didn't though, didn't I? I didn't. I was
Hey,
just
and the guy
wondering
is
if you're talking about the laser reflectors at that last point.
no.
I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
You see why you misunderstood the guy since the beginning, because nobody said anything about the moon while talking about the lasers and the seashore or the lakeshore and the water surface, and you saying that we were talking about the moon, bro. Come on. Like, Lou, do you heard moon on that laser test at the seashore or whatever? Do you ever heard that moon word?
Well, which laser test are you talking about? Because I didn't hear you talk about it either. So
It's okay. It's okay, Helio. It's all good.
Is
No
it?
need to
Is it
worry.
okay? Is it
It
okay?
is okay.
All right.
Even if it's not
I think
okay,
it's
it
okay.
will be okay.
All right, we'll be okay since you didn't say shit.
We're gonna just move on from here and go from there, and then it is what it is, and whatever
Wait,
cliche you want to fucking.
Homeboy's gonna take a pee and he's gonna ask you about that moon test. So let's see what he has when he comes
What
back.
moon test?
I don't know. You didn't really describe it very well because I think you were talking about when they went to the moon and freaking
Yeah, when they went to the moon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Helio. You got it, Helio. We were talking about when they went to the moon. Yeah. How can you do it? How can you catch up so fast, Helio?
It's magic. Magic when I'm with you. So what the fuck were you talking about? Because I was trying to follow along when you were just bloviating about some shit. What were you talking about? If I'm wrong about this, tell me where I was wrong. While this guy's
Hey, Helio. I was talking from my own experience at the beginning, right? I spoke about the claim of the globe that we were brought when we were children, right? They told us you live on a globe, it's spinning, blah blah blah, right? And then I told him, hey, and then I started questioning that, like many people in here, right? And then I went to the seashore and I started looking to see
with
the
you
claim of
for a while
of
during that. I was with you for a while during that.
exactly. So I started I started questioning that claim of the globe back then, right? So I went myself to do observations with binoculars and that kind of stuff, and then I saw the seashore to the left 15 20 miles away, and then I saw the other seashore to the right 15 20 miles away, and then I looked forward when they told me that the boat was going over the horizon, and I saw that I could see way further than that, right? That was my experience, me doing it myself. And then I extended and I said, hey, then we can bring out the lasers, and there's many laser tests that have been done in lakes, bodies of water, seashores, and all that kind of
my
stuff.
bad. I see where you're going.
And then I looked through these tests, these laser tests, many of them that I've looked through, and I observed and I saw the numbers and the observation distances from point A to point B to point C to point D, and then the results show that there is no 8 inches per mile square curvature anywhere to be found on any body of water, and that showed me that that claimed curvature is nowhere to be found on the waters of the earth.
Yeah, absolutely
Get
true.
it now?
Yeah, I do. I do completely agree with you, Jemsy.
It wasn't technical. But it's a pretty simple explanation of
I don't
if
think
he
that
wants to
dude
look.
would. I don't think that dude would ever get it. But okay.
No, because it will have to be the way I did it. That I went through the documents and and through the videos of the laser test, and I saw the test and made the numbers, and then you have to take time to look into this stuff, right? I'm not doing it right now. I'm not gonna sit through the YouTube video or
No,
through the
sir, but
PDF
the
document at
explanation.
this point.
Hey,
The
Jemsy,
explanation is
hold
good
on
enough.
a second, guys. I gotta tell you, I'm neither here nor there. It is what it is, like you just gotta do what you gotta do. And
It's just like something like Jemsy said. I did this, and this is what I experienced. It was like, believe me. You don't have to
That's the thing.
believe Jemsy.
But that's the whole point. I'm bringing
oh my god,
bring him.
please don't take
Whatever.
what I said seriously and make an argument
No.
out of it. But
But I'm just trying to go step by step because, bro, I
The only
explained
reason
this.
I'm saying that is I
Listen.
feel bad
I've
for.
explained this to family members. Water level. I explained this the water level to family, and they get it, bro. All you have to do is keep it simple. If they want to further look into it, they can do it. But first, you gotta make them realize, like, water level and that kind of stuff. And then, if you want to bring up laser tests, like I was doing with this guy, if he's interested on that kind of stuff, because this is one topic, right? We're talking about water level. And then if he likes what I'm saying, maybe we can bring out the documents, the PDF, the videos, and then he can look through that himself.
Check this out in simplicity. When we first talk to people about this topic, let's say, a lot of the times I'll ask someone, well, Earth looks flat, doesn't it? And, of course, they're going to be like, well, it looks flat because it's so big. These simple questions we have to answer right up front.
No, bro. I think that's the wrong approach.
You don't like. I know you don't like it.
Listen, because
and you want to go through freaking hours and hours of freaking. It's like, well, the Earth is flat because
you're the one that speaks for hours and hours by yourself, Helio. That's you, actually. You're projecting at the moment.
No, I was just talking about if I ask someone, well, it looks
when
flat,
you tell
doesn't
people the Earth looks flat, most people go out of the door from their house. They get out, open the window, go out the door. They don't see the Earth being flat. They see the street. They see the cars moving around them. They go up the hill. They go around town. They don't see the Earth flat.
Who told them they lived on a globe?
But we're not talking about globe. We're talking about the immediate experience. We're talking about the immediate experience, and the best way to break that is when you actually go yourself and look at the distances and test that, right? So
test
if
what?
You tell, if what you
globe?
Tell them,
what globe? It never existed. It never has existed.
If you tell people the Earth is flat, that's it. They're not gonna get it. So you have to go based on each people experience. You have to go by the experience that they're having.
Bro, do you think so? You've experienced, somebody when you go through all these details. Now they're like, oh, I see why the Earth is flat now because you just went through an hour spiel about how the Earth is flat.
Anyways, I am Biomax. You've been unmuted. Can you please ask a question and save this VC from Helio?
There's somebody new here. I'm sorry, I've been delivering. There you go, CB. We unmute Biomax? No,
$1, Bob. I would like to bid $1.
I am Bimax.
Yeah, what's up, Bimax? Have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
No.
Well, now you're talking to some flat Earthers. What do you think?
The opposite.
Hey, I think you should talk to Jimsy. He's the best flat Earth talker that exists in the world.
Hold on. Flat Earth is flat. True or false? 3 seconds. Go.
He said the opposite. To the question that Helio asked him, he said he believes the opposite. And anybody want to ask why will that be? Why do you believe the opposite of what you experience?
Hey, backwards. I apologize. I mean, you can talk to anybody you want to, and I'll mute my mic. I'm gonna go smoke. Let's see. I'll be listening.
No, we need Helio. Helio, you cannot go.
No, I want to hear what Bimax says, and you guys have the best questions, so I want to hear it.
All right. I just thought maybe you would be better at it.
Lou, stop it. All right, Baymax. So you believe the opposite. That's great. But how much do you know about the globe? Do you feel like you have a pretty good understanding?
I'm not sure.
About how big is it?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what gravity is?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a force.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Are you really sure about that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's a George Musser who writes for Scientific American, speaking to someone who debates flat earthers. He's telling them about gravity.
Gravity is not a force, but
so he's saying gravity is not a force. Why would he say that?
I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
So, are you sure gravity's a force?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Okay.
What is it?
Huh?
Define gravity.
Causes attraction between things.
So that's an out-of-date definition. That's why you think it's a force still. That is an out-of-date definition, and that's why you still think that gravity is a force, I guess. Or why
Is it
you
out of date?
defined as one. Yeah, that was 107 years ago by Einstein.
Okay.
It's not defined that way anymore. It's defined as space-time curvature.
Right. You're not familiar with Einstein's bending and warping of space-time yet, are you, Baymax?
No.
Yeah, masses bend and warp space-time and cause gravity wells and things that things fall into. It's not actually defined anymore as mass attracting mass, and it's categorized as a pseudo-force. So not a force. But anyway, that's all just kind of sci-fi mechanics for the globe. Let's see if we have a globe.
Yeah, you got to know how big the globe is first, Baymax. So,
Okay.
why don't we take a quick look and find out how big the Earth is?
6,371.
Yep.
Radius.
So now we need to know, because I can just ask you like how tall you are, and you could just give me any random number. So to check, we would need measurements, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So who measured to get that number?
It was obviously some sort of equation or something. I don't know.
Okay, so an equation is how you measured something?
Possibly. It's probably satellite, so I assume. They might as well.
So imagine this: you need to go get some fresh pair of kicks. You go to this mall to the shoe store. Do they check the security camera to measure your foot, or do they just directly measure your foot?
Well, yeah, but the security cameras don't have. They're just a camera.
Right. So
There's technology
what
on
is
board
going
to
away from the thing you need to measure? How does that help you measure it directly? By going away from it? If I want to know how tall you are, you just start sprinting away from you?
Yeah, but my feet aren't as. The feet are smaller than the rest of me. The Earth's. If you're standing on the Earth, you can't just measure it because it's so much bigger.
Then how'd they measure it to have a 39, 59 mile radius?
Huh?
Then how did they measure it in the first place, like they claimed?
Well, yeah, they've probably tried to measure it themselves, but
tried and it didn't work out.
Well, yeah, because there's no way that would happen.
Well, so no globe then. So no globe. I guess we're done with the globe already. All right.
Well, Baymax, it doesn't really sound very scientific to just spray and pray things up into the sky. If they have these machines up there that are quote unquote measuring the Earth, you would kind of need to know some stuff about the Earth before you send it up there. I would imagine you don't just hope you're sending like valuable stuff in the sky. You're just going to spray and pray it up there. I don't think so. So, did anyone measure this globe yet? Because the number's there, in the same way that I could just say I'm like 6'5", But are there any measurements to back that up?
Fast.
Yeah. Well, really, I mean, we're sending you. This is an attempt to send you on a wild goose chase to look for something that you'll come to realize isn't there. We could just tell you, we rip the Band-Aid off and say that no one measured that to get that number.
Okay.
And you know how you said like the opposite? Well, actually, the opposite is true here. People went out and have measured the surface of the Earth, and there's no curvature. So this isn't really like an agree or disagree type of thing. Like, just like your height isn't something that I can just disagree with or call a conspiracy theory. Your height is what it is, brother. Once you measure it, you know. It's not a theory. It's not an idea. It can't be debunked. It can't be the opposite either, right? It just is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
So, yeah. No one here believes the Earth is flat.
You guys trying to trigger me with that? It is what it is.
I was late to it earlier, Lou. But yeah, Baymax, if someone did measure the globe, then I'd be on the ball. I'd be a baller again, no problem. Because then we would know it was a globe.
Shot caller.
Wish I was a little bit taller. But yeah, what do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, that's not unfair, really.
Well, it's okay to believe in the globe. Like, I would say majority of people here used to. Strongly. For the majority of their life. So, we get it, bro. It's what you're used to. You have the home field advantage. The home court advantage. You've got the crowd on your side. When you go to Google, it'll tell you that, yep, it's a globe.
Yeah.
But
so what do you just think satellite footage is just fake then, or?
Oh, well, it's showing curved water. So when do you see that? You know, you don't just take it on face value, right? You go out and make sure it's real. Did you do that?
No.
It's okay if you haven't. I mean, I didn't when I was a globe earther. I just believed it. Seemed like it all checked out.
Yeah.
But really, it starts to fall apart upon your investigation. So I would recommend don't leave here today and say, oh, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. We want you to go and check for yourself. Go check up on the thing that you currently believe in, right? You said you believe the opposite. Well, go check to see if that's really there. They've given you the numbers. You just looked up the size of the globe. It's simple geometry now. 8th grade geometry. You can calculate the distance to the horizon at any given observer height.
Yeah,
And
you can actually check it out yourself. You can go to the shore of the ocean, or I'm kind of landlocked. I live in Central America, but bro, I mean the horizon. If you think that's the curvature of the Earth, then you're sadly mistaken. That's not even what it's described as. Sorry, CB.
No, you're good. That brings up a good point, Helio. It's like people don't realize that the original claim was, well, the horizon is Earth curvature. And then we debunk that with, obviously, our long-distance observations. Black Swan. That kind of thing. And then people want to talk about all these other excuses, refraction, all that stuff. Okay, well then I guess the horizon isn't Earth curvature. That was easy.
I'll just ask Baymax, do you think boats go over the curvature or the horizon?
I suppose so.
So do you believe the horizon is physical?
Maybe.
Well, it's a yes or no. Is the horizon physical?
Sure.
No, the
It
horizon
is
not.
what it is, Pat.
I'm so
The horizon's not physical, so it's not the curvature. Boats don't go over the horizon.
Well, they're definitely not going over any curved water, right? Because water doesn't form into hills and mounds
Yeah,
in the
and we
way
have
that
a
people
we have a
think.
lot of fun around here sometimes, but when it comes to this particular argument, this is the basis of everything that we're talking about. You live on the same earth that we do, don't you? Don't you live on the same earth that we do?
Yeah.
I live in a certain city. Everyone here lives in a different city and different country. But when we observe Earth, we're not seeing curvature of the Earth from Earth, right? The only reason you think the Earth is a globe is because of the story they told you with pictures from space, but they're not really pictures. So, where do you see Earth's curvature? If you think the curvature of the Earth is the horizon, you're sadly mistaken. It's absolutely not true. Yeah. James, I didn't know you weren't talking about that, but I was talking about something else. But that's just going to come up eventually.
The cool thing is, Baymax. Yeah, go ahead, Morris.
What?
I saw you light up. Go ahead there.
I have a simple question. But you guys think the Earth's flat, right?
Well, depends what you mean by that. But yeah.
Right.
Can't.
So,
No. Here's the thing: is you think the Earth is a globe? We are damn well certain that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it cannot be a globe. It definitely cannot be a globe.
Right. So if I had a telescope, this is in your world. If I was in New York, right, example,
I already
had a
know where you're going
telescope,
with it.
could I see all the way to Africa?
Let me take this one, boys. Let me take this one.
Oh, you better
Look.
make it good. You better make it good
Look.
because I have one too.
You guys have this idea that you can point a telescope in the sky and see billions and trillions of miles. So then you take that idea and then you think, well, why don't I just point it down the street? Okay, dude. There's things in the way. There's trees, towns, buildings. There's things in the air, weather. Okay, so you can't just point it down the street. Yeah, but there's also weather. Okay, just because it's clear where you are doesn't mean it's not going to be poor weather in the downtown or 20 miles away. Okay, so
there wasn't.
Okay, so when do you control the weather?
Wait for midsummer.
Okay, so but then just because it's clear where you are doesn't mean it's going to be clear 100 miles down your path of view.
Yeah, on that point, we've had people say, "Hey,
Okay,
if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see Mount Fuji or Mount Olympus or these different mountains, in Europe from the USA, with the telescope and CB's exactly right. You wouldn't be able to see them. Even doesn't matter what the weather is. You're just not going to be able to see that far, even with a telescope. If you point it laterally.
Here's the thing to keep in mind too. It's like nothing changes about the world. It's not going to shift and morph into something else when you realize that it's not curved. So it's not going to change. You're not going to all of a sudden start seeing like Superman when you realize the Earth is flat. It is what it is. So you can't see to China. Doesn't matter whether you're on a globe or a flat Earth. The only people telling you that you should be able to see on a flat Earth are people who don't know what flat Earth is. They're coming up with some silly magic carpet that you can see across. No one supports that. So instead of making up a cosmology that's easy to debunk, you could steel man our position, which is when
that's exactly what that is, a steel man. When have you ever heard of flat earthers say, well, since the Earth is flat, I can see freaking Mount Fuji from California. I mean, nobody would ever claim that, as a real flat earther, because that's absolutely ridiculous. Nobody would ever claim that because you wouldn't be able to see that far, even with a telescope. That's freaking 500 times zoom or 1,000 times zoom, you still wouldn't be able to see Mount Fuji.
And that's also a case of moving the goalpost,
What
right?
about
Because the globe side has already
Hubble
said,
telescope?
well, you can't see it past this distance because there's a horizon blocking your view. So you're moving the goalpost a crazy amount to say, oh, well, why don't you see infinitely? What happened to us seeing 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer
Well,
height?
and that goes back into the original argument about the horizon. Is it the physical curvature of the Earth or not? Right? Because
Can we have the guy replying to what is being said instead of babbling?
What are you
Helio,
on about?
like, you see?
Sure.
So just
Sure, I'm babbling. Go ahead.
I'm just listening.
do you heard and understood what was being said by
Yeah,
any
I'm
chance?
kind of listening, but now you're rambling on. Helio Skepta, you continue.
Yeah, you gonna reply to what's being said?
No,
you're not allowed. That's against the rule.
Yeah, I'm not
That's like
allowed
the
to
one rule
because
that's been
Jemsy said I
established.
can't talk anymore.
Helio, that's the one rule that's been established. Jemsy established that he is not allowed to address you in this topic tonight.
No, the guy was talking to CB, and you guys been saying stuff. He can't reply to what is being said, so to see if he can understand what is being said or not.
I don't know. That's not how I heard it, but whatever.
Okay, so CB.
No, I'm telling you, shut up. I'm with Jemsy.
Oh, shut up.
Poor guy.
Or just let's just keep talking, and the guy's gonna just leave eventually, like the other guy.
Well, it's also important to remember that like you're not really seeing billions and trillions of miles with a telescope. So
What
the
about
logic
Hubble,
doesn't hold up
Hubble
anyway.
telescope?
Go ahead, Morris. What you
What
want
about the Hubble telescope?
What about
that?
it?
Well, isn't that like the world's like best telescope?
Are you well? That medium that the Hubble telescope claimed
They
to
can see the
exist in.
furthest.
Yeah, that medium that it's claimed to exist in only exists on TV, brother. It's not a real medium.
I've seen it in real life.
The Hubble telescope.
Yep. No, well, I've seen the building. I haven't been inside the building. So.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about outer space. Unfortunately, as cool as a theme it is, and it works really well for movies and shows, it's not a real place.
What?
So
where I've been isn't a real place.
What, outer space? You've been outer space?
No, we're not talking about outer space.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, brother. So outer space. Okay, but you're still not seeing into outer space. Billions and trillions of miles. That's kind of my point. You're not seeing into outer space. You're not looking into Narnia's closet. You can't zoom in on Planet Namek because it's on TV.
When people go in a rocket to space, they don't go anywhere, is what you're trying to say.
Well, you can't go to space.
Well, where do they go then if they just keep going up?
Hold on a second, brother. You can't go to space unless you jump into a screen, like Blue's Clues. I don't know if you guys have ever seen.
Yeah,
Blue's Clues.
Dead serious. He's right. Like even that Red Bull space jump. This is what we were talking about like a day or two ago. I'm telling you, dead to rights. Like, if you want to get into it, we can. But the whole Red Bull space jump, he didn't jump from 126,000 feet up. Okay, they might have filmed a ragdoll falling from 126,000 feet up. But you remember how he tumbled and was unconscious for like all of it up until like when he had to re-enter and all that. You probably don't because most people haven't actually looked at. Most people started Flat Earth after that event happened. I was into it, like I watched it. So the whole thing, when you look back, if you watch it in full, like all the time and everything else, all of it is staged. All of it. Even that Planet New Mexico, they purposefully used a fisheye lens on a small chunk of land and presented it to you as the Earth. Okay, and most people went, "That's the curve of the Earth." And
wait, you're telling me 19 and it was space? Like, what? How dare you?
It's all in a studio. It like there might have been like real takes, like I said, like dummies drop from planes, or a guy dropping from 60,000 feet instead of 120,000 feet. You know, like you know, they can piece this stuff together. The cameras are pretty good for that. You know, like it wasn't a real event.
You know
Hey
what's
guys,
crazy? Yeah, go ahead.
hey Lumpy. Hey, I got a new guy in the car with me. And we're just listening, and I thought maybe we ask guys to go over like 3 points because he doesn't really want to talk, but I just wanted to let him kind of get familiar with the Discord a little bit. Just riding with me, we're making about a half-hour ride, and if I can request that, is that okay?
Yeah,
I don't
for
mean
sure.
to start the conversation. I'm sorry if not, that's fine too. I'll just mute myself, and you guys.
No, you're all good, Lumpy. Should be a good opportunity.
Why is he not Canadian? Can somebody tell me that? He's just the nicest guy in the world.
Well, I'll start it then. Point number 1, and I know you guys will, that no human directly measures Earth curvature to match the radius we've been given for the over distance with laser tests and high powered zoom. Correct. Right? You hearing me? I go. Did I lose you guys?
Yep,
We're
no, we
hearing
still
you,
got
dude.
you.
Okay, cool. So that's an agreeable statement. No human, no agent, government, nobody ever has directly measured the curve. It's all like hat tricks and stuff, and shadows and different garbage like that, right?
Correct.
Correct. Sorry, I don't mean the conversation boring. I'm not trying to. And then the next one would be Earth movement. I mean, it's like common experience that I don't experience movement. In first experience, I'm not feeling like I'm moving. Do it like we're in the car right now. When I turned, you can feel that. So that's another thing. Is the only indication that we're moving is trick sort of things like a Foucault's pendulum, where we can't see the mechanism of the item. And the claim is there's Coriolis, which is 2 reference frames, because if there wasn't, as you elevate in the sky, the air speed would have to speed up in relation to the radius increase. It would be measurable. And flights.
Is that the major claim, though, about spin of Earth? Is that the major claim, or is that just
what?
One of their ideas about?
It's a unverifiable claim, and it's actually verified false. Coriolis when you strictly adhere to the definition, yeah, it's verifiably false. So they add hat tricks, and so bullets experience Coriolis, but hot air don't, and airplanes don't. You know what I mean? Bullet. It's going to take a direct path. It's like a line of sight. You can use a laser. So
sure, but I mean, there's a lot of the details of it. You want to go over the 3 points. I mean, is there anyone to talk to about this? Some new people that
well, I got a guy in my car right now. If he wanted to get on voice, ask. He doesn't really want
I'll
to,
hear
so
the
that's
points.
Yeah, let's do it.
Go on.
Do
Why
it.
not?
Do it.
End
Do
it.
it. Go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead, guys.
Well, somebody can do it, or I can keep trying.
I mean,
I just wanted
you're
it to
already
come from.
halfway. You're already halfway done.
Wait,
Hit
can
the
I?
I'm pretty
Can
much
I
there.
ask
Yeah.
quick
Well,
question?
the
Yeah,
next.
go ahead, Morris. Go ahead,
Right.
Morris.
So you said like space is fake and it's a myth, whatever. I can't really remember, but it was fake.
well, how come now you can send up, like, I've seen many YouTube videos of YouTubers sending up food to space as just content and delivering it, but
Right, and
apparently it's
Superman as
fake.
well. Don't forget Superman flew around the Earth as well.
And I'm not talking about
We saw
Superman,
that.
am I?
We
I've
saw
seen
that
that
as well, though,
video.
didn't we?
Oh,
I've seen
this is
that
a
video you're
Glover.
talking about.
Talking
I've seen
about
that
Nick
video.
Marijuana here.
Moors, I've seen that video you're talking about.
Well,
And
who's the
you should
YouTuber?
There's no evidence of him.
go and check. You should go check the video because you
Who's
can
the
see that
YouTuber?
the camera
He's
is.
ignoring my question.
Sorry, if you let me finish, because you referenced multiple videos, so there's multiple of them. So we already understand the premise of your question.
We'll ask him.
Keep in
We'll
mind,
get
Morris, you're not the first contestant. You're contestant number 25,000. So we've had this conversation a lot, and you probably haven't had this conversation with many people because you're just Googling things on the spot. I would imagine if you just Google,
I mean, I've
we
seen
talked about
footage
outer
of
space, and you're
video and
looking
like
at big people sent their
astronomy.
iPhones to space with food, right? So I'll finish my point by saying that if you look at the cameras, you can see that the houses and stuff, when they just let the camera go, it's curved there on the ground. But regardless, I could just, even without that, I could just ask you, do you even know at what altitude they were sent up? And once you give me the altitude, we can explain why there's no curve at that altitude anyway. So, do you have any information on altitude?
I just watched the YouTube video.
In my opinion, I think that's the wrong question. But go ahead, gentlemen.
Thanks for the input, Helio.
Yeah, but I can bloviate, and freaking talk about the.
Well, Helio, it's not that I agree with you, but again, I would point out in this same argument, like, I don't know if it's a great argument because essentially a big part of the flat earth argument is that no matter, even if you went to the space station, you still wouldn't see it. And that's the globe earth claim. Okay.
Well, the reason I think it was the wrong.
No, hold on, Helio. What I'm saying is, I don't know if that's like really a good like hook.
Well, the reason I think it was the wrong. The reason I think it was the wrong question.
Let him finish his point.
Dude, Lou, I think it was the wrong question because he was talking about a certain distance where you can start floating around the Earth. And how are you going to throw this rocket up there and then start floating around Earth? That's what I was.
No, my point is that to tell somebody like the Earth is flat, and they say nuh-uh, and you say uh-huh, and then they say prove it, and you say okay, and then you go, even from the ISS you wouldn't see curve, and they go nuh-uh, I saw it on the live stream, and you say, well, according to math, you wouldn't be able to see it. And like this is the conversation we're having, right?
I know, right? This is so ridiculous.
It could either go that route or we could go the gas pressure
it's
route.
Like,
but most people have this idea that you can see curvature. So
no, you can't. No, that's not even the question. With this one, it's actually just like how far can you throw something up into the sky before it starts revolving around Earth?
Well,
here's the thing. It's true. According to the math on the globe Earth model, you shouldn't be able to distinguish curvature from even the ISS, but yet all videos show extreme curvature.
Crazy curvature.
Like extreme.
Like those food videos you're talking about, more, is they're showing curvature from the moment they let go of the camera. The houses, the backyards are curved. Come on, man. You have to have some sort of discernment to detect it.
Just watch it then.
But what, just saying what I said though, is according to the math, is like, it's not really a flat earth argument then, is it? It's a globe earth argument. It's saying, according to the math, even from here, we shouldn't see curve.
Yeah, it's educating a baller on his own worldview.
Hey, check this out. On the flat earth side, if you anything like say we're talking about the The Go Fast rocker, right? That's the only one we really have to go anything, any way off of. Go Fast is like, hey, this is us, we got some funding and we're gonna shoot a rocket 70 miles into the air and see what happens. And that's pretty much all we have to go on. But when it comes to NASA, they have all kinds of freaking weird shit. And it's like, oh, yeah. Well, what you can do is use the gravity turn and just launch the rocket into space and then use a secondary rocket. And then you can go into higher altitude and then you're in orbit. That's how they reach low Earth orbit, according to their thing. I don't know if you knew that or not, but that's pretty much the way they say. They'll use some big
guys. Just everybody agree with Helio. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm going to trust you on that, Helio, because I haven't
Don't
looked
trust
into
me
it.
on it. Fucking look it up.
No, I haven't.
We have like new people that want to have a conversation. Who was it? Let me see. Since Helio cannot moderate himself, I'm gonna start moderating him. So Lumpy Gas Vacuum, is your friend still there? Lumpy Gas? Lumpy Gas in a vacuum.
I don't think he's a. Oh, he is.
Yeah, he is.
You have Morris here as well.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So,
but remember, Lumpy Gas jumped in and he wanted to. He probably wanted to address a few things with his friend. So we could probably kind of talk to the new people instead of listening to Helio talking for 5 minutes in a row.
So them are the first 2 points that no Earth directly met, no record of it. And the next one was nobody's ever did Earth motion other than the stars moving in the sky. That's the only indication that Earth's moving from the heliocentric perspective, except for their double speak where they say bullets do and these, but whatever. Well, no, don't use that word. Anyway, hypothesis the construction of a test for the in the use of making use of the scientific method, which is an independent variable and a dependent variable. But that's a little past where we're at right now. And then the next one, in this one, serious clincher for me. Just think a balloon, think propane tank, think anything where there's a difference in air pressure and it's not equalizing, because that can't happen. Air pressure fills volume always, and it's thermally stop. So that's the 3 point. And to that, I don't know. I just thought I'd have a person that's willing to hear it, then just come to the server and just talk about, I guess, whatever's on topic, or I don't know.
So you did brought up the 3 points, and it will be kind of like better if he can get in the mic. But you saying he's not gonna get in the mic? That's what you're saying?
Wait, just say.
Don't mind. I'm not real shy, but I'm really grateful for the education here. I love learning. I'm very open-minded.
Yeah, that's cool, man. So the 3 points that he's bringing up to you, just maybe if you come to the curvature of the Earth, he mentioned that, and gas pressure, and also the movement of the ground. Those are three
guys,
topics.
Can I ask for a few posts to be put up?
Posts? You want to look at this stuff? Are you guys driving?
Here, I would like to say that like, most of what we're saying is not like missed in the information A to Z down towards the bottom of the server. So if you care to do a little of your own self research, we do post a lot of this stuff that like within the server that you can like dig in there. Otherwise, of course, there's the live stream voice text that follows along the chat, and a certain percentage of it might just be joking, and another percent might be relevant. Yeah, and if anybody doesn't have relevant information, it's always nice to put it in there. But yeah, well, I guess what I was saying is like, don't expect for it to just be there in sources and all that stuff. I know we want to be specific. If you want actually that, you might want to dig a little deeper in the server.
Well, I was just thinking the coin vanishing bottom up on the table is a good visual, and then the black swan, or I can do that too. For I don't know.
Yeah, I
Hey,
guess what
Lumpy
I'm
guys,
saying is like, don't. Yeah, sometimes you're lucky and somebody will post something for you that's relevant to what you're talking about, and other times you got to do it for yourself.
So Lumpy guys, I'm gonna post citations for the gas pressure. Maybe if your friend might be interested on that topic, which is a big one. So there's some citations right here. I tagged you, and there's links to that.
Okay, I got them. We'll go over that. Yeah, we'll be
that's
taking
that,
it a little bit tonight.
yeah, that
Boyle's
that
law.
is a good one for the gas pressure side, and then for the curvature we have the channel called laser test. I'm gonna put the channel over there. We also have long distance observations like this one, and you guys can go through that if you want to expand on
I
any
will be.
point. We can do that.
Yeah, yep, I'm good. Yep, we'll make use of it. Anybody
Lumpy,
willing to hear? Yeah, what up?
Lumpy, can I ask your friend one question? How long ago did he hear that flat Earth is really a thing? How long?
He's talking to his friend. He has a friend next to him, so he's a
Right.
flat earther. Yeah.
I know Lumpy.
No, he's asking the friend.
Yeah.
Oh, the friend.
I think a couple of years ago I was locked up with a fellow that was being flat, and I listened, and there was some relevant points that made, So I mean, it's been a couple of years since I've heard one.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
the truth is with
resonated with you. Sorry.
With Flat Earth, we are limited to our resources in our testing, especially in the modern era, right? Like, what type of testing equipment can we use? Where can we go? Geopolitically and all of that. Like, so it's kind of a new resurgence, and our information is limited, but. So you have to give it a little bit of a benefit of the doubt sometimes, which I know is a shaky case when you're trying to make a case.
There's some kind of animal over here. Oh, it's a big deer.
But also for the guy and his friend, I kind of feel like maybe I'm wrong. This is just intuition, but I kind of feel like he's sort of playing like I'm the flat earther, he's the Glober, but really they're both Globers and they're both curious.
Oh, me? A Glober? Heck no.
Are you both curious instead?
Lumpy gas actually works with pressure systems involved, and he knows.
This is Lumpy's friend.
Lumpy's
for real.
What are you talking about? Lumpy's OG. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
no, I didn't.
He's an OG, and you doing the Helio thing that he starts saying things that happen.
No, stop! I just took it back. Don't fucking make it worse than it is. I took it back. No, I didn't realize it was Lumpy's friend. No, Lumpy's legit. Yeah,
Lumpy is legit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey y'all.
Yeah,
Hey,
I thought having
Shalom.
support like communities would be good. And actually, the post that we got, we're going to be looking at that stuff for sure.
Somebody has an echo right now.
Okay, I'm gonna just mute myself because we're driving and.
Yeah, concentrate on that.
Can he look at the screen? I'll go over the black swan with him if he wants to see it. Or not, whatever you guys want to do, go ahead.
Let's see. Yeah, he opened his mic and he asked for us to speak with his friend, and we did here and there, and yeah, that was great. And we also posted a few links for them to look into for him to look
Well,
with his friend. So that's probably good enough for now because they're driving. So yeah.
well, he just said in the chat, Black Swan, yes. So he just posted the picture. So I'll just give him the real brief version of it. But it's still accurate to the argument. Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, the Modus Tollens
Modus
of it. He has the image right now, and I'm gonna mute again. Hold on a second. I gotta find me. Gregory's here too. Hi, Gregory.
Hey, I don't know how the hell I was trying to ask a question, then I somehow zipped myself to Earth Awakenings. What I was trying to say was, can any of y'all explain to me real quick, how they supposedly calculate the speed of light?
There's an
Math.
experiment you gotta look up from the 1800s.
Yeah, I would love to know. I think somebody tried to explain it to me, a couple times throughout life, and I was like, yeah, okay, I think I get it, but I didn't. I did.
Can I bring us back maybe because I've been sharing some DMs with Morris, but if you guys want to carry on, I'd love to carry on the topic. So Morris, I just sent you that clip. Were you able to check that out?
About that black guy talking about
black guy. Yes.
The space jump.
Yeah.
Gregory, could you have a more black name, please?
No, he didn't.
Yeah. So, what did you think about that, Morris?
I just don't really know, to be honest.
Okay. Well, I referenced that because you sent the pictures of the video of the GoPro sending food, right? And I showed you how it's showing curvature even on the ground, like food on the
It
ground.
could just be the camera, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the point, right? That's the point, right? So,
no, it's 360-degree camera there.
Yeah, of course, right. That's kind of my point. So, and in the clip that I sent you with the Neil deGrasse thing, he basically says the same thing, right? You can use cameras to curve horizontal lines, but at that altitude, you're not seeing any curvature. I know Lou referenced this, but I think it's important for people to understand this because you were saying that you saw curvature in an airplane. There's a lot of people in this VC. Many people have flown. You've said you've flown many times.
Yeah.
You there's no seeing curvature from an airplane, brother. We would have all seen the same thing.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, but okay, so if you're at 4 times that altitude and you can't see curvature, then what did you see?
No, but
what would you say to people who claim that they see curvature from the beach?
But what do you mean?
There are people who say that they stand on the beach and they see the curve of the earth when they look at the ocean.
Correct. Morris, if you scooped up 10 different globe earthers and asked them the same question, how high do you need to see curvature? Well, Morris, I'll finish my point real quick. But if you feel like you have to speak when I'm speaking, then go ahead.
Right, okay. So do you know like the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse?
Okay, wait, Morris.
Right, so
we're talking about
altitude.
Hold on, buddy. We're not even on eclipses yet. And before you bunny rabbit, hop over to another topic. What about what we've been talking about? Can you address what's being said? Because you decided to interrupt when I was trying to make the point very clear.
Right. Wait, what? Again, talking about beaches or something.
Yeah, so pay attention here. We'll make this very, very clear. If you scooped up 10 different ball earthers and asked them, can you see curvature and at what altitude? You'll get one of them that says you can see it at the beach. You get another one that says you can see it on top of a really tall building. You get another one that says you can see it on a mountain. Here comes you saying you can see it in an airplane. Then you have other people, experts, mind you, astrophysicists, who are telling you you can't see curvature from that altitude or 4 times higher. And then you have even more people saying mathematically you can't even see curvature from these altitudes. So that's the point. You guys all have this these different ideas about where you're supposed to see curvature, but none of you understand that you literally can't see curvature according to your own model.
So when I saw with my own eyes, apparently that's all fake, and you're right.
No, you just didn't see curvature, brother.
Okay, so
That doesn't even
my
match up
lying to myself.
It's called confirmation bias. We have many people in here that believed in the globe, and they actually were like skydiving on an airplane, and they say, you know what? I really thought I saw curvature, and I even told my friends I saw the curvature from the airplane window. But now I've realized that no, you can't see it, and you're gonna have you're gonna have people that look through the airplane window and they say, I don't see any curvature, and other people will tell you, yeah, I see the curvature right there.
Wait,
Morris, let me
See
ask you
this
this
curvature of
question.
Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So yeah, he's talking about at 128,000 feet up. So you were flying at about 40,000 feet. So you're going to double or triple down on you definitely saw something that you mathematically cannot see.
Well,
according to your own model.
I have a deal with you, right? So I'm going on holiday like end of August. I'm gonna look out the window.
Okay.
And if I don't see curvature, I'll come back and I'll
Take
say
pictures.
you're 100% right.
Dude, the thing is even if you come back and say that you didn't see curve, it fits your stupid globe Earth model.
Yeah, that's correct. But Lou, they need to understand that what they're claiming isn't even it's not related to their own.
It's
They're making up their
confirmation bias. Confirmation
Yeah,
bias. That's it.
it is, and the reason it is because if you're looking out a window of an aircraft, if you have clear skies, you think you're seeing curvature, yet you're seeing things hundreds of miles away, which totally debunks any curvature anyway, just by the view you're seeing. And if you actually look at the horizon itself, you can put a ruler up to it, and it's not curvy. There's no curvature.
Let me
Anywhere.
ask him this question.
Listen, I used to think I saw the curvature myself on a cliff at the beach. I go, I can see the curvature. This is many years ago. Now I realize that even in that view that I was seeing, I could see things that were way, way, way too far for it to be the curvature that was prescribed to us.
All right, Gregory. Thank you, Sonny. Gregory's trying to ask a question, and we're gonna allow him to ask the question, and the other guy replied, and to bring it to a logical conclusion. Go ahead, Gregory.
When you made your observation out the window, did you see everything or some things curve away from you downward in a convex pattern?
Well, what do you mean?
Like, did you? So imagine you and I are standing on a hot air balloon, like, a humongous balloon in the air. If we're standing on the top of it, we can, even especially the higher up you go, you can see the balloon become smaller the further away we get away from it, and you can see that it is curving down and away from you convexly. When you were up there, did you see the Earth curving down and away from you? And did you see anything on the Earth leaning away, down and away from
I
you?
saw the environment. Yeah, I saw like the curve of the horizon. Like, can't see anymore. Yeah, that was pretty curved, to be honest.
Well, the
why are you
horizon,
lying?
the
This dude's
meeting point between the floor and the sky, but did you see the Earth curve down and away from you?
Don't remember. I might have done.
So that was a fucking lie.
What are you on about, CB?
Well, dude, because you're making it seem like we don't all live on the same Earth. Like we don't all experience the same thing. So you're telling us something contrary to what everyone else experiences, and we're trying to just educate you on that. We're not even debating a flat Earth at this point because we have to educate you on your own model, right? So that's what's sad about this. We're not even able to have a debate because we have to teach your guys' own worldview.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so right. So this is my question now. So do you know the solar eclipse? This is what I was asked before. Right? How come?
One
when you
second, did Gregory finish
the
with
sun-
his line of questioning? Gregory, did you finish?
I think it concluded his last answer was, I don't remember. So that's a conceit to not having
Okay.
knowledge.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
my bad. Okay. So do you know the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse? How come the shadow's round? Wouldn't it like not have a shadow if?
So when have you
the moon
confirmed any of
was round?
this? Right. So
Wouldn't it like? Well,
you have a narrative and you have an observation. So we observe things in the sky, but you haven't confirmed the narrative is true.
So maybe put selenilian or whatever it's called and get rid of the eclipse.
Yeah, so you're saying what you're saying is you're asking us about the lunar eclipse. Can you formulate a question? Like, can you be specific? What are you trying to say?
Like the shadow's round.
Where do you see shadow?
Like, no, the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, right?
So what you're saying is that the
sun
shadow, the phenomena that we observe as the
and then there's
lunar eclipse, you're saying that that is the Earth
Morris, are you
getting
listening?
between.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Hey.
Are you saying that that phenomena that we observe is actually the Earth getting between the sun and the moon, casting a shadow on the moon? And since the shadow looks round, therefore the Earth is round. That's what you're saying?
Well, I thought you said what?
In other words, you're saying the ground is blocking your view of things in the sky.
Or casting the shadow on the moon. Supposedly the shadow.
Does that make sense, Morris?
Wait, say it again.
Yeah. You think the ground is blocking your view of things in the sky?
The ground?
Yeah. You think the Earth is round, right? So that's what's causing the shadow of things in the sky. So the ground is blocking things in the sky. Huh?
Blocking the sun.
No, the moon is. I think. Right.
Oh, so that's the
So it seems
solar
like-
eclipse.
seems
Are
like
you
you
talking
have-
about a lunar
I'm
eclipse
talking
or a
about
solar
Seems like you're
eclipse?
confused.
What about the solar eclipse?
So
Okay,
the solar
the
eclipse.
sun being eclipsed by something.
Right. So you have.
What is the actual claim?
moon-
What is the actual
moon
claim that
goes
he's making?
in front of the way. The moon goes in front of the sun, blocking sunlight to Earth for like 2-3 minutes.
Right.
And then
Right.
the shadows. You
Morris.
can see the shadow that's round.
Yeah, no, it's Morris. We're all aware of the narrative, right? But is there anything you can offer, maybe like some verification or some evidence? Because right now, the best you can offer is just retelling the story over again. We already know the story. So
Yeah, but
what do you have for proof?
The shadow's round. It's round. That means.
Well, how do you know that's a shadow? Again, you're just you're retelling the story isn't proving that the story is true.
Well, that is true.
Okay, but by just saying it one more time?
Just asserting that it's true does not substantiate it. You have to give an argument, a series of premises to support your concluding premise that it's a shadow.
That's like going to a courtroom and saying, well, I'm not guilty. Well, how are you not guilty? Do you have evidence? I'm just not guilty.
I'm not guilty.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
that's you just did, brother. I said,
exactly
can you
what you're
substantiate
saying.
your story, and you said, well, it's just true. Come on, man, you got to keep up a little bit.
So let's back up. Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. Try this again. Solar eclipse. You believe that is the supposed rock?
Well,
that is the humongous rock that is the moon, sitting in front of the humongous ball of gas that is the sun. Okay, so those are the premises. Those are the premises. So that's the concluding premise. And so the premise to support that concluding premise is that the sun is a circle, the moon is a circle, and it's very dark when the solar eclipse occurs. But that doesn't support the concluding premise that the sun is a humongous ball of gas behind a humongous rock called the moon.
Wait, do you guys think the moon's real?
We all
yes, the moon is up there.
It's just no land in the sky.
We don't know what it is. That's the thing. And we certainly don't think people have gone and played golf on it. You'd have to be a retard to believe such a thing.
Yeah,
correct.
Well, I haven't seen that, to be honest.
Furthermore,
wait, so
the shape of the sun, the shape of the moon, the the gaseousness of the sun or the supposed solidity, rock or mineral, solidity of the moon and being a rock, it doesn't support the concluding premise that therefore the Earth is a ball. It doesn't follow. You can have the Earth be a level plane, and there'll be humongous balls above the level plane. It just doesn't follow.
Also, there's an eclipse called the Selenilian eclipse, and that is NASA calls it the impossible eclipse, where you can see the sun and the moon above the horizon, both at the same time.
Now, those premises don't support the concluding premise that the Earth is a ball, and then there must be substantiation for the assertion that that the moon is a humongous rock flying up there, and that the sun is a humongous ball of gas flying around up there. How do you know these to be true?
Eyes.
Say again?
Got eyes. I could see the
Stop.
moon.
Yeah, you also
in the
said you
night.
could see curvature from an airplane, so just relax.
Hey, CB, I'm not talking to you. Right,
Okay,
Gregory, say again.
Okay, is this your first time on the internet?
What do you mean? I'm talking to man like Greg.
Okay, well, you're in an open panel. So just...
Yeah. So you look up at the moon, you look up at the sun. Describe what you see.
What I see the moon. Right, so the
Yeah,
moon.
describe what you see. Describe it.
Let me look at my window, see if I can see it from my window. It's 3 in the morning where I live.
Yeah. We also
wait. It's a big white. It's hard to explain. It's like trying to describe water.
It's glorious.
Looks like it's kind of looks like it's
big white
glowing.
rock in the sky.
You see a rock.
Well, I don't know what's. I don't know what. I see a big white round thing. That is what I see.
Yes. So you see a big white, grayish, bright circle up in the sky.
That bitch
But
glowing.
That is what I see. It is glowing.
In order for you to know that it's a rock, you would have to get closer to it.
Okay.
But you're much too far away to see whether or not the moon is or is not a rock.
Bring back stuff from the moon, like moon rock. That's not moon rock. Like, what are you trying to say? I'm confused. So you're saying that?
So we're informed.
Wait a minute.
We're told by our government that there's these personnel that have gotten into these vehicles and have traveled very, very far distances to one of the celestial bodies up there above the face of the earth.
Do you know the moon
And-
rocks were discovered to be petrified wood, by the way?
Well, come on, Sonny, don't steal my thunder now.
Sonny,
and so
you remember me.
We're also told that these gentlemen collected samples from this celestial body, which are rocks, supposedly from the surface of the celestial body. Now, how do we verify that narrative to be true?
Test the rocks.
So
you see it. We're waiting for someone to quick draw. So I'll just say this. So that's the narrative that we've been told. Now, we didn't see them do this. The report from the personnel is authoritative, which gives it some possibility of credibility. But then when we ask them to substantiate the cosmic paradigm, which is presupposed by this narrative, they fail to substantiate it. They fail to show us that we live on a ball flying in a humongous, unfathomable void, and that the moon is a humongous rock flying around us. They haven't actually gone there.
They have gone there.
But they haven't.
Come on, dude.
People have gone to the moon.
Stop retelling the story like no one's ever heard it before.
But
say things that you know, because when we start to test you, see if you know if that really happened, it's gonna fall short.
But it did happen, right?
Okay, but you're just saying that, right? You're retelling the story again.
Video evidence.
How do you know that it happened?
How do you know that it didn't happen?
Oh,
well, there's multiple reasons why it didn't happen, but they even tell you themselves. The
why
astronaut who
happen?
supposedly
Well,
stepped on the moon says he didn't step on the moon. Okay,
let's converse. That's why we're in here.
No one's ever been to the moon. Tell me
But
why.
hang on. No. That's not how this works. We are being told that people have gone to the moon. That requires substantiation.
Yes.
So how do you know? You can appeal to what they say because you're not one of the astronauts. You're one of the professionals. Supposedly to them, how do they know? Excuse me. Good grief, I got distracted. How do they justify the assertion that they went to the moon? How do they demonstrate that they went to the moon?
They have video evidence. They brought stuff back from the moon. I'm guessing. Why wouldn't they?
Okay, so video.
UK astronaut. Hey, CB, shush. There's a UK astronaut who went to the moon and then he came back and said how it was. I've seen a video.
So pretty much you and I, folks like you and I, the common person, because I'm not your enemy, have been informed. We've been we've been told by our government that they went to the moon. Well, not necessarily. Well, technically, yeah. I'll just say it that way. We've been told by the government that they've been to the moon, and then they've supposed a body of evidence such as video footage or some rocks. You see. But then you also listen further to what they tell you, and someone posted in the text chat. They tell us that they destroyed the technology to go back there again, and they lost the telemetry data that records this, that is the substantiation of this supposed event. So they tell us further, that's essentially telling us they destroy the evidence that substantiates that they went to the moon.
Wait, do you know how like Elon Musk?
Wait, Morris,
he's
can
trying
you
to take
address
to the
can you
moon.
address what was just said to you, please?
I've got short memory loss. I don't remember.
Well, maybe just pay attention.
No, I've got short
So they
memory
tell
loss.
us
It's my condition.
they tell us that they went to the moon. They show us some motion picture. They give us some rocks, supposed rocks. But then they also tell us that they lost the telemetry data that is the substantiation of this narrative, and that they destroyed the technology with which they used to go where they say they've gone. So by their own story, they destroyed the substantiation that substantiates their narrative.
And just so you don't forget that, here you go.
Most famous achievement, accomplishment of mankind, of humans, the landing on the moon. NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box
Every single time they've gone there.
that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have machines to play back.
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it.
Greatest accomplishment in human history.
Nice job, dude, with the all those audio. That's awesome.
Now you see, Moore's. They tell us the narrative that they want us to know, that they want us to believe, and then you listen to them continue to talk, and they hang themselves by their own words. You let them talk long enough. They are telling us they don't have substantiation for their narrative.
Yep. And just to top it off on that little topic, Orion, just go to the experts themselves, NASA, in 2015, the Orion project, they admit it right up front, right in your face, that they never went. They have to solve these problems with the Orion before they could ever go beyond low Earth orbit. NASA, unquote.
What about when they left like the flag on the moon?
But they can't substantiate that narrative and no details in them.
What about
By
Tim
their
Peake?
own words, they tell us they don't have and cannot substantiate their narrative.
You know Tim Peake is?
Right, Morris, what you got to do is substantiate your claims as well. So instead of
you know,
just stacking,
this is my claim. This is my claim.
instead of stacking claims on top of each other. Oh, what about the flag on the moon? Okay, that's
No,
another.
well, hold on. I see what he's trying to do right there. He's saying they're not my claims. All of a sudden, it's not his claims. See, like that's what they do. It's a little sidestep, a little shift.
So let that be said. Fine, that's not your claim. So then, what they are saying is still what they're saying, and they're also conceding that they don't have substantiation for their narrative. So whether you agree with them, whether you are reiterating their narrative or not, they are admitting they can't substantiate and thus justify their narrative.
All right, okay, I'm back.
So
did you hear the last thing that I said
about the flag?
Once again, whether you be consistent in what you're saying to me right now, because you were appealing to their narrative and assenting to it, but now you say that's not my claims.
Peak.
Hang on, slow down and keep up. Converse with me. You were telling me your assent to the narrative. You were saying, well, they did this and they did that, and what about the flag? And so you were expressing assent to the narrative. So you subscribe to it. Okay. And then you tell me that, no, these aren't my claims, which is double speak, saying that you're not subscribing to the narrative. But whatever. Whether you subscribe to the narrative or not, whether you're reiterating the narrative or not, they are telling us that they can't substantiate their narrative.
Right, sorry.
They are conceding and confessing to us that they don't have evidence to prove their narrative to be real, to be true.
They don't have evidence.
We just
That's what
played
they
you the
tell
clip
us.
where they told you, brother. Just pay attention for like maybe 5.
Yeah, trust me, we're not asking you to prove
make
it.
fun of my
Like
conditions.
that would be a tall task for you to prove.
Don't make fun of my conditions.
You've kind of proven that yourself in the recent moments, but like, yeah, no, including the people that you think haven't figured out, like they will admit to us that they can't prove it.
What about Tim Peake?
What is that?
What do you mean? He's the GOAT, the UK astronaut. He mute. Oh, hello. Why'd you mute me? Okay, anyway. So Tim Peake, he's a UK astronaut. Everyone loves him.
Do you know who Buzz Aldrin is?
No, I don't care about that guy. So
okay, so why don't you
Hang
care about?
on. Let him say this.
He's doing
Or,
a bit. He's just doing a bit, fellas.
I know. Let him do the bit and let him hang himself also. So go ahead.
I'll
Mark.
admit, I kind of want to hear the bit. Like
lunatic.
Do your bit. You can practice your acting while you're here, Morris. It's trash anyway. So,
hey, CB.
Yeah.
Shush.
What's up? You want me to shush? You want to go shush? Okay. Yeah. Nah, go ahead, brother.
So what about Tim Peake? What about him?
He's a UK astronaut. Yeah,
Never heard of him.
Why have you search him up right now? Any UK people? Back.
Okay.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Conor McGregor. Top funny. Everyone's laughing at me. There's UK astronaut. He done videos from like live videos with the news at the time. He's done it with lots of schools of him in the International Space Station. You can clearly see the background, the Earth. You can clearly see he's in the outer atmosphere, and there's lots of pictures of him on the moon.
Like curved water as well.
On the moon, they bring lunar rocks back. So you're trying to tell me that
the ones that turned out to be wood?
No, I don't think they were.
Actually, they actually admit that it was wood.
Not CB.
Yeah, well, we don't know that every sample they ever brought back is wood, but the ones that they gave to the Dutch turned out to be wood, and that's admitted.
So you're telling me
That's not every single. We only have one that we can verify.
But let Morris finish.
It's just funny that they don't know that, right? You tell them, they're like, no, that didn't happen. It's like they admit that happened. You guys don't even pay attention. Why are the flat earthers educating on you on your own globe?
Morris, did you conclude?
Yeah, hurry up and wrap your bit up, dude.
Hey, no aggression. Calm down. Where was I? I forgot because you cut me. You cut me off.
Okay, so Tim Peake, he's an astronaut. You've seen footage that you believe you've seen footage on TV or on the internet, but you believe he's actually in space.
No gravity. How are you going to get no
Well,
gravity?
you got to stop talking through people. You can hear me talking, can't you?
No, he only talks when you're speaking, right? So.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Must be his condition.
I've got dementia. Yeah. So.
Okay. So premise number one: there's an astronaut named Tim Peake. Premise number two: you've seen him in footage on TV or on the internet that you believe
in person.
He's actually in space, and supposedly went to space.
You're not from the UK.
Say again.
Should I find you a video?
I mean, you can hear me talking. If you talk through me when I'm talking, I can't hear you, and you're not listening to me.
Calm down.
Yeah, he's not here for the dialogue. He's pushing rhetoric at this point.
Getting angry at me.
So Baymax, what's up? I hear you giggling in the mic. What do you have to say?
What?
Yeah, you're flashing every time you giggle into the microphone.
No, whatever.
It's all recorded on Livestream, so you guys are working on your acting or whatever. But
There's plenty of stuff to giggle at, man. It's not a crime to giggle. Like I giggle all the time. I just usually mute my giggles, you know.
Yeah,
that's all.
I get it. I'm funny. Yeah. Cheers. So Tim Peake, if you're from the UK, I make a lot more sense of what I'm saying, but American, at this side of the world.
Yeah. So your appeal to this astronaut is not an adequate substantiation. This is the inductive argument you're trying to build, and so it doesn't support the concluding premise that they actually went to the moon, and that they actually go into the sky vacuum, aka outer space. It begs the question ultimately.
But you can clearly see. So you're saying it's all. You can clearly see videos of him going into the rocket flying all the way up to the outer atmosphere, so the cameras can't see them, and then you can see videos inside.
The important bit, right, until the cameras can't see anymore. Then it cuts to
because cameras have certain lengths, but it's all live streamed, and there's people there watching it, like family, friends. If you're saying that's all pre-recorded and it's all fake,
that's cool.
Every single person.
I mean, fireworks. You can set up rockets. I did rockets when I was in Boy Scouts. It's not that hard. It's nothing new.
But did they go up to space?
Well, can you have gas pressure without a container? That's the question.
Container? Where did that come from?
Well, they're saying that gas pressure exists without containment. So can you demonstrate that?
Gas pressure?
Here's the relevance, Morris, because it's not that difficult, but the relevance is this. We supposedly live in a cosmos where we are traveling upon the surface of a ball with liquid and gas sticking to it in a vacuum. So can you demonstrate this to be possible? Can you demonstrate that to be possible?
Prove that the Earth's a rocky planet.
Can you demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container? Because that's supposedly the cosmos that we live in.
The atmosphere keeps greenhouse gases
inside the
atmosphere.
Can you demonstrate? Hello, excuse me. Can you demonstrate that we can have gas pressure without a container?
Trying to demonstrate anything.
Mars, are you able to hear? Okay.
Hey, CB.
Is your condition got your ears mugged today?
Okay.
So, let me ask you for you. Right? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Without a container?
Yeah. That's probably the fifth time we've asked. So,
doesn't matter how big the container is.
You're supposed to demonstrate it without a container, brother.
Well, no, because pressure can't be made without a container.
There we go. There you go. That's
so that
correct.
we don't live in a cosmos where we live on a ball
Live on a
with
ball.
gas and liquid attaching
Gravity
to it
well.
in a vacuum.
So
Your
Morris,
your
when
planet.
Gregory's speaking, that's your turn to listen,
I
and
can
then
hear
you can
him.
respond. Well, then you can't if you're
I like his
speaking when
beard.
he's speaking. So the floor is yours, but we're talking to you, right? We've been here for like over half an hour, so you're welcome to speak. It just not when someone else is speaking.
Yeah, I've just got issues. Got autism as well, so don't make fun of me.
Pretty good
Okay.
actor. I've got to get you. There's a
Hey,
lot of
Andy,
actors
I'm not talking
that
to you.
come in this. There's a lot of
Andy,
actors that come in this server,
Andy,
and
shush.
you're pretty good. You're pretty good. You'd
I mean,
you probably
Well, he
make
gets like a 3 out of 10 in the
oh yeah.
acting department.
If they had a $300 budget on some porn B movie, he'd struggle, but
I mean,
not
he
bad.
gets a 0 out of 10 because to really behave this way with fellow humans is just entirely disreputable, where you are not going to honestly dialogue with someone unto the truth about some very, very important issues existentially, but you would rather play this nonsense game of acting and not actually get to the bottom of the truth, especially when what's at stake is the entire world order lying to the public for extremely malevolent ends.
Yeah, we can
So you get
address
a
other
0.
people in the VC instead of allowing the guy just, being triggered and trying to troll the VC, which is a normal occurrence in here.
Yeah, everyone should probably
Uh,
just go outside, to be honest.
yeah.
Stop
Well,
what do
delaying
you
it.
think, Bimax? Bimax, a quick question. What do you think about the conversation? Like, gas pressure, that kind of stuff, flat earth. What do you think?
I don't really care at this point. I'll go to bed.
So
That's
Baymax,
a
when
All
you
shame.
go
right. Good
outside,
night.
what are you
That is
experiencing
a
when you
shame.
go outside?
Huh?
What are you? You said maybe we should go outside. So what do you experience that's globe related when you go outside?
Not really what I meant, but
He wants to
Okay.
experience his pet right now, he just said. So, yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
I can volunteer myself. High level.
Sorry if you guys hear me laughing. I was
Yeah,
laughing at
I'm
something else. Anyway, go
I'm a
ahead.
proud
Hell yeah.
proud globe-tard, right? And I've been friends with Eye Level Up for a long time, and he's been trying to get me to participate in this voice chat.
Hey,
So I can be your guys' test subject if you want.
no, there is no you guys that subject, but I'll give you the VC verify, so you're gonna be able to see the VC chat, and you will be able to open and close your mic whenever you're not speaking, right? So go fast. Welcome to the VC.
Hey guys, happy to be here.
Hello there.
Hey, go fast. I have my friend Gregory. He like to speak to you for a minute or two.
Okay.
It's you, go fast.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to speak to whoever would like to have a conversation with me. Like I said, I've known Eye Level Up for a long time, and he's been trying to get me to participate with this conversation. So that's what I'm here for.
All right. The last thing I was talking about just now is the very cosmos that we supposedly live in that supposedly makes it possible to leave the surface of the earth and travel to these other celestial bodies elsewhere in the void. But in order for that to be substantiated, it must be demonstrated that, first of all, that we live on a ball, and that we live on a ball flying in a vacuum with gas and liquid sticking to it in a void, which means that you can have gas pressure without a container. So can you show me any instance where we have gas pressure without a container, outside of a container?
Yes, I've had this conversation a few times, and I think I have a pretty good understanding of the argument. So, in order to understand how gas pressure can exist without a container, you do need to presuppose gravity. That's the only way. And obviously, yeah. So, part of the reason that this is a contentious debate in the flat Earth conversation is because you do need to presuppose gravity in order to have gas pressure without a container. Can you at least understand, in the event that gravity did exist, how you could have gas pressure without a container?
I understand that argument. I understand that a priori theory. Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, that's my answer. Is you must presuppose gravity, the existence of gravity. But I think I can continue on that by saying that you do not need to assume.
I don't need to assume what.
The existence of gravity does not need to be assumed. I believe that the force of gravity, as described, can be demonstrated to a degree where it doesn't need to be assumed.
So gravity, you mean Newtonian or Cavendish mass attracting mass?
Yes.
What was the naturally observed phenomenon?
That masses attract each other dependent on their distance, multiplied by their distance, divided by, what is it? It's their masses multiplied divided by their distance squared. Masses attract. So I believe that can be demonstrated. And you mentioned Cavendish, you
Steam
mentioned
has
torsion
mass.
pendulums. So
Steam has
you
mass.
understand
Which way does that go? Steam has mass. Which way does it go?
Yes.
Steam has mass. Which way does
It
it go?
depends. It depends on your environment. You need to
Oh,
be
steam
more
goes to the
specific.
floor.
You need
When
to
you
be more
boil your kettle, does the steam go to the ground?
Again, you need to describe your environment that this is existing in.
Hang on. I mean, I see where Andy's going. It's a valid line of questioning, but to get to the heart of the matter. So, supposedly, mass is attracting mass. Now, this question isn't as complicated as it may seem. When you go out into the world and you go about your daily human experience, what do you observe in your human experience that provoked you or the other person, whomever it is, to hypothesize that mass attracts mass? So what did you go out in the world and see happen?
So the foundation for that question, I mean, the crickets are entertaining, right? But the foundation for that question is assuming that you cannot believe things that you have not independently verified, right?
Well, no, not necessarily. That's not the implication of my question. I'm just saying, who observed what? What was observed?
Like I said, you mentioned the Cavendish experiment. You're aware of torsion pendulums. You're aware that there are people that at least claim that they've measured the force of the gravitational constant on human relevant scales, right? Without using the Earth as your force vector. So I believe that that is the case. I also believe that World War II occurred. I have no individual experience to verify that.
Okay, so suppose, I mean, what I was hoping you would say was that we observe things fall, because that's what people say when they say, I've seen gravity occur, because we see things
No,
fall, right?
because I mean, as I'm sure you guys are familiar, you cannot justify things falling with the density argument because it presupposes gravity as well. But you could just say that things fall. You don't need to assume that there is a mutual attraction between all masses.
What about things?
Wait.
Oh, my bad.
Pump the brakes. You're trying to anticipate the.
Yeah. I apologize.
What I'm
I've
trying
had
to
this
say, because
conversation
based on previous
at high
conversations,
level
just
before.
follow,
Right.
just follow me. So we observe things falling, correct?
Yes.
And so do people in the past. You know, these gentlemen, Newton and Cavendish, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
You know. Okay. And so, what is the hypothesis that caused that event that we observed?
I don't think it's not related to my reasoning for why I believe gravity exists. The hypothesis for why things fall is not my justification for believing in gravity.
Okay, tell me yours, since I'm talking to you.
Mine is because I believe that tests have been performed that demonstrate that masses attract independent of other variables.
So the hypothesis is that the mass of the object is causing the mass of the objects is causing other objects of mass to attract to one another.
Yes, I trust that all other independent variables have been isolated in the many experiments that have been performed to measure the gravitational constant to a degree that we can isolate the attraction to the mass of the objects.
Well, the independent variable is the mass of the object, because that's what's causing the supposed effect, and then the dependent variable would be the motion of the objects to one another. Okay.
Well, the dependent variable is the mass that you're changing to measure how much this force changes dependent on the mass that you're using as your test subject. But what I'm
Well,
saying
no,
is
other way around.
I believe gravity exists because I believe that these experiments found valid conclusions and were not affected by external forces.
What experiment?
Torsion
But
pendulum.
wait. Because we talk about experience, we got to get the variables correct. So the independent variable, if you look 30 minutes past the hour, the independent variable is that which you change in order to provide the result. That's the cause. The dependent variable is what you are measuring. So that's the effect. And then the control variables are things that never change. Okay.
Yes.
So the of the objects.
You cut out for a moment.
The independent variable is the mass. The dependent variable is the motion of the object, because the mass is causing the motion of the objects to one another, supposedly.
Well, you said that your controls are your variables that are unchanging, right? So the mutual attraction, the force that's being measured, is an unchanging variable. It is constant. It cannot be manipulated.
Well, we're equivocating things because the attraction is the effect, the dependent variable, and the cause of that attraction is the mass, the independent variable. The controlled variables is just everything else in the environment in which this event is occurring. So you don't need to equivocate.
Okay.
So that's the experiment. Now, who conducted this experiment? When and how did they manipulate the mass of the object? And what effect did they observe?
If you want to talk about the original Cavendish experiment from 1891, it was done to identify the density of the Earth. It was not done to measure the gravitational constant. But the same or similar experiments have been performed for the past 200 years. They have one at MIT. They have one at Oxford. They've conducted this experiment to a level of precision that is far more precise than what was done by Cavendish in the 1800s. And it's now done with lasers and very precisely measured lead weights. And I mean, this is not a one-time experiment.
So you agree that the experiment that should be conducted, given the hypothesis, is having the object, manipulating the mass of the object, the independent variable, and so to cause the effect and measure the effect, the dependent variable. Correct?
In order
You agree?
to accurately measure the gravitational constant, what you change should be the masses of the objects that are being used to test this.
Yes. Okay, you agree. So who did this and when and how?
I mean, I can find it for you and send it to you. This has been done many.
There's no due date. Yeah, take your time.
Okay.
So is Ghostfast saying mass attracts mass? That's why things go down.
Our most recent and highest precision measurement was done October 13th of 2024 by the Royal Society.
2024 in the future?
Yeah, 2014. I apologize. It was a cryogenic torsion pendulum. It was used to measure the gravitational constant to an incredibly high precision. And I can send you this if you want.
Can you post it in the Livestream text post here?
But that's all great and all, but they still don't have a valid independent variable. So they don't have a valid hypothesis or a valid experiment. Therefore, they cannot show cause and effect in anything other than the mechanical phenomenon that they're dealing with. Natural science has nothing to do with mechanical phenomenon. That's from a man-made device you're looking at. That's not anything in nature. It falls outside the realm of natural science. It's not natural science. It's not science at all, actually, because it doesn't have independent control. You cannot find a cause and effect relationship, period.
If you place a large mass next to a very small mass, and you are able to measure an attraction between the small mass and the large mass, is that, and you isolate, hypothetically, you isolate for all other possible variables, electromagnetism, static effects, momentum,
When was it?
sound, atmospherics, etc.
When was this done? Is that in
I
the
just
is
said one.
that in the test? Is that in the test? Did they isolate all of those things in the test that you posted?
No, I'm not. Well, I don't know. I assume so, but I do not know, so I don't want to confidently say that.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, but I'm asking if this was so. Our presumption here is that there is a overlooked variable in these experiments, right? That's what we're. That's what you guys conclude. I don't want to. I don't want to assume all.
You can't account for all the variables. Is what we're saying.
Okay. Yeah. So you believe that there is a flaw that invalidates the results of these measurements that have been done for the past 200
All it is, you're measuring a mechanical phenomenon of a mechanical device. That's all. That's all you can get. It's a mechanical phenomenon. Wow, this is wild that this mechanical device is having this phenomenon, but it doesn't matter what you're trying to do with it. It's only a mechanical phenomenon. That's all it can be.
Yes, exactly.
It cannot be an experiment. You don't have a cause and effect relationship of anything other than these balls to the torsion rods, these balls to themselves. If you don't isolate every single other effect or possible effect that's causing this, then it's null and void.
They won't inform you of what the true cause is.
Okay.
Well, can I ask fast one question real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you realize that you're defending the wrong gravity story? Because 107 years ago they changed it to bendy space time. Are you aware of this?
General relativity. No, general and special relativity are not incompatible with torsion pendulums in the Cavendish experiment or the gravitational constant as described by Newton.
Somebody post QE citations, or I don't need to get into that with him. Somebody else go.
Yeah, or just show the citation for what you just said, sir, if you would. I'll find the other citation.
The general relativity is compatible with torsion pendulums?
Yeah, I want to know who said no, I don't care about torsion pendulums. That's the problem. No, I want to know how the citation for what you said that proves something about gravitational force. That's the citation I want. I want somebody.
I never said that.
Okay.
I mean, I may have.
Whatever you just said about it.
Yeah. He asked me, he said, you're defending the wrong gravity because when the Cavendish experiment was first performed in the 1890s, we were still operating under the presumption of Newtonian dynamics. That was before Einstein, that was before the revelations of general relativity, and that was before our contemporary understanding of gravitation as it exists now. So I responded to him by saying, none of the experiments that we're talking about, Cavendish or torsion pendulums specifically, are incompatible with general relativity.
That's the citation I want. The citation that says none of those are incompatible with that exact statement you just said. I want the citation. Who said that? Where? When was that said? I need a citation for that statement. Thanks.
I've been describing general relativity.
Yeah, that's okay. But I want a citation for what you just said, that it's not incompatible.
He was incorrect. He was incorrect. I was describing general relativity. He said that I was defending Newtonian gravitation.
You just said that there's nothing that's incompatible with gravity, right? Didn't you say that? With special relativity or general relativity is nothing of that gravitation. Yes. You said that nothing of the Cavendish and any of that, the supposed tests of the gravitational testing force of this pseudo force, that nothing is incompatible with general relativity. That's the citation I want. Show me who said that. Where are you getting that information?
I want the source. Was performed.
I want the source and the citation.
Go fast. Hang on. Pump the brakes. It's not that difficult. He
I want
wants
the
you to
source.
give the citation that substantiates the
I want the
assertion
source. I
that they're
want the source.
compatible.
I can explain it
I
myself, Gregory.
honestly,
I want the
yes,
source and the citation,
This is
please.
going
I
on
heard
too
you.
long. It's not this difficult. We're just going round and round
No,
in
I
circles
am.
on the same point.
I'm
Yeah,
muting
we are.
myself and I'm providing a citation.
Okay, good. The one that says exactly what you said about the gravitational force having to do with Cavendish is not incompatible. So you're trying to say that Newton's gravity is not incompatible with general relativity? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, he's muted himself.
Absolutely not. I did not say that.
Okay, well,
Hang
you
on.
seem
Listen.
sounds like
Is Newtonian gravity and Einstein gravity compatible? Yes or no?
No.
oh,
They're
okay.
not
There we go.
compatible. Okay.
And
So
do you agree? Wait a minute. Do you agree that also Newton's gravity was completely replaced by general relativity?
Yes, but it makes a lot of the same predictions. There are very, very few predictions of Newtonian
Okay,
gravity
another
that are
citation
not
then.
accounted
I need a
well,
citation where
that end part
you're
of the
saying
response is moot because you already conceded that they are not compatible,
they're
and
not.
Yes,
then
they're not
the
compatible.
academia began to subscribe to Einsteinian gravity
Okay. I want to ask you a
in
question.
abrogation of
I've been fair to you.
Newtonian gravity.
I've been entirely fair to you. So I want to ask a question to you. In your opinion, why was Newtonian gravity rendered obsolete, and why was general relativity so important to resolve the conflicts that Newtonian gravity presented with reality? Because there were things we observed in
If you
reality, they were incompatible with Newtonian gravity, which is why relativity was so important.
if you take a look at the citations, 39 minutes past the hour, it explains.
Okay.
Is that
The first one.
Meisty? Who's that speaking? Is that was it
It
MC
sounds
or
similar,
RC?
don't it? It sounds similar, don't it?
Yeah, no, that's him. That's Meisty. Yeah.
The first one I posted 39 minutes past the hour. Quote, because this is from Encyclopedia Britannica. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises, why was it necessary to develop a new theory of gravity? The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, quote unquote, through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. The next one, quote from ScienceDaily.com, Einstein's right, at least for now, quote unquote, said Gaze, a co-lead author of the research, quote, we can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity.
Okay, that was a great example. That was a good answer, and you're exactly right. Specifically the orbit of Mercury was what prompted our investigation into Newtonian gravity and our desperation to find a replacement theory, because the orbit of Mercury was incompatible with Newtonian gravity, and if we see something in nature that's incompatible with our theory, obviously our theory is flawed. So that's why general relativity replaced Newtonian gravity, because it makes
Isn't
better
it?
predictions about reality.
Would you say that it was created because it basically it's supposed to cause balls in space, right? I mean, basically, simply, isn't it?
No, absolutely not.
It's supposed to, yeah, it's supposed to support that claim, though.
No. General relativity was developed to justify observations that we made of nature, not vice versa.
Of nature, yeah, of the sky, which is supernatural, actually.
Okay. We needed to justify a new model for gravity to explain the orbit of Mercury, which was incompatible with Newtonian gravity. So our new theory was to reflect our observations of nature. It was not, we did not develop a theory seeking a conclusion. We looked at our surroundings and we developed a theory to justify them.
Hang on, this is kind of getting obscured. So what we're saying is that what we're saying is that Einstein's gravity abrogated Newtonian gravity because the scholars say that Newton's theory violates special relativity. It's in violation of special
No,
relativity.
no. Newtonian gravity is in violation of real life.
Hang on.
Wow.
No, we're
Why
talking
do
about
Oliver's
why
theories?
they chose one theory over another. Why they said
Because
toss that one
one
out,
reflects
and here's
real
this
life
one.
and one does not.
Okay, but the sources are telling us they tossed Newtonian gravity over their shoulder in favor of keeping Einstein's gravity in their hands because
Yes.
because Newton's theory violates special relativity.
Is that one of those citations we posted? I want to read that.
Yes.
Okay, I want to read who said that because it's a very poor way to describe why relativity was necessary to supplant Newtonian dynamics. Because the reason we replaced the theory is because it made inaccurate predictions about reality.
Well, the whole citation I read, so I'll read it again.
No. I'll read it. I'm walking around. Need to pull my phone out of my pocket and check links. That was at 39 minutes past the hour as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Just under the picture, if the Earth is a rotating sphere, why are these pendulums not moving? Talking about cranes.
What headline is this link under? I see the top one, obviously, in general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. Strictly speaking, gravity is not a force. Which link am I looking for?
Go up.
Okay.
Encyclopedia Britannica, relativity, curved space, time, and
Oh, I
geometric
see. Yeah.
gravitation.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I just the cranes meme. That's brilliant, Platter. Well done on that.
Oh, I can't take the credit for that. Some genius before me, and I just screenshot it right away.
I'm giving you credit. Shut up.
Where do we see
I'll take it.
Newtonian gravity was disregarded because it conflicted with general relativity?
You don't see the link I posted next to my name?
No, I'm on it. I'm on Encyclopedia Britannica. I'm reading it.
Oh. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises, why was it necessary to develop a new theory of gravity? The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified quote-unquote action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. Special relativity precludes Newton's gravity.
Okay. Do you believe that the reasoning behind that specific statement was that special relativity was proven to be true? And thus, if there were violations in Newtonian gravity that disagreed with special relativity, then Newtonian gravity must be flawed. Now, this is not the reason we knew Newtonian gravity was flawed. We knew it because of the orbit of Mercury. But in this specific instance, it's referring to the maximum speed limit of the speed of light suggested by special relativity, which is well tested. So, I mean, in this instance, they're talking about violation of causality and faster than light information travel, which is impossible under general relativity, but which is also true and proven to be the case.
I don't believe they crossed out Newtonian gravity for Einstein's gravity because Einstein was proven to be true. But that's beside our point. The point that we were making was that the fact that they abrogated Newtonian gravity for Einstein gravity.
Do you know why?
It's beside the point. That's beside our
No,
point.
I mean,
That's beside my
well,
point right
are
now.
you suggesting a reason why Newtonian gravity was aggregated for
I
relativity?
think you asked the wrong question. Should you believe it? Should you believe it? Not do you believe it? Should you believe it?
Yes. Should I
What
believe?
you just suggested.
Yes.
Should you believe it?
Which is a valid question, but hang on, to follow the line of dialogue. So, regardless of why they did it, my point is the fact that they did it. Okay.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
So, when people appeal to Newtonian gravity to which is an ad hoc solution to
And if
the
you
issue
compare
of
the two, they're almost incompatible. Anyway, go ahead, Gregory. I'm sorry.
when appeal to Newtonian gravity, it's an ad hoc appeal to solve the problem of how do things, stay on the surface of the Earth, which is contrary to the rhetoric, contrary to the dogma, the doctrine that academia teaches concerning gravity, that it is the mass of the objects curving space and time, causing them to go down.
Right, it's a contradiction.
Why do you believe
it's an innate
Newtonian gravity is
contradiction?
so?
It's an
Okay.
innate contradiction.
Okay. All right. Do you have a question for me? Because I have a few for you, but I'd like to allow you to ask anything of me because I'm very familiar with these topics. And if you have any questions you want to ask before I ask you, please go ahead.
Yeah. So where we are now in the dialogue is, this appeal to Newtonian gravity, but it's already been abrogated by the academics themselves.
I need to stop you. I did no such thing.
Well, now you do. We just read the citation.
I never appealed to Newtonian gravity. I don't
Bro,
operate under
yes,
the
you
assumption
did.
of
Yes,
Newtonian
you
gravity.
did.
Well, hang on now, because we can't have confusion. You were just appealing to mass attracting mass gravity. That's Newtonian, aka Cavendish gravity. So you did appeal
I
to
mean,
it.
I can describe the interaction in relativistic terms. It's just typically people use Newtonian terms when talking about gravitation because they're a lot more familiar with people.
Okay, well, regardless of the rhetoric that you
But
use,
is it real? Is it real though? Is it real?
yeah, regardless of the rhetoric that you use, you in essence appeal to mass attracting mass gravity, aka Newtonian, aka Cavendish gravity, which has been abrogated by academia by Einsteinian gravity.
Well, again, if you want me to describe the
Newtonian.
interaction as space-time acceleration and like relativistic frame dragging that's caused by mass in sitting in space-time and causing space-time curvature, I can describe it that way. But the reason Newtonian gravitational terms are used so commonly throughout modern discourse, even knowing that Newtonian gravity has been academically abandoned, is because Newtonian gravity works for the significant majority of use cases when we talk about gravity. I mean,
But
it works for
the
most.
academics say it doesn't. First off,
No,
and
well,
if
again,
you do
only
talk
for
that
very,
way,
very few cases. Only for very few cases does Newtonian gravity not describe reality in a way that's convenient for normal conversation.
but no,
I think
that has
Gregory, go ahead, brother. I think you got this. Everybody, just let Greg take this.
so the first that have not been quantified. If it has, then please demonstrate how it has been quantified. And secondly, that's beside the point. And thirdly, if you do choose to answer the question in a way that is duplicitous at worst and very confusing at best, so if it's not mass gravity, if it's Newtonian gravity, then don't use Newtonian gravity rhetoric when it's contrary to the supposed gravity that is at play in the world.
Okay.
So at this point of the dialogue, we need to now address the gravity that is supposedly at play in the world, Einstein's gravity. Okay.
In the future, I'll use relativistic terms to describe gravity.
Yeah, appeal to the actual theory that is supposed to be at play. Okay. So mass attracting mass, no. General relativity. Mass curving space and time. Okay.
Yes.
Explain this. What is this?
General relativity?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So space-time is a tensor metric. It has different velocities at different points. And that velocity will always move in the direction of mass. So that's how general relativity describes gravitation, and that's how gravitation works in our experience in real life to the best of our experimental capabilities. So again, space-time is the tensor metric. It is a thing that has different different vectors of acceleration at different points. And the direction of those vectors of acceleration is dependent on the amount of mass that is in any particular place of space. So
I'm going to give you an amen on that. I'm going to give you an amen on that. That's what they say about this thing called
acceleration. What is accelerating?
Accelerating is increasing speed relative to
No.
another
What is
object.
accelerating? What is doing the act of accelerating?
Accelerating is an increase in relative velocity.
No. What is doing the act of accelerating? What is accelerating?
The mass.
But the
The mass
mass.
within the tensor metric.
How
Mass
is
causes
mass
acceleration.
accelerate? How is mass accelerating?
But wait. So matter, things exist. They are where they are. They're either moving or not moving. And the mass is causing the acceleration, correct?
Yes, the mass is causing the acceleration and the direction of the acceleration. They are
It's
one and the
also
same.
the effect of the acceleration. Right?
So there's a thing. I got a rock sitting here on the ground. Okay. No, better yet, no, yes. I got a rock sitting here on the ground. It's a big rock. It's a boulder. Okay. And supposedly space and time is being curved by the mass of the rock. And you say that it's accelerating towards the center of mass. What is the thing accelerating towards the center of mass?
Again, you need an object with mass to be your thing. When you ask me what is the thing that is accelerating, I don't know what you're talking about because you haven't identified any reference object to be used.
Pretty sure he just said
Well,
a rock.
the thing is, I haven't identified it because you haven't identified it. I don't know what the thing is accelerating. I'm asking you to tell me what is the thing accelerating.
I mean, I can add a massive object into your thought experiment if you need me to reference something as your thing. Okay, there's a ladybug that's sitting next to this. And first of all, is this boulder on Earth? I need to clarify this thought experiment. Okay, it's sitting on the surface of Earth. So immediately, I don't know the dimensions of this boulder, but I'm just going to speculate. I'm going to say it's not massive enough to have consequential effects in relation to the mass of the Earth. So can we put this boulder? This is how we do thought experiments in physics. Like, can we put this boulder in deep space in the absence of any external gravitational fields for the sake of
Sure, it's just the boulder. That's all that exists in the reality.
All right. Yeah, fine. No, great. This is how we do thought experiments. So you said what is the thing that is accelerating? If it's just the boulder sitting in deep space, it is accelerating radially inward dependent on its own mass. And if there is nothing else in the universe, then nothing else is accelerating towards the direction of this gravitational field. Now, if we say put a ladybug 20 feet away from this boulder, it will experience acceleration in the direction of the mass. And the boulder will experience acceleration in the direction of the ladybug, significantly less so because of the differential in the mass.
Okay.
So you just make shit up.
So
no, this is all proven.
By implication, the most massive object is again going to basically curve space and time so much that everything accelerates toward it.
Yes, as well as the most massive object towards the other objects because they all have independent gravitational fields.
Yes.
But yeah, the most massive object will always aggregate other masses around it and dominate the gravitational field. Like
and with this simple explanation, it causes all of Earth, where we live, everything comes from that. All of humanity, everything that exists comes from this simple understanding of the bending and warping of space-time and how space-time affects
I mean, I'm not very sure what your question is. If you're talking about
because your question is more simple than our largesse question, right?
Well, if you're asking me existentially about the existence of reality, we can have a different conversation. But no,
you don't think this is philosophy?
No, I love to have that conversation.
Okay, well, it definitely is philosophy, but at the same time, if you have any real physical evidence for this occurring, then we'd love to hear about it.
Yes, we have many, many, many experiments to validate general relativity.
Really?
Let me.
Where?
Hold on, I'm posting those things.
Hey, Greg, if I'm stepping on your toes, man, go ahead.
Thank you.
Let me say real quick, you guys are extremely polite, and I very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you, likewise.
Yeah, I'm just curious if with this thought, I mean, he obviously thinks that in physical reality,
he's used to the internet. The internet is not polite. Just like I'm cutting you off. Like,
well, just like he's not used to talking about to flat earthers, because if he talks to globe earthers, they'll all agree, and he's like, hey, whatever the fuck they
No,
say, you know.
I'm quite
But
familiar
you know,
with
we're quite
talking to
familiar
flat
with what
earthers.
they say about this Earth too. So we're not. It's
You
not like
can
we're
go off
ignorant
of
about
Wikipedia.
this. I mean, we don't think the Earth is flat for no reason, right?
I know.
We're
I
quite
know.
familiar with what they say about Earth.
I know to quite a high degree of detail why you think the Earth is flat.
no, there's certain things like in this server, like we try to adhere as. I mean, we like to say it anyway. It's kind of a goal to try to adhere to like the scientific method, like what can be and what cannot be proven. You know, like we need to define terms, and we need to, you know, talk about causes and effects and all kinds of stuff. It's not so much about speculation in this very chat, you know. And as long as you can understand like the method, then there's not much to be, you know, rude about. You know, you if somebody is purposefully detracting from like the logical train of thought or whatever it is, you know, which would be also known as, you know, being as
I mean, it could be dishonest, but maybe
you
they're
could be
not.
dishonest or
Maybe they're not.
deceitful, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
but maybe you don't even recognize that you're doing it because it might be programmed into you, and it's our goal to point that out, stop you before you continue that. And often people think that that's an interruption and it's rude and whatever else, but like if somebody's being logical about it, they should see it also. They should be
Yeah,
going, oh,
I think
okay.
this guy's really cool, Lou. I think he really understands, you know, the scientific quote unquote argument about, you know, space time and all that kind of stuff, because he's been talking to Gregory about it for quite a while, and this part of it. If you think that flat earthers are ignorant about this, and that's why we think the Earth is flat, you know, we're not.
I hate it when flat earthers go on talking about how people think we're stupid. Like you don't want to go on.
No,
Well, you
I'm
can
just
mention
saying.
it.
I just wanted to. I mean, I already said it. Now, you know, I just wanted to say it.
If I can put a target on my back, right? I do believe that the main reason people hold the beliefs that this group aspires to is due to a lack of information about experimentations of reality and how we've come to the conclusions that we've come to.
That we are. Wait a minute.
Give us your
Wait a
favorite.
minute. Wait a
Give us
minute.
your favorite source.
Wait a minute. Healer, you're just gonna whistle through the graveyard? Hold on a second. Wait a second. You think the reason we hold these ideas or the reason we've come to these conclusions is because we're ignorant of the facts? Is that what you just said?
Let me clarify.
Just answer yes or no. Yes or no.
Yeah, there's nothing to clarify with that. You've been pretty clear.
You said it.
We've already
That's exactly what you
expressed
said.
it. We told him, you know, we told him, you know, over and over.
I'm trying to be all right. I'm trying to be respectful. I think this is
No. You don't have to sugarcoat it. Go ahead and tell us.
We all are
what you
being
think.
respectful. It's fine. Go on.
Okay. All right. As someone who has talked to many flat earthers over many years, it seems that there is a trend where a lack of information that they do not know, that they then learn, is the source of the confusion about specific issues.
Okay. Can I point out? Can I point out that actually, if we were to say, let's go per populace, like a percentage of flat earthers and a percentage of globe
populum.
Yeah, like let's say we took 100 flat earthers and 100 globe earthers, people who believe in the globe, just at random. Who do you think would know more?
Flat earthers are typically more scientifically literate than the general public.
So we are.
But we still don't know as much as anti-flat earthers.
Hello?
If I continue with Go Fast, so the last point we were on is the acceleration, and so we established that in principle the implication of Einsteinian gravity is mass curving space and time, which would, and the most massive object would have the most, uh, uh, the strongest curvature upon space and time, thus attracting everything to it. And likewise, the most massive object, call it object A, having the same effect, being attracted to other objects, but mostly the most massive object, outpulling everything else. So that's the implication. Now, the next thing is space and time. First, space. Supposedly, space and time are curving, which is a very peculiar assertion. What is space?
Space in general relativity is used in reference to the actual geometric term space. It just means location, possibility, just your degrees of freedom. It's a very, very general term. Space literally just means like your ability to exist in a location. It's very,
What?
very,
That's
very
what space. I had no idea that's what space meant. Seriously, I thought it was.
again,
I thought it was. I thought it was the area between you and me, or like of a box, or.
I get the essence of what he's saying, and so it would be similar, synonymous to the way I phrase it when people ask me that question. My answer is, it's the area of absence that can be occupied.
Yeah, just a degree of freedom, a place that a point of reference can occupy. Yeah. So
Okay,
that is
so
space.
so with that being said, space is an area of absence that can be occupied. Is that
I would just stick with area. Like space that is occupied by mass is still space.
I mean, there's area is very vague. Like I could have surface area, and then that surface is taking up area throughout. You know what I mean? Like now it's measurable. It's like a real thing.
To be very specific about what is meant, it's an area of absence. It's not an area on a thing. It's just an area of absence. There is no thing there. There's no thing there, but things can be there. That's what I mean.
I disagree. If an apple is occupying space, but the space that is taken up by the apple is not space. It is still space.
I know.
It is,
I agree. Yeah. Okay. So we got the same idea. There's nothing here, but something can be there, and when something is there, it's still space. It's occupying space. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, with that being said, space isn't matter. It isn't material. It isn't a substance. It isn't physical. It isn't a concreta that has extension in space.
Well, it's literally described as the absence of matter.
Right. Go fast.
Yeah, in mathematics. Yeah.
Not just mathematics, but also in logic and in metaphysics and physics.
Well, in reality, space has properties beyond what you described.
But what other properties of space are there?
Space has direction in real life, as opposed to mathematics, where space does not have inherent direction. It also has inherent rate of time compared to other locations in space. So we describe space as area that can be occupied by things. In real life, space is area that can be occupied by things. And space also has inherent to the space, absence of any objects, a direction and a rate of time.
All right, now here's the problem. So flat earthers and globe earthers alike are going to have problems when we get into this topic, because all of a sudden it's going to be, well, if that's space, what takes up space? Like, it's the absence of anything. Is the absence of something, can it be defined? Like, not properly. Yeah. It cannot be defined properly.
Well, we just defined space, but the problem with his answer is number one, direction is not a property of a thing. Direction is a property of an action. And secondly, time is not a property of space.
Especially
in real life, it is.
In mathematics, the absence of something.
In mathematics, time can be removed from space. In geometry, you don't have a clock required to draw.
Both are only constructs of men.
Well, not merely
Well,
question. Hang on. Something else.
yeah.
So space is an area of absence that can be occupied. Okay, there's nothing here. Okay, but something can be here. Now there is no other properties to such a thing, where there is no thing
In
there.
mathematics, if you're referring to space in real life, our experience that we measure, space has location, direction, and rate of time.
Okay, but the problem with these axioms that are held in I guess academia when they do math is that this is ontologically absurd. You say,
Well, these are testable. We didn't, again, we model our understanding around our observations, not vice versa. So
well, no, you've never observed direction on time. You never observed direction on space. That's ontologically
again,
absurd.
when we see an object move in space without being influenced by forces like electromagnetism, it is moving in the direction of the space it occupies. That is why things move in the absence of forces. That is gravitation.
No. Pay attention to the sentence you're saying. Direction is a property of an action. I moved the action. I moved
Okay.
to the left.
Again, you say that what you just said is very important to this conversation, because in general relativity, as we have observed reality, direction is a property of space.
But it's not a property of space. It can't be.
Okay. And I'm asking you, for the sake of conversation, direction is a property of space. Space has direction. So I need you to I need you to at least imagine that is a possibility, and then we can proceed at least as if you can
I'm not going to
understand
take
why
that
that.
premise for granted. I'm not going to grant that premise to you. I'm not going to grant.
You can ask me how we know that, but that is a thing that we know to be true.
You can argue that later, but when I give my critique of what it's saying, you can't just demand that I take it for granted for a moment and then let you continue. That's not how the debate works. So when you say that, my critique is that this is ontologically absurd. A direction is not a property of space. It's a property of an action. I moved to the left. The action I moved, the direction to the left. The left in which I moved is the property of the action, not space.
Okay. All right. If I can respect the rules that you're playing by, why is that the case? Why is it the case that space cannot have direction inherently?
Because when you examine the usage of the word in language, when we talk about direction, we're not talking about space. We're talking about the thing, the direction the thing moved in.
As we defined it.
Well, no. Actually, I would argue that space can have that. However, your model that you stick by doesn't have that.
Well, they can't have that because we never talk about space moving in a direction. We talk about things moving in a direction in space.
Okay, if I can say something it's going to sound offensive, and I do not mean it that way. There's no way else to word this. When you say that is because you don't understand what I mean, and you do not understand that I am describing general relativity.
Yeah, because it only exists in your imagination, Go Fast. That's why. And none of it can be proven on any level. So you presupposing space, the universe, all that stuff's fine. But it's all speculation. It's all thought. It's only thought. It doesn't correlate with what we see in reality. So you saying that these are from observations taken in reality? False. They are not taken in reality. If they are taken in reality, then afterwards there's a storyline laid down about it that is fallacious at first base.
Okay.
So
you've said a bunch of things about my position. So I would respond that there exists no suggested model for reality that is possible besides the one that I have described. That is in accordance with experimentation.
A model is not reality.
Please listen. Hang on, because we're getting lost again. Please listen. So where we are now is me critiquing this assertion that space, one of the properties of space is direction, but that's grammatically and ontologically absurd. absurd. Why? Because space doesn't move in a direction. Things move in a direction in space.
Why?
Space is not moving.
I'm sorry. Why?
Bro, this is your
Again, it's
claim.
evident
What do you
in the
mean?
language. It's evident in the language. Whenever we talk about
I
things in a direction, we're talking about a thing moving in a direction in space. Direction is not the
in
property of space, it's the property of the action.
in typical mathematic terms in geometry. So referring to our definition of space as we defined it, why is it that unoccupied location cannot have inherent direction and speed?
Because direction is the property of an action.
Why don't we
That
have
seems
him
like
tell
that
us?
seems
Wait a
presupposed.
minute. Why don't you tell us how it does instead of asking us how it doesn't? You tell us how it actually does.
See, like, I don't know if there's a disconnect here. Like, I think there is, and I think it's a flat Earth argument. Like, I think like the whole idea of where all globers want to know, like, why do solid objects? See, they phrase it wrong. But what they mean to say is like, why do like solids?
This guy's smart. I see the logic you're making. You're talking about things falling and density. Oh, you're so smart.
Wow,
Sorry,
you
I popped
read in really, really well. Okay, so, but yeah, no, if
What?
solids in air are more.
What the fuck was that?
I was excited because he made a connection. He made a logical connection. It's like really valuable.
Certainly were excited, weren't you? Did you pee pants?
Little Tourette's there.
I don't know what else is going to take me off track. I hope I can say this now. No, it's gone. No.
Okay. So you want to try and argue that direction is a property of space? Try.
Okay. Like I said, that is the only explanation for reality that justifies our experimentation. I see no reason to believe this is not the case, and I see every reason to believe this is the case. We see objects move without being affected by. We see objects move without being affected by particle forces, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force. We see things move in the absence of a force field. So my implication from that, and the implication of contemporary physics, is that space itself has direction, and things in space move in the direction of the space they occupy.
So when did you observe? When did you observe direction itself, and in space?
Again, I dislike this because when did you observe the storming of Normandy Beach? Right? You believe it because other people that you trust say that these experiments have been done.
Well,
All right, I'm going to try to play for him. I could be wrong. Let's say you're at a war and the front is always moving. You could count the front as like whether it's moving forward or back. You could call it a gain or a loss depending on whether it was last week or yesterday, right? Like, did we gain ground or did we lose?
More like the direction of water.
Well, no, it's
direction
worse
of
than
water
that.
in a river.
No, it's worse than that. Direction is not a concrete event that can be observed. You don't observe direction. You observe things moving in a direction.
Yes, exactly.
You don't observe direction itself. You observe things moving in a direction.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not equivalent to your retort with that question is not equivalent to my question, because I'm asking you, when did you observe an abstracta? Not when did you observe a concrete
you ask
event?
me when I observed, if you ask me when I observed objects moving in space without being influenced by force fields, I have not observed this. Much in the case that you have.
What are you talking about?
No,
right?
That's not the question.
Is that fair?
No, that's not the question.
Other people have.
No, that's not the question. The question is, listen very carefully. I'm very calculated with my words. When have you observed direction itself?
I observed direction as related to my reference upon other objects that are moving. I determine their direction based on my definitions of what the direction is, and I measure that based on how I observe them moving. And the speed, obviously. So
Okay, so
direction
what
is
you just
subjective, dependent on me, but things moving.
See, here's the
So
thing: is he's different from most Globers, where he's basically arguing for a law of up and down.
no, what he's doing is that he's confusing the concrete event that is observable of motion in a direction with the abstract entity, which is direction itself. You have never observed direction. You have observed the concrete item
If I can,
moving in a direction. What you
Gregory,
observe is the thing
if I could ask
moving.
you,
You don't observe the direction.
I've been very polite to you, Gregory. If I could ask you a few questions. When you observe
Before you
objects
say that, you're talking through my critique. Do you understand the critique?
of how I observe direction, I observe it in relation to objects moving. I do not observe direction itself. I observe things moving and apply direction to their motion. That's your critique.
Right. You don't observe abstract entities. You observe concrete entities moving in a direction.
Yes.
Okay. So since you
Yes.
concede to that, then you telling me that direction is a property of space where both entities are abstract, not concrete at all. You did not observe that which is not concrete at all. You can't.
I do not believe in entities that are not concrete, for clarity. When we talk about geometric space, I'm talking about an abstract entity. When I talk about the motion of objects in reality, I am talking about space.
What about yourself? What about yourself? Are you real? Do you take up space in real physical reality?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not solipsis. So yeah, I believe I take up. I occupy space.
Okay, well, whether you believe that abstracta are real or not, even though you're using them right now in order to have this conversation, it doesn't matter. The critique is that you cannot observe abstracta. They're abstract. They have no concreteness to them.
Yes, I agree. You can observe the effects of these concepts on material objects.
Not that either. Abstracta have no causal power. Space cannot cause an event, and direction can't cause an event.
All right. If I can ask you a few questions before I go, Gregory, and
Yeah.
I do need to go. My girlfriend's. I just got off work.
Ooh.
But I'll be back. I do like you guys. But yeah. So if I could ask you some questions first. When in typical life, and this you asked me if I've observed direction, and that brought this up in my head. When we observe things moving in our typical experience, they are always moving in response to force fields. May it be when you push on something and it moves, that's an electromagnetic force, that's repulsion in the atoms of your hand upon this object. If you see something move because of a magnet pulling it, et cetera, et cetera. We see things move because of massive force fields.
What about the sun?
Now,
well, hang on.
Yeah, let me continue. So that is the case for the vast majority of our experience for why things move. So let me give you a thought experiment where there's an object in deep space and there's another object next to it that's very large, and there is no force interactions between them. There's no electromagnetism, no strong nuclear force, no wind, etc. If the object moves towards the other object, it is not moving in response to a material force. It is moving because the space it occupies compels it to move in a direction because the space has a preferred direction for things in it to move. That's what I mean by space has direction.
Mm-hmm. Which is ontologically absurd because that's assigning a concrete property to space, and space has no concrete properties, therefore it has no causal power.
So how are the subatomic forces excluded for here?
It seems to work pretty well for my justifications for reality. But regardless, space is everything is a thing. A thing that is not real does not exist, right? So when you say space is immaterial and direction is immaterial and time is immaterial, that's it's unhelpful, right? Everything that exists that can be that has an effect on reality is a real thing.
Well, not everything,
about?
not everything that is real has causal power. Okay. For instance, the word
Is that the case?
English.
That's one of my, yeah.
Well, so obviously the difference here between you and I is that perhaps you're familiar, but you're kind of a realist, where even abstract entities have concreteness to them, you say, but I'm not, because I recognize that abstract entities have no causal power. Space has no concreteness and has no causal power. Time has no concreteness and has no causal power. Direction has no
I
concreteness and
believe
has no
quite the
causal
opposite.
power.
I believe you have our worldviews completely backwards, frankly. I think that you believe in abstract entities that do not have causal power. I do not believe in
What?
Wow.
Bro,
That's
I do
really
not believe in
switched
abstract
what are
the
you
entities.
whole
talking
thing
about, man?
around, huh?
Let me,
So
please,
everything
please.
that you do, you're claiming we do. That's great.
No, let me clarify. When I refer to space or direction, I'm referring to causal, not abstractions.
Right, but space is not a concreta. You keep asserting that it is, but it isn't.
When I refer to space or direction or time, I'm referring to things that have concrete relationships with material reality and thus are part of concrete
Yes, I've
material
heard
reality.
you. You said that 3 times now. You're telling me this. I heard you. And what you're saying is wrong. Space and time and direction and everything else that is abstracta is not concrete and has no causal power.
So thus I would implore you to ask me why I feel that way.
Okay. Why do you believe
You
that
don't need to
space and
ask.
time,
You're delusional.
whatever
You don't need to
concreta,
ask.
why do you believe space and time and whatever concreta have causal power?
Okay, I define a thing as existing if it has causal relationships with other things that exist, location, and energy density. Those are my 3 requirements for considering a thing to exist. I do not believe in things that do not satisfy these 3 definitions for a thing existing.
Understand that time is a
Space,
concept.
direction,
You understand that time is a concept, don't you? It's a concept.
time has material relationships with
Time is a concept,
things.
sir. You
Are you
understand
sure
this?
that you sure that you isolated time from all other confounding variables that could possibly exist?
To a degree that's within my
Okay, so that's just a
degree of
no.
uncertainty.
You're qualifying it.
No, yes,
So it's to a
yes.
degree, so it's just a no.
No, I'm just an honest person.
Was
and
it
I'm willing to
isolated
say
or not? It's just a simple yes or
Yes.
no.
That
Yes.
Okay, time was isolated from absolutely everything else within it. There was absolutely
Is this
nothing else
not
present.
Gregory, is this not
Yes.
a kind of unfair question for him to ask? Because my answer
Well, no,
was
this is
yes,
just it, though. Right?
to a degree of certainty that satisfies my justification for epistemology. Yes.
Well, let me address his criterion. Okay, so number 1, no, I don't remember. Take me again. It exists if fill in
My
the blank.
3, yeah.
It has
It
causal
exists
relationships with other
if
things
it
that
has
exist in
causal
physical
relationships with
reality.
other things. Yes.
So how do you know that you've isolated
It has
time and
causal
space
relationships with
itself
other things that
from
exist?
from everything that exists that could have a causal relationship with everything else that exists? How do you know
Okay,
they've actually
so
done
I'm
that?
happy you asked that. I'm happy you asked that. So,
Well, I'm asking you
if we
because this
take-
is your
But
story.
I
So I'm just
can't
trying to get a
understand with the
correct.
cacophony.
I'm
I
happy
can't
you asked.
understand. Okay,
I'm happy you asked
just
how we
just go
isolate
fast.
time. Thank you. I'm happy you asked how we isolate time and measure its material effect on reality. As you probably know, all unstable nuclei decay at a certain rate that's predictable. We have half-lives, etc. If we put a unstable compound in some kind of isolated vessel in which it's not affected by other forces like electromagnetism, etc., and then we accelerate it and change the rate of its clock, because, like I said, space has direction and space has a rate of time, and those are connected to each other. So the faster a reference frame is moving, the faster it traverses time. So if we put isotopes in an isolated system and we accelerate relative to a stationary observer, their clocks will move faster related to the stationary observer, and those isotopes will decay faster.
So
Okay, so you're
to
experiencing
the
time
best of your
faster than
to the
stationary.
best of your knowledge, you isolated those things from all other things that exist within space and time that could possibly have any causal effect on them aside from space and time itself.
To the best, to a degree of certainty, this satisfies my
Well, it
epistemology.
sounds like a bit of a wash then. But anyway.
Well, that's great. That's what a degree of certainty. That's not bad in something that is entirely of your own description. A thought experiment. Thanks for prefacing that with that. It's just thought experiments. Doesn't match reality.
Yeah,
That's
he
the
is
problem.
good. He's very good
No,
with the
no,
sophistry.
no, no, no. This is
very,
this is
very good.
no. This has been done.
You're very good with the sophistry.
I
Thank
need to be
you.
clear. This is not a thought experiment. I need to be clear. Do not,
It is,
please
dude.
do
You've been
not
talking
impose
about
this
outer
on me.
space this whole
What I
time.
just described? No. What I just described? No.
Yeah, but you don't really know that you isolated it from absolutely everything but time and space itself, though. You just said that. You said to the best of your knowledge, yeah, we did. So you don't really know that. So great story, but where's that curve at?
If I could please continue with Go Fast, because
Well, you
was
like to
saying
let them
something.
get into the weeds with you, but sure, if the room is all for it, I guess.
No, I never get into the weeds. I get to the central point. The last thing, the last thing that Go Fast is telling me is that his criterion for existence is causal power and what else? I think it was 3 things. Go Fast.
Causal power, causal relationship with other things, energy density, or location.
I think we lost him.
Well, I heard it. I heard him. You're very low, but I could hear you. Okay, so
Shaking
there are
mic
plenty of things.
or something.
There's a multitude of things that don't have any of those properties and they're real. For example, the laws of logic that you and I are using right now in this debate, which is a necessary antecedent for us to have the debate and for you to even think. They have no causal power. They have no causal power. They don't have energy mass. They don't have causal relationship to other things.
I do not assign.
You are very low. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there.
Yeah, I can't hear a word he's saying, man. I don't know. He lost his connection.
I have to fix it.
He's dropped. Is he dropped? No, he's still there, man. Go fast. Oh, there you are. You're in, you're out. You're in, you're out. Wiggle your headphones or something. Oh, he gone. He's back. He's back. Check 1, 2, Mike.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
It's just his mic is like not there anymore. So
yeah, he's having some technical problems.
He disconnected himself or something.
Well, he's dropped in and out a couple times trying
He
to.
must be in a bad signal area.
I think this is really good, Gregory. I like where you're going.
Greg, man.
Wait a second. Non-physical concepts, they cannot have within them anything that has physical properties. If it's non-physical, it's just a concept. You can't claim that they have physical properties. Therefore, you cannot claim a causal effect of something that has no physical properties with saying they have a cause that is evident through some sort of physical properties is just unbelievable.
It's a reification policy.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
It's Narnia, baby.
It's concreteness.
That's
what the globe has. That's all the globe has.
Correlation, not causation.
If they're not into these, if they're not into the weeds like this with gravity and all this stuff for hours and hours and hours, they lose immediately, because when it comes down to what we actually experience in reality as far as Earth goes, it's flat and stationary and everybody uses it the same way.
Came back in.
He's back. Go fast. You there?
I'll answer. Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
I want to clear up any misconceptions you guys have about my worldview, and then I want to go. But like I said, just ask away. I'll clarify any misconceptions you guys have about my worldview.
The last thing I said to you was your criterion for existence or your criterion for being real fails because you're using the thing that doesn't meet any of those criterion, and yet they're a necessary antecedent for us to have the debate and for you to even think. Those are the laws of logic, which have no causal power, which don't have mass and energy and don't have any causal relationships to anything else.
Yes, I do not include immaterial concepts in my definition of exist or real.
Do you
You said
concede that?
gravity.
Do you concede that abstracta are real?
I don't describe them using those words personally. I use the word abstracta or concept, but I don't use the word real or.
Well, if they aren't real, if they don't have reality to them, then we wouldn't be talking about them. We wouldn't even know them, especially when they're only abstract and they're only known in the mind.
This sounds to be just a definition disagreement here, which is fine. I mean, if I know your definitions, we can communicate with them, and if you know mine, then you can understand where I'm coming from. So I do
Well,
not
let's settle the verbal
describe
dispute
things
then.
that do not have. Yeah, exactly. So I do not describe things that do not have the properties that I just laid out for existing as real things that exist. I describe them as concepts or abstracto or immaterial. And
so
I don't feel necessity.
So abstracta aren't real?
I don't feel. Sorry, I cut you off again. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So abstracta aren't real?
I use the word exist. I think real would apply to just everything. I would probably include immaterial and abstracta in real. But when I say exist, I'm referring only to things that have, causal relationships, energy density, location, etc. But
So
that's
then
just a definition disagreement, it seems.
So then abstracta, like you just said, are real.
I would say, yeah, I'll use real, but I won't say exist, just for the sake of
Yes.
our discourse. Yeah.
Okay. So I just posted the Wikipedia article 36 minutes past the hour that informs the reader about abstracta and concreta. And then the greater subject it goes under is ontology, the study of being. Like you're familiar, I believe. So there are abstracta and there are concreta. These are the two basic categories of real entities, things that are real, that have being in the world. Now,
Yes.
So there's that.
I disagree with concepts. I think the relationship between abstracta and concreta, as if they are equally applicable to, equally important to existence, is kind of unfair. I think that material reality is all that matters, period. And abstracta are concepts that we use to help communicate with each other, but they have no validity outside of communication amongst conscious beings.
But what does that mean? What do you mean abstracta mean less or have less significance than concreta? What does that mean?
In my personal worldview, I do not value abstracta or concepts or the immaterial to any significant degree outside of communication. So when we go into ontology and we talk about concreta, abstracta, and their relationships and describe them both as real, it paints this ideology where they are equally valid, I think, which is dangerous because it causes
well, you valuing concreta more than abstracta is a red herring. It's beside the point. It doesn't matter. It's beside the point that these two entities are real, and objectively, they're not more valuable than the other. Especially when you need the abstracta to express your value judgment about the concreta.
Yes.
Like if there were no abstracta, and if there were no abstracta, you wouldn't be able to think at all. You would have no thoughts. You would have no mind. You would have no life.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. A chunk of granite that is 700 feet below the earth does not have any concept of abstracta, and that's what I mean when I say that they don't have equal value. Things that don't think don't care about abstracta or concepts. They're just useful for communication purposes, and obviously, as a conscious being, that's a pretty significant part of my existence is communicating my thoughts. But
that things that are senseless that can't value anything is a moot point. That's a moot point. That's beside the point that abstracta and concreta are real, and abstracta is the necessary antecedent for you to even think, let alone debate.
Okay, so you described like you're very good at pulling debate back to what was important in the original subject matter. So before I go, you described direction and space as abstractive,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I describe direction and space as concreta. All right, I'm not talking about space and direction as they are referred to in geometry. I'm talking about space and direction as they have material relationships with concreta. I'm talking about them as concrete entities.
Okay, I get that. I understood that. I mean, why did you repeat that?
Space-time, so space-time is physical to you?
It has.
I already remembered that that's your position. Why did you repeat that?
Yes.
Well, that's funny because
I guess I'm not entirely sure where
concepts
where our
cannot push around physical objects. Concepts cannot move physical
I just
objects.
said
or
no.
have
The
any
answer to your question was yes. No, the answer to your question was yes, not no.
Can you get me a jar?
Space-time is
Can you get me a
physical,
jar?
it is not.
Can you get me a jar of space time, please?
Yeah, actually. I'm not capable
can't.
of
Shut the
the.
fuck
I
up.
don't know.
Okay, great.
Oh
I mean, I
my
could.
god.
Yeah, I heard it.
You
Yeah.
donkey.
Actually, no, I couldn't because you have 0-point energy and like vacuum density and quantum fluctuations and shit. So I could not get you a jar of space-time isolated.
Yeah, no shit.
No.
So where I remember your position. I remember. And so my critiques still stand.
So where in any of
grade
this
shit.
is Earth a globe? Like, can you show us that part?
Yeah, we've gotten very specific. No one's asking any questions about that. I mean, we got here by initially it was gas existing without a gas pressure existing without a container. I said you need to presuppose gravity to understand how gas pressure can exist without a
Maybe
container.
next time then.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So after all this
next
now,
time we'll get into more stuff.
After all this now, do we have proof of uncontained gas being able to exist within a vacuum without dispersing to fill that available volume? Is that what happened? Is that what these thought experiments proved?
Well, again, if you yes, I believe this is obviously a thing, right? Gas pressure exists without a vacuum.
Well,
I believe that is the case.
Okay, can you just set up a vacuum chamber and just show us some uncontained balls of gas just sitting in it and not seeking their equilibrium to fill the available space?
Well, you would need to find an area of space that's isolated from external gravitational fields, and I don't have the resources to get you there.
So it sounds like an
But
unfalsifiable thing then. And then also it's just a no. It's just a no.
It's not no.
Like,
No.
it's a no that you're trying to qualify. You're adding qualifiers to it, but it is just
No, I need to
it's
stop
like a
you.
no, you can't demonstrate it. So thanks.
Gregory, you just said that
I'm not
gas pressure existing without a container is unfalsifiable. I know. I don't know it. Greg, are you a mod?
No, but it doesn't really matter like, which one of us it is. But the point is that you can't show us, and now you're adding qualifiers.
You said it's right. You said it's unfalsifiable. That is not true.
Yeah, you just told us that you wouldn't be able to set something like that up. So yeah, you just said that.
No, I'm referring to myself.
Okay.
I'm referring to myself.
Don't worry, no one else can
if
do
I
that
had
either.
infinite funds, yes, I could do that for you. No, they're good.
No,
but
no one
like,
else
if I had
can do
infinite funds, I could do that. It would take me.
Well,
it would
you
take
need
me 2
infinite
years,
funds?
but, yeah, I could.
So unfalsifiable then.
I wouldn't need
There's no
infinite
such thing
funds.
as infinite funds.
No, I can give you an amount of money. What if I had if I had $8 billion, I could do this for you.
$8 million.
I can do it.
Listen,
Yeah, that's pretty much on the side of unfalsifiable. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, what happens if you give me $8 million, but then I blow it and I go like negative $6 billion? You know, like what happens then?
I have a problem with you describing.
We got to use globe
gas
salesman here,
pressure
folks.
Well, go fast. Just think of this. The court hearing already started. So you saying that the evidence is somewhere in the future, the court case already started, brother. If you don't have the evidence, then
it's over.
You might be shit out of luck.
Yeah, you lose. Sorry, you gotta come here prepared with that stuff. right? I mean, not tomorrow. It's not going
What
to
do
be
you mean?
okay,
What
Judge. I'll have it
what did
next
I
week.
say? What did
Judge, just hold on.
no,
Give
what,
me $8 million and I'll produce the evidence
no,
for you. No, it's now. Let's go.
Right.
never
That's
said.
extremely
I
suspect.
need to be very honest with you guys. I'm not sure what I'm being asked here.
I mean, this
Well,
is
I'll just say
deteriorating
it again.
the hostility and the
Super
quips.
clear.
It's not really
He said,
helpful.
"Can I?"
Well, okay, yeah,
He
but
said, "Can
you don't have to
I?"
do it
Then
yourself. You can just give us a citation of anybody who has done it. Just go ahead, post it. Let us have a look at what they actually did.
I don't think this has ever
So
been
you can't
done.
even do that. So you're going to replicate something that you can't
No, I
even
don't
show us
think it's
anybody
ever
else
been done.
having done if we give you $8 million and you're not a scam artist. Okay.
Excuse me?
Well, we
No, I was
people
never asking
speak.
for that. I would never do that. You said
Okay,
it's
well,
unfalsifiable.
I said
I
it
said
doesn't have
no,
to
it
be
is.
you. I think that was sort of your attempt to sort of skirt around it. It doesn't have to be you specifically. You can
No,
just give us a
no,
citation
it
of
is
somebody who has
possible.
done it or any time it has been done.
No,
Just
We got to stop cross talking each other eventually.
it's not. What's the crosstalk? It's a pretty straightforward request. Like just demonstrate the
But
gas
essentially,
pressure,
you haven't been
uncontained
trampling
gas
on his
pressure,
answers.
not dispersing to fill the available volume in a vacuum chamber. If you can't demonstrate it yourself, just offer us a citation of someone who has. It's
let me know
really
when-
straightforward.
But
He's
essentially, you haven't been
misunderstanding
talking
it
to his
on
answers.
purpose. He's misunderstanding it on purpose, Gregory, in
Let me
case you
know.
don't understand that.
Well, we
When it's
got
my
to stop
turn.
talking through each
Let
other.
me
It's
know
not
when it's my
helpful.
turn to speak.
He's misunderstanding you on purpose, Gregory. It's called sophistry.
Let me know when it's my turn to
Go ahead, go fast.
speak. Thank you. You asked me if I could demonstrate gas pressure
Oh
without
God, that
containment,
wasn't the
and I
point.
said
Well, this has already been cleared
no.
up. Go
Yeah,
fast.
that wasn't the point. Who cares?
Okay.
Okay, it's just a manner
Right.
of speaking.
Well,
You can
are
just
you
give us
asking
a
me
citation. It
if
doesn't
it
have to
is
be you
possible?
specifically.
Okay. No, I don't believe that. No, I don't believe this has ever been done.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I needed. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you ask me if it is possible, yes. I don't think it's ever been done, but like, I mean, I could easily comprehend the experiment and how it would be performed. You just need
Okay,
to
more
you need
thought.
to have
Yeah.
a large amount of gas that's just put into space, right, and just let it sit and let it coalesce.
Well, it's a really
And
cool
then you would
sci-fi
have
story.
higher
Let us know when you
pressure
come up with the 8 mil to try it out. I got to go do something else. See you later.
And start
Okay.
by upgrading from Velcro to shoes that you tie. That might help
Yeah,
too.
let us know when they actually prove something about the globe. We'd like to find that part out.
I mean, go fast. I'm under the impression that you gotta go, but if you don't gotta go, then okay.
Yes, I do. I do. No, thank you. Thanks for enforcing my own fucking yeah.
Alright,
Thank you
that's
guys for
all right.
this. This has
Hey,
been really
go
fun.
fast, man. Go fast. I think.
You go fast. My pleasure.
Hey, go fast. I'll just say this, man.
I do need to go. Thank you, Gregory. This has been
Hey, go fast. Can you hear me?
yeah. Definitely.
Hey, man. Slow is fast. Ask Sonny. He's a guitar player. Slow is fast.
Slow
Don't
is the new
fast.
fast.
Slow is the new fast.
Do my
Slow is
fingers have
fast.
direction?
Safe is slow. Slow is fast. What is that?
Are my fingers violating space time?
Yeah. Safe is slow. No. Nothing you do is in violation of anything.
Hey, but you live in a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If
In
you're
your mind,
living on a
yeah.
globe,
Entropy.
You gotta
Most
let
people
you're living
misunderstand.
in a complete, utter violation of thermodynamics second law. Check it out. Don't believe me.
we ought to let go fast
Gregory,
go, so it doesn't just
entropy.
become skewering.
I do gotta go, but I need to tell you, entropy is not material. Entropy is a conceptual. It is not material. So second law of thermodynamics does not have material impact. So it's not like
But the
time.
gas pressure does, though.
Later, guys.
All
That's
right.
a very interesting thing
Later.
to say.
Yeah.
Have a good
I
one.
gotta go.
All right. Get
Yeah,
some
Good
rest.
night.
yeah.
Come back, man. Come back again.
I implore you to look at entropy a little bit.
Hurry up and go
I'll
so
see
we
you
can
guys
talk
tomorrow.
about
Later.
about you after you leave. See you later.
Bye. Please do.
That's
Like
so
we always do.
that was the almost honest thing I've heard all day, Sonny. Thank
I just don't know why you would advertise your confusion.
I don't know, but we all maybe did it at one time, and you know, none of us are like spot on. but it's fascinating, man. I love it. That was a great conversation. Thank you, Gregory.
Yeah, it really was.
For
Thanks,
holding
Gregory.
that down, man. Thank you.
It's one thing to advertise that you're
My
confused.
pleasure.
Another to like try to compel people that you're right because you're convinced of your confusion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. And then
Yeah.
say like, well, you guys just don't understand my confusion. Like, well,
It
dude.
really starts. It really starts. It really starts appearing like the alcoholic who believes their own bullshit, like, or somebody else,
Yeah.
like, someone on an acid trip that actually just starts believing their own bullshit.
Yeah, Sonny, I've been saying this lately. It's like we're dealing with people who have imaginary friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, gravity is my imagined friend.
Probably part-time furries or something on the weekend. I don't know.
I heard that. ODD put that in his song. And gravity is our imaginary friend.
Nice.
I was like, what a great line, man. Throw in there. Gravity's my imaginary friend.
Are they like is that like the romance, like above all romances? Like you're laying in bed with your girlfriend or whatever, and you're thinking of space time and balls in space. What the fuck? I mean, it's like a weird romance with space, man. I don't know what these people's problem is. I still want to ask the question I ask every now and then. Why do they want it to be space? So why do they want this space to be real so badly that they'll lie, be dishonest, and pretend like they're saying something that's factual when they preface the statement with a presupposition, a guess? In the beginning, the whole thing, the first step, imagine it's a globe. You hear him say it all the time. That's the first thing you have to do. Imagine it.
Yeah, he literally said that.
Because you're never going to find it.
I came in kind of late. Did he say that? Did he really say that?
Yes. And I kept trying to stop him, but Gregory was on a roll, and it was a good process.
Yeah, it was great, man. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I come in here late night, take a couple of beers, hang out, laugh about most of this because it's ridiculous. You might as well laugh.
You gotta laugh.
Gregory is you're quite I think you're a bit younger than myself, man. I don't want to dox you or anything, but I'm 58, and I think you're
gonna shit your pants when you find out how Gregory is.
I don't know your age, but somebody whispered it in my ear, and you're like in your 20s. I heard.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, man.
26. 26.
It's like you're like half my age, bro, and you are just
Yeah,
a light.
I like that.
Light in my flat earth, man. You are a beautiful light, bro, and thank you for being the light.
God bless
man.
you.
I'm the same light. I'm just a different generation, man. That's all. We're the same
Thank
light.
you. God
man.
bless you. Oh,
Bless
glory to
you.
God.
We're lights too. We've just been kind of beat up a little bit. The outside of the bulb has been like fractured. It's got like stains on it.
It's fucking stupid bouncing around inside of a fucking globe. Fucking for a lot
Inside
longer.
the globe.
As long as you've been alive, I was been bouncing around in a globe, man. I'm like, damn, he's 20s in his 20s. Oh fuck, really?
Yeah, I think it's astonishing.
Anyway.
I think it's really great. That
Congratulations, man.
Really coming on.
Just enjoy it. Be blessed. Bless others. Everything will be all right, man. You know that.
Amen.
I don't know if it's that.
Now that's what this is
somebody
all
clapped.
about.
Woohoo! Woo! Somebody clapped. That's funny, man. CB, you're killing me, man. I love it. Anyway, keep carrying on, man. That was fantastic. I was listening a little earlier in the day, but I was listening when I was driving this morning, but I think it's been an amazing day around here. All right, if anybody has any, how we can make it better, I don't know, man. Good luck. Let me know. All right, carry on.
Yeah, it's been a good day.
Your guitar playing was great this morning, Johnny. Fuck. It
I
totally.
don't know. Oh, thank you. I don't know what happened in the 4 or 5 hours when I was laying down trying to sleep. I still couldn't sleep.
Well, you were around all that radio frequencies closer to the city, man. That's all.
Still hear it.
That's
Yeah,
probably why you think.
I think it's higher amplitude up
I think
higher.
we need
Like
Faraday cages, man. I think we all need them. Maybe
Have you guys talked to Jesse Gordon?
Jesse Gordon. I like the name, man. He was an outlaw back in the 1840s. He's been around a minute, man. He's a global salesman.
No, Jesse
He's been around. QE survivor.
Hey, I'm looking to. I've been in the
Fuck,
used
good
globe
luck
market.
with that, man. You survived QE. Tell me about it.
No, he's running from me. He blocked me. He won't answer the simplest questions. I don't know where he runs off.
Anyway,
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there.
yeah, I'm not going to take on QE, man. And I'm
I heard you, Jesse. I heard Jesse, but you were quite low.
Jesse, you sound like you were on like a CB radio from 1952.
Fixed.
In a shoebox. In a shoebox.
Shoebox.
I had been eating, and so I had my microphone pushed up to my head so that I didn't get food on it.
There you go. Yeah, you don't want to get slobbery food on your mic, dude. That's a bad idea. I agree.
Yeah, you don't want that microphone mass to attract the mass of your food, you know?
Yeah, if the food jumps off my spoon and sticks to the mic, I'll never get anything to eat.
Then other masses, other smaller masses might start getting attracted to it, like flies or something.
There is a magnet inside of the microphone.
It bounces around in a helical fashion inside the wires, like a little room. The gravity causes that. That's called gravity electronic refraction.
Holy goodness. Levelist, man. Are you here?
Because gravity got you down.
Yeah,
You there, brother?
gravity's got people out here depressed.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
got
you go.
us all down, huh?
Dude, do you go to those kind of events where they do that, or you like that kind of shit?
I don't know what events you're talking about.
The GIF in the back at 956, it's like this supercar just smashing all these other cars. Anyway,
no,
it's a hillbilly thing here in America. They love to smash up cars.
Don't worry about Flat Earth, dude. He's just easily distracted sometimes.
Well, I'm looking at the GIF that's dropped in the back there, man. See how... Moving on, man. Carry on. Please, carry on.
Well, I just was popped in to listen and learn while I was eating, and thought if QE was around, I'd ask him a question, but he doesn't seem to be here, so...
You always come in. You come in a lot of times. You come in a lot of times when you're eating, don't you?
Well, yeah, I'm always busy with something, so when I'm eating, I can listen, and it doesn't keep me from eating, and eating doesn't keep me from listening, so I try to do two things at once when the one doesn't interfere with the other.
I hear you.
I hear you. Well, what have you learned today, man? Tell me what you learned.
I don't think I've learned anything new since we last spoke, actually.
When did we last speak, man?
Well, it might not have been you, but it was enough other people here that if I were to tell you about it, they would be bored and unhappy.
Okay, let's move along. I'm glad you're here tonight. Come back anytime. We're here 24/7, man. There's different people dropping in all the time. I don't have to tell you, man. You don't know who you're going to run into. You want to run into QE? He's available, man, on different platforms, man, throughout YouTube. I mean, he's on Nathan Oakley's. He's all over Discord. You can get a hold of QE, man, anytime you want. I am pretty sure.
Oh yeah,
Hey, I'll be QE.
He's ducking you, bro. He's ducking you.
Pretty
He's
good
not ducking you, man. Believe me, he ain't ducking you.
Oh, doesn't QE duck?
He don't duck.
No, he's
No.
more of a swan kind of guy.
Yeah, exactly. He's Swanner. Fuck the duck.
Well, I guess bigger is better. At least that's what Texas says.
That's been the rumor.
That's a Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Apparently, that's what the Globe says too. Like the Black Swan, 264,000-mile radius.
It's a big one, man. Come on, they like it bigger is better. Come on, Sonny. Come on.
That's what she
Bigger
says.
is better. Bigger's better, damn it. You gotta have a big damn American thing. The big giant car, the truck, and towing them thing. No. America, man.
Okay.
America is absolutely unpredictable. I don't know what's going on, but it might be it's mixed up, man. America's mixed up. I'll say that. That's it. That's good enough. All right, man. So the Earth happens to measure observably flat and stationary, man. If anybody's got some kind of contrary beliefs to such a claim as I'm making, man, I'd love to hear about it, man, because my equilibrium system is it's aware, it's working, still working pretty good, man. At 58 years old, still working, man. But yeah, stationary and level, man, seems pretty cool. Kind of measures that way.
Oh, hey, is LIGO an allowed topic here, or did that already get hashed and tossed?
That's the light imaging radar. LIGO. It's like
the so-called gravity wave detector system.
Oh, it's gravity wave.
What kind of shit is that?
Damn, gravity wave. Hey, man, I saw a scientist come out and go, dude, we detected the waves and we finally did it. We're so proud of ourselves. We detected gravity waves. Yep. They've pronounced this in public arenas, for lack of a better word, institutions. They've proclaimed have detected gravity waves. That is the claim.
Oh, I don't know if they have or not. But
that
they
was
built
their claim, man, not mine.
Yeah, beats me. But they did build a very fascinating structure because they wanted a laser to go straight for 2.5 miles, and they wanted it to not be, distorted by air refraction or air movements. So they built a 2.5 mile long straight steel pipe.
Yeah.
For the laser beam to go through, and then they put a vacuum in there so there was no air to mess with the laser beam. And they actually built two of these at right angles, so it made like an interferometer, basically, a laser interferometer. And then they built two of these whole setups, one in Washington State and one in Virginia, or somewhere a long ways away from Washington, so that their idea was to see if a gravity wave happened from an event in way outer space, that they wanted to see if they could pick up the wave from at both locations, therefore to prove that it was from space rather than just an earthquake or something. I have no idea if they actually detected anything, but they claim to have built these 2.5 mile long pipes on a straight.
Yeah, exactly.
And they published the blueprints that they call the as-built drawings, which are supposed to reflect how they built it.
Yeah.
And the blueprints show that concrete path curved with respect to sea level.
Okay.
So in other words, they're saying that it's a straight run, but they're saying that it's only level at one point and not level at other points. So basically, their plans are as if the Earth is curved and they put a straight path on that curved Earth.
Yeah, it's called the force the line. You're forcing the line. Have you ever heard that term?
I heard the term, but I don't know what it means.
Well, if you're going to measure something over a distance, man, you can, plumb bob that shit straight, down the line, man. You're forcing it to exactly what the plumb bob's going to tell you, basically. And when you do that, man, you should find some curvature, man. If you live on a ball.
Right, but that obviously can't be your answer.
I'm just saying, it sounds like the same thing, man. You got a pipe that's 2.5 miles long, and you're saying they detected some irregularities with their.
Well, no, they just planned it out with reference to mean sea level.
Yeah, over the ocean, right?
Well, it's not built over the ocean, but that was their elevation reference point, was mean sea level.
Is this thing done?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Can
Maybe I wasn't listening much. Are you talking about a 2.5 mile pipe or 3.5 mile pipe? How big was it? And they're trying to see optical light through the end of it. What is it? What am I missing here?
Yeah, they're shooting a laser beam down and back inside the vacuum in the pipe.
In a vacuum.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show like where they're doing this. What's the
Yeah, man. I just want to link to the information about it. That's all, man. I'll take it up with you later, man. I got to do a little research on this, man.
Sure thing.
Cool, man. Thank you. It sounds cool, man. I mean, 2.5 miles of a pipe that's supposedly straight, and you shoot a laser down it. I want to see what the hell they saw, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, if laser is one thing. Like if it's just like if they're trying to expect to see light at the end of the pipe, that's a whole nother,
Right. Yeah. What were they trying to achieve here, and what were they doing to figure out, light speed? What were they looking at exactly? The curvature of the Earth? I would hope so. I don't think they were looking at the curvature of the Earth with this experiment, right?
No, they just wanted a large-scale laser interferometer in a vacuum, so that it wasn't affected by air fluctuations.
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. I mean, take all the air out of the pipe, shoot the laser down there, see what okay.
Yeah,
but this would be my question. So if it's a 2.5 mile pipe, did they assume the Earth to be curved when they built the pipe?
No, I don't think they did, man. I don't think he's going in there, man.
Yes, they did actually.
Oh, they did.
It looks like they did because they drew sea level on their chart as flat, but then they drew the pipe concave curved.
All right. Send the links, man. Put them in the chat there, man. Let's check it out.
And I just uploaded.
I heard someone else talk about this method in the debate flat Earth, but then another flat earther over there said something about diffraction and how that would make it so this is an unreliable method inside the pipe. I don't know much about it, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't know what.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, okay, let's say there's no one piece of pipe. There's segments of pipe. How do you know that even if you have a perfectly straight segment of pipe, how do you know that you've perfectly aligned it? Right? Like, there's way too much variable in this little bit of information that we have.
Right. Well, just all I have.
He was making the argument that even if it was straight over a certain distance, the light wouldn't go through anyway.
No, the pipe's big enough that it would still go through, but
why? Why would it?
The pipe's many feet in diameter, several feet in diameter at least.
How long is it?
2.5 miles.
Where's the links, man? You got some links?
Yeah, what are you just talking about?
The links, man. I gotta have some links to this shit, man. Please, thank you.
Hold on.
Hang on. Yeah, dude, we're here 24/7. Take your time, man. No pressure. I want to check it out, man. That sounds really cool. Thanks. Definitely. Thank you. I love that kind of shit, man.
Okay, I just posted a link to an index of all the civil engineering drawings.
Okay.
Ooh, I do like a good drawing.
All right.
And the
video.
The arms are actually long, so they're split up across like 10 pages. So I actually posted or uploaded a really skinny, wide picture at 8 past the hour, which is all 10 sections from one leg pasted together, so that you can actually get kind of a full put together view of that arms.
I see it. Yeah,
profile.
Yeah. Okay. Looks pretty flat, man. My first impression there, man.
Right, but if you look, the center is at 63 feet even, and then as you go to the left or the right, it curves up to 64.12 or 64.06 or something. Which, if you check, is like 8 inches per mile squared.
Hey, you know what? It's 8 inches per mile squared. This graph definitely guaranteed. Check it out. Cool. We like 8 inches per mile squared around here, and this nails it, man. All right, shut the server down, everybody, man. Shit, we're done. Crack a beer. Let's have a big. Dude, you did it. Thank you.
Knitting circle? What are you going to vote for? I say we turn this into a knitting circle.
Like the knitting circle. I was going to go Hot Wheel collectors. What do you guys think, man?
Micro machines. I like Hot Wheels too, though. We could combine.
We could do Hot Wheels or
micro machines.
Micro machines?
Yeah, with the Hot Wheels, of course.
Oh shit! You know what? I think you're on.
Yeah,
that's it. There we go. I like music. I don't know about you guys, but I'm in the music biz. I love music. Can we go music server? By chance?
No music. It's already.
Can we build?
I'm good with Hot Wheels, man. I'm good. I'm down. Let's do it. I'm going to my next. I got 3 estate sales and a garage sale to hit this weekend. Check it out.
If we have music, it can only be like 80s, like I don't know, like commercial, like racing music. I don't know, like or car music, whatever.
Commercial racing music. I love
I don't know
it.
if it's a real thing, but I'm making it up.
Well, we're gonna make shit up. Exactly.
Yeah.
We got categories you never even thought of, man. You know why? Because we're flat earthers, man. That's why. Yeah, we could give NASA a run for their money, man, with Hot Wheels. Yeah.
I mean, I think Jesse probably is getting it. Like that was who it was, right?
Yeah.
So like, we don't need to take you seriously until you present something.
Yeah, man. And
this is something.
You presented some graphly picture, man. That's cool, but I need a video of how they set it up. You know, was there anybody there to like videotape anything at all by chance? That would be cool. I'm more into that. I'm not going to read through 27 pages of shit, man. I'm not that guy. There might be some guys around here that can do that, but that's not my style. I'm more of a hands-on kind of, let's build this shit. Where are we going with this pipe? We have to pick it up.
Yeah, me too, really.
Yeah, let him respond.
Over here. We got to put the pipe down. We got to measure this. We got to, calculate that. I can do those kinds of things, but I'm not going to read through fucking 26 pages of fucking documents. No. Might read the abstract, though. That's cool.
All right, let him respond now. Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, yeah, it's just I thought it was interesting because
I like it.
there are plans that were released for something that is allegedly built.
Yep.
Which, if the plans are correct, they're indicating that straight is not level, and it would be two places in the United States where one could possibly get the right permission and go take a water tube level and set it up and just see if it
Yeah,
was if it followed Earth, if it
It's
followed a
called,
water
it's
level,
called
or if
yeah, it's called Force the Line. We've been talking about it since 2016. And if this is like the Force the Line thing, man, oh my goodness, dude, I think we're going to be really, really happy.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what it sounds like he's describing,
Totally
right?
sounds like that, Lou, man. Come on.
they didn't do it. They didn't do it for the purpose of measuring
I
Earth.
understand that. I understand they didn't do it for that purpose, but we might be able to take their data and look at it as very close to what we call Force the Line. And yeah, there's a way to do it. And a engineer showed us how you can do it, and we've been wanting to do it. It's very expensive. 2.5 miles of anything, whether it's sticks and stones, man. I mean, it's if you have to measure every 10, 50 feet, 100 feet, whatever it is.
Oh, does that mean to build
anything? I don't care what it is, made out of wood or plastic or tubes or whatever. You're gonna pick a material. You're gonna build some structure that's 2 miles, 2.5 miles long. It's just a tremendous expense, man. It's not like I should be able to go out here in the deserts of California where I live and see some kind of monument that they built that it's 2.5 miles long. You can see the curve, something. I mean, there's plenty of stretches of roads out here that are like 50, 80, 100 miles.
I mean, 2.5 miles is it's
totally flat, man, for like 80 miles, bro. Guaranteed, maybe 120. It's California is the flattest shit in the world, man. When you get out to the deserts, man, that shit is flat. As far as land goes, it's great, man. So
yeah, I mean, when it comes to like 2.5 miles doesn't seem like a very long distance, but yeah, when you're going over terrain and through the woods and whatever else to grandmother's house you go, right? Like trying to keep something perfectly straight all of a sudden becomes a very tall task.
Oh no! I mean, you gotta measure 3 times and then cut, right? You gotta make sure for sure. I think they call it.
Need to find some old railroad tracks that aren't in use anymore.
Yeah, they do a pretty good job with that stuff. They can only they go up to like a 1% grade, like or even less than a 1% grade.
So yeah, I want to go out. I want to see the line. 2.5 miles would be just amazing, man. I mean, that would be like such a perfect number of level that would, pretty much knock your 8 inches per mile squared out of the park. But according to Jess here, he's like got some information that potentially could say otherwise. Oh my goodness, really? I've never heard information that could potentially, through the universities and very, very high budget, maybe market manipulated institutions that come out with information that confirms whatever they fucking want it to confirm. Period. They will just figure it out.
Well, typically we find out that it was all done using, like he was describing, light, like in a lab, shining light and telling you theoretically this is how it would work.
If you got enough money, man, you can get enough papers written that confirm anything you want, man. You want rainbows up unicorns' butts? Yeah, we got that. We got it. For enough money, we can make that happen. Hold on, man. How much money are we talking about? Oh, shit. A shitload of money. Oh, okay. What do you want?
Scientists agree with whoever is funding the research.
100%, man. And if anybody disagrees with that, I live in Anaheim, California. Let's meet up, man. Because we'll take it to task. 100%. Take it to task. We like doing that. We love taking things to task around here. That's what we do. This is the place to take Earth to it. Take it to pieces, baby. Take Earth to pieces.
Beyond what was just said about the scientists agreeing with whoever is funding it.
That's right.
They even go as far as like, they will. They'll pad the results for just what they believe. Like, oh man, it's
hard to explain. I get it, Lou, man. Basically, they can end up with results whatever they want. Basically, I mean, they can come up with 42 pages of some college student, something, who knows. It was just doing a thesis on gravitation or whatever. They'll just take whatever it makes it seems like it actually does work, man.
You ever were in high school, you had to write a paper, and they were like, you have to write a paper on this and this, and you're like, I don't agree with any of that, but I know what I have to write to make the grade, right?
Right. You gotta kind of bend over and say, hey, what do I gotta do, man? Oh, okay. I'll just do that because I want to get my grade. And okay. Yeah. Those are the ones that get through, man. They get through it. If you go against the system, I don't have to tell anybody here, man. You go against the system, man, you will, you're going to have some humps and hurdles rather than just getting along to go along. Yep. Pick your road, man, I guess. Orion's out there crushing it up and just handing out flat earth, talking to flat earth up in the western region of the United States, I guess they call it. That's what they call it, man. Beautiful place, man. It's flat up there too, man. I checked it out. I've been up there.
I mean, what I didn't, and still probably won't phrase properly, but it's just all the fundamentals about it, like what he was mentioning.
Yeah.
Whether or not level is curved and all that stuff. All this stuff, it's based in theoretics. It's not testable. And maybe what he's talking about with this tube is interesting, but I don't think that it's just already listening to it. I doubt that it's definitive. Let's just say that.
Nothing's definitive.
Yeah.
Nothing is. I mean, if anything was definitive around here, we wouldn't even fucking be here. But we've got so many things that are undefinitive, and it's just a ridiculous amount of shit that's undefinitive. And just like Jess and he come and even Go Fast tonight was coming in going, hey man, the measurable light between the distances is crossing this and that. Like, no.
I mean, if you're still listening on YouTube, I think he left, but like this thing with the tube, I just wonder if he knows about like just atmospheric light extinction, like
he might not.
You know what I mean? Like, then again, I didn't look at what he said. He's talking about lasers. Maybe the laser makes that point that I just made. irrelevant. Maybe it does. But no, I don't know. It's like these guys all often come in thinking like, well, light just travels forever. And if I just create a straight tube and I look through it, you know?
Well, that was the thing, man. I was kind of nailing them down a little bit. I'm like, 2.5 mile long tube. Cool. All right. I love that idea. We're gonna add a vacuum to the I love that. Here we go. Vacuum tube, 2.5 miles. And we're gonna shoot a laser through it. Okay, what are we looking for, man? That's all I want to know. What are we trying to observe here? Light travels through a vacuum. Oh, okay.
Well, I think he was trying
What is? Are we trying to? I kept pinning him down. Are we trying to measure curvature here? But he dropped that little GIF thing, man, or not a GIF, but a JPEG with the little line across it. And he said, "Yeah, man, this works out."
You mentioned LIGO before that, and I don't know what LIGO really looks like. Is that was he just describing LIGO? Is that what LIGO, their experiment consists of? Is this 2.5 mile tube or what?
Well, LIGO is like the infrared radar or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a. That's what I do with light, like, but I don't know what they really did to conduct their experiment. I probably by now really should have looked into it more. Honestly, I'll admit that, but
we all should have, man. But
yeah.
I asked the dude, man. I kept bugging for like, you got a video? You got something that explains what's going on here? And I got nothing, man. I got fuck all. So,
yeah, I mean, when the guy presenting it doesn't know any more than you do, and he's just like, look at this website.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, that sounds interesting, but show me what you're doing. We're out in the field building the fucking 2.5 mile long tube that you're going to add vacuum to. How you doing this? Where you at? I mean, what city? Give me something. I'm sure it's all in the paperwork. He dropped the link. We can check it out, but there's no video, man. I'm probably not going to check it out too far, man. That's not my expertise around here.
I just, out of distrust for people, don't click anything, honestly, unless I trust them. You know, like the rest of you guys, I know it sucks because we're in this public forum. And you want to talk to somebody and you want to drop me a link, I'm not going to fucking click it because fuck you.
Well, you got to have a little bit of trust there, Lou.
Nah, I don't. No, I don't.
Is that really a problem for Discord, though? I thought it was really just a problem for emails.
I just don't click. I don't use my email either. I never have. Never fallen into that. Like, I go in like twice a year or once a year and just delete everything without opening it.
All right, man.
What's the purpose of having an email address then?
I don't know. They made me get one in in like 1996 or something. I don't know. I've never needed an email other than to sign up for shit. That's the only thing I've ever needed an email for.
You still have AOL.
You've had the same email address since 1996, but you've never read an email from it. You just go in there every 2 years, and then delete everything. Yeah, that makes sense.
Lou, man, it doesn't make sense. It's a little paranoid for even this crowd, bro.
No, dude, what do I need that shit for? Like, I didn't sign up. I don't need nothing that comes to me randomly in the email.
No,
and I don't need it. I
don't need it.
And I need that less than I need the bullshit that comes in the mail. And I don't look at that either most of the time.
Hey, man, you can get a new couch at the local store, man, for like, $99 this weekend, man. Come on. That comes in the mail. You can get a new couch.
No, I'm not filling out anybody's survey. I'm not fucking letting you know what I thought about your product. I'm not doing
Hey, Lou,
you,
man, I had a guy approach me. Lou, I had a guy approach me in the parking lot today, man. He's like, "Hey, man, will you sign a petition to have less taxes?" And I was like, "Dude, man, I'm not a registered voter, man. I don't think it's gonna help."
Yeah. Whatever you gotta say to get away from putting your name on something.
I agree with you, man. But
yeah, like I'm not putting my name on shit.
Nothing's
Fuck
gonna
you.
help,
Get away from me.
I'm a realist, man. I'm not a hopefulist. Is a hopefulist a word? If
No,
not,
but I like it.
a hopefulist. I'm a hopefulist. Damn it.
You're addicted to hopium.
Addicted to opium. You guys gotta hope me out, man. Hope me out. Mm-hmm. Who's got the best hope in the house, man? I want to hear some hope, man. Give me your hope, baby.
Somebody I don't trust drops a random link and wants me to click it. I am not clicking it till I make sure that my VPN is working. I'll tell you that for sure. And that I have to, and even then, I'm like, this better be fucking good.
I would never, disagree with that. That's logical, man. Yep.
Do you guys know that that clip we always play of the submarine, how he's deep down in the water and they find like another salt ocean that they can't descend into underneath the ocean?
Yeah.
Well, that guy died in an airplane accident.
Yes, he did, man. Right after that.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
it wasn't long after he recorded that. By the way,
it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to die in a plane accident.
Well, I know a few people personally that have. And
really, yeah,
it can happen, man. I've been up in planes. Accidents happen, man. Mostly on takeoff and landing. That's where they really mess it up. But there are, mid-flight interruptions. It happens. My buddy survived a helicopter crash, dude.
Wow.
No doubt, man. Yeah, pretty wicked. The middle of the desert in California here, man. Low desert. The low desert, not the high desert. That's different. We got low and high deserts in California. I don't know if you guys know that. We got
I do.
We got below sea level deserts, and we got up to like 5,000 foot deserts. So we got both.
Top Column Pass is 4,000 feet.
Yeah, 4,200, It depends. I mean, if you get up on the mountains themselves, man, you can get up to the high desert, like 7,000 feet. But I don't know. I guess they call those mountain ranges, but it all looks like high desert to me. I can't tell the difference. It's up on the plateau, the flat plateau of the Southwest America, California, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona. Arizona's lower, but New Mexico, it's up there. It's the plateau of the desert in America. It's beautiful. Beautiful place.
Mojave? Mojave?
Mojave. It's the Mojave Desert. The American Indians lived there and they ate the fruit from the cactus and the roots and everything. They ate the whole fucking thing, man. Yeah. Way to survive, man. The history of the Southwest is skeptical, at best, man. It's not fitting together. Something's got to happen.
Yeah, how the fuck did they live out there in the middle of nowhere? I mean, what was there to eat? What was there to drink, man?
You never know. Maybe if those natives had an opportunity to look at you in your home, they'd think you live in the middle of nowhere.
Or maybe everybody was connected by a world network of flying Vermanas.
Have you ever been out in the Mojave Desert?
No.
You realize that it gets up to like 120 miles, 120 degrees out there, man.
Well, this time of year, yeah, it's 120. Well, 110, something like that. It's a mild summer. It's only 110. Very, very mild. Hey, man, it's dry heat. You guys know the difference between dry heat and wet heat? All right, I've experienced both, man. I'll never go to Florida again, ever, or anywhere near it. And it's just never going to happen, man. I got there and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm standing in the water and I still feel like I'm sweating, you know? Like, this is not good. This is not good. In California, man, you go out, you're sweating, you can drive to the beach, get in the water, man. You're cooled off immediately.
People are in California on the beach in the middle of summer wearing like hoodies and shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, that's Northern California. It's not Southern California, man. Southern
Well, whatever, dude. Anywhere else, it's like that doesn't happen. You don't get dry freaking heat like that. Like,
yeah,
you know, you if it's 80,
dude, in
Northern, you're wearing a hooded sweatshirt, you're sweating your balls off.
In Central and Northern California right now, this time of year, at night it drops down to like 58 degrees, man, along the coast. And, you know, it gets up to like, 75 during the day, but it's
like in California, especially like I've heard Sonny talking about it. Like he'll be complaining one day about how cold it is, and like 3 days later about how hot it is. And you ask him the temperatures, and it's like a 10-degree window. It's like you know, you get
well,
yeah.
It's like fuck you, California weather.
I'm telling you, Lou, man. Listen, man. Today I drove about 250 miles from like the middle of the state on the coast, all the way down to like a quarter of the way to Mexico border, right? I drove like 250 miles of this stretch and I started out at like 63 degrees. I'm driving up the coast. I go inland just a little bit, man. And it's all of a sudden it's like 84 degrees. Right. And then I go back to the coast. The highway takes you back closer to the coast. It's like 68 degrees on the coast. And then I drive inland towards LA and it's 93 degrees. Right. And you're like, oh shit. I've just traveled through like.
All right, I'm going to hit you with something. In the last year, like less than a year, so in winter, we got down to like negative. Well, not this year. I don't think we got this cold, but a couple years ago, we got down to like negative 40. All right?
-40. I remember that, bro. I remember. It was wind.
Yeah. So we can go like negative 40 in the winter, and like we hit over 100 degrees already this year, like more than a month ago. It's like month and a half, 2 months ago almost. Over 100 degrees.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize Wisconsin was that fucking far north, dude.
It's way up there, man. It's up Chicago. It's
we're above Chicago.
Above Chicago, man. That. Yep. I know Janesville. I know Madison, man. I spent a whole bunch of shit time down there. They were one of the first cities in Madison that had this outdoor dining walkway that you just kind of go up and down the boulevard with, seating in the middle, people playing music on the side of the street. It was just like this scene, bro. Back in the 90s, like 94.
Oh, dude, especially during
They
the
were like the
90s,
first.
during the 90s, like that whole Madison area was,
It
oh my
was
God, like
so cool, dude.
it
It
was
was.
like well,
It was
they were voted every year as like the #1 party school
best.
in the nation, and
Dude, they set
so
the trend. I'm gonna shout out to Madison because you guys just fucking were like 20 years ahead of your time, man. Every city has one of those now, but not every major city has one. But that was Madison, Wisconsin, set the tone because they all feel the same. I'll never forget it, dude, man. That was the coolest experience. I was like, people playing music on the street, restaurants, bars.
yeah, like Wisconsin, like every
Like,
city, pretty much every town has like more bars per capita than like you could ever imagine. In fact, like Watertown, Wisconsin, during that time, I remember they had the most bars per capita in the world at like nine people, like 9 people of their populace per every bar in town.
There you go, man. There's some check that.
That's because they're kind of a suburb to that whole like Madison like college bar scene. Like so
Yeah.
like there's not a lot of people that live there, but there's a ton of bars.
It was ridiculous. Man. I mean, when I saw it in the 90s, man, I should have known that, Starbucks was going to start up. I should have fucking, oh my God, this is like the scene out here, man. It was the first open air mall kind of restaurant-y, cool lighting. I mean, it was just a scene, man. Madison definitely started that whole scene, man. It's very popular out here in California. I don't know if you know that, Lou. They've copied it. They've copied
the whole trying to do the party college town scene, that thing.
Yeah. They copied what you guys started. But the restaurants and the bars, man, lining the street. Yeah. Madison was the first. And I had been to New York. I've been to LA. I've seen it all. But that scene in Madison was, this is really cool, man.
Like any parent who knew any better at all, like when their kids said they chose Wisconsin, they were like, "Oh fuck,
oh shit." They're fucked.
My daughter's gonna go get fucked up.
They're fucked. So Lou, let me ask you, man, if you had a daughter who was like 17, an absolute stud in the classroom. I mean, I'm talking like the smartest kid in the fucking school, one of them.
So far, you're not too far off. I do have an 8-year-old. I have an 8-year-old daughter who's like head of the class so far.
The head just absolutely crushing, right?
Yeah.
No doubt. She's on the cheerleader squad. She kicks. She's physically fit. She's ready to kick ass. She's gonna get some scholarships, man. No doubt about it. I have no doubt. I mean, she's second in the entire school. Like, oh fuck, here we go.
Because she wants to go to UWM.
Anyway, she's got I don't know where she's gonna want to go, but she's gonna have her choice. I'm pretty sure she's gonna have a choice. Would you send her to one of those big universities, man? Like UCLA, USC, Madison, Wisconsin, whatever, man. Pick
UWM. That's what. Yeah, university.
Would you send Are you going to send your daughter to one of those universities, man?
Well, here's going to be the thing. I'm just a construction worker. She's going to have to get that mostly on scholarship. It's
going to be a full ride, man. I guarantee it's going to be a full ride.
And if that's the case, if she earns her way and does it herself, I don't really have much of a choice when that comes.
Right? That's what I'm thinking, man. I don't think I have. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm gonna. I have 2 years to figure this out, man. So I'm thankful for that. But I'm glad I got to talk to you about it for a second, man. Made me think.
Yeah. No. What? So is that your scenario? You have an
Yeah.
older daughter? Yeah.
She's gonna have the opportunity to go to pretty much any school she wants to, man.
Yeah. I mean,
start thinking about that. I'm like, whoa, Harvard. Oh shit, that's crazy.
Let me put it this way, because I have a younger brother. I don't know if you were listening earlier. I don't want to get all into it completely again, but
Yeah.
like, in order to go to school, he had to jump through a whole bunch of hoops over these last couple of years,
Mm-hmm.
and now he's fighting for his life.
I get that, man. I'm never gonna.
When it comes to like, would you send them to any of these universities? Not with the hoops they have in place. Absolutely fucking
No.
not. Fuck no.
See, that's where I need to talk to you about this shit, because that's something to think about, isn't it? Damn.
Sure fucking is.
She's amazing, man. I think she can do, pretty much whatever she wants. But it's.
Have you entertained the idea of getting her a mentor instead of sending her to school? The money you're going to spend on school, or any money that was going to be sent on school, just find out her interests and have her go learn from whatever business mentor she wants. Fuck school.
Yeah, I'm with that, man. That's how I made it. Was going through a mentor, and I didn't know I was going through a mentor, but it just happened to work out. But yeah, man, I love that. I don't know, man. We'll see, man. I got 2 years to figure this all out, but I'm not. If she's gonna get the offers, man, to go to Harvard or MIT or wherever, that's how smart she is, man. She's second in the entire school. I'm like, oh shit, this is gonna be wicked. Okay, I gotta help her. Is she gonna go through that, or is there something I can say? Hey, man, maybe that's not for you. I don't know.
Is there such a thing as a non-communist university in America anymore?
No, there is not. There is.
I think there are, but as far as like the state-run the university system, like maybe not as far as that goes. But
I mean, last time I checked, there was only like 8 libertarian colleges in the entire United States, and that was a while ago that I looked at that.
Well, hey, man, let's say she wanted to study, health or something. Something. She doesn't want to be a doctor. I'm pretty sure she's going to be more like. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't think she's not a business-minded person. I don't see her digging that kind of shit. Arts, she's really good at art. Maybe an art degree. I don't know. But if she got a full ride to does MIT have a fucking art degree? Is that a thing? I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure Stanford has one. Right? Pretty sure.
Well, MIT is like it's technology, Institute of Technology. So like, I mean, if it's technical drawing or if it's like, then in that case, sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many degrees these days. Who knows, man? Dude, they got a degree in astrophysics. That's cool. How's that working out for you? How's that working? Okay, cool. Thanks. Astrophysics, man. That's a degree. Mm-hmm.
Might as well get a degree in scuba diving.
Well, can't you get a degree in, I'm not even gonna know I have the right word, but like all this bullshit having to do with, like other than male and female, like gender studies, can't you get a degree in that?
gender obscura.
They get to make up a lot of kids get to make up their own degrees now.
Yeah, I get to make up my own degree. There you go. That's where we're headed. Hey, man, I heard that if you buy a brand new BMW in Germany, and if you want to use your heated seats during the winter, you have to pay extra for that. That's a new service fee. And you guys think I'm making it up, but I heard it from a guy that lives in Germany. And now you have to pay for your heated seats in your car. Those aren't free anymore. Just like the internet's not free anymore.
So I'd either buy an old BMW or bring me a blanket.
Yeah, bring your ass a blanket that you can plug in. It's a heated blanket you can plug into your cigarette lighter, which they don't have in the car anymore because you'll have to run a separate line from the battery. Damn, those bastards. There's always a way around their cucky shit.
My newest work truck has a cigarette lighter, but without the actual cigarette lighter, but it's got the
plug.
It's got that plug in the fucking passenger side glove box.
It's in the glove box. I love that. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. My car actually has a cigarette lighter in it. Electronic. Yep. With the coils. Yep. I got one. My car was built in 2005. So a little bit ago, coming up on 20 years here shortly, but good car, man. Has a cigarette lighter in the car, man. Love that. Hey, man, freedoms. I used to talk about freedoms a lot, man. It's like, dude, we used to ride around with like 12 people in the back of a pickup, and we were going to the beach. And we had boards and fucking umbrellas and coolers and all kinds of shit. We just go, hey, we're going to the beach today, man. You want to go? Like, yes. And we would just pile people in the back of a pickup truck and cruise to the beach. That's the kind of freedom I'm talking about. The kind of like you can't replace, man. It's been taken away, man. If you did that shit now, man, they'd pull you over so fast and write you a ticket. But it was legal, man. It wasn't. We could pile like
now state by state. That's different. I think in my state, actually, as long as like a minor has to be in an actual seat, but if you're an adult, you're allowed to be in the back. But you have to stay seated, and you can't like be standing up and being stupid. But I think as long as all the seat belts are taken, you can take more people in the back.
Okay. Cool, man. I know that here in California, we used to do that, but that's been taken away pretty much, man. You could pile as many people as you can get into a car, and nobody had to wear a seatbelt.
Right. Yeah. Back in the day, there was
no law against that, man. There was none, man. It's like,
well, and really, and I know they say, well, seatbelts save a lot more lives than they take, but there's still a risk when you're putting that seatbelt on, depending on the type of accident you're going to get in and all that. Like they shouldn't force you to do it. They really shouldn't, in my opinion.
No. Seatbelts have caused a lot of strangulations. People being upside down, man. Kind of getting the strap across there. Yeah. So there's no perfect scenario, man. But freedom is freedom, man. And I love the fact that we pile 12 people in a car and go, hey, we're going to the beach. And you're like, who's got money for gas? Anybody? Chip in, something. And that's how we rolled, man. We rolled like everybody chipped in. We all went to the beach. There was 12 of us in a Chevy Nova. That's it, man. We just crammed in. We didn't have seat belts, nothing, man. Threw all our shit in there. That's the kind of freedom that's been slowly destroyed and manipulated.
Closest thing I have to that is I was in Asia. You can ride scooters with no helmet, no shirts, just flip flops and board shorts, just doing like 60 miles an hour on scooters.
Yep, on a little Vespa kind of scooter thing.
Yeah.
Just ripping.
So, I mean, back in the day, you would get away with all that stuff, and nobody would care. They'd cheer you on. Now, not only is it illegal to do it, people will call you in and turn you in for going and having that good time that you were just describing.
Dude, they called us.
Karen? You talking about Karen?
Oh,
yeah. Go ahead.
No, just Karens. That's what he said.
Karens? Did you? Karens. Oh my God. There's 12 people in the back of the pickup with 2 dogs. We must. This has to end.
They're smiling. They're smiling so much. Please stop them.
They're smiling too much. We have to call the police on them because we know they're up to no good. We definitely know they're up to no good. How dare them smile?
They're having way too good of a time, and there's way too many of them.
They're having too good time, and it's too good, and we can ruin their day. I feel better. Thank you.
Hey, Flatter, dude, how many trips into Baja have you made?
What was that? I didn't hear it.
I said, how many trips into Baja have you made?
Just one. Long time ago, bro. Yeah, man, that was an experience. Baja's absolutely amazing place, man. Oh my goodness, what a cool place! Damn, that would be a great flat Earth place, man. It's flat. That shit's flat. It's like I don't know how many miles. Hundreds and hundreds of miles of flat, man. Woo! Beautiful.
I gotta tell you, I like during the winter. Like I've been, I snowboard and stuff, and like I was watching some of these California snowboarders, surfers, skateboarder dudes. They do all of them, and they're like just like any time of the year. They're like, let's just drive down here and go surf.
Yeah, that's how. I roll.
Man, like fuck you,
fuck you guys.
You.
Yeah, man, that's how we roll, bro. We can go snowboarding or surfing or whatever, man.
Big Bear to Huntington, same day.
Same day, baby. I've done it. Mm-hmm. Same day, baby.
Like that whole West Coast chill attitude, surfer boy attitude that we love to make fun of everywhere else. We love to make fun of you guys for it.
Yeah, you do.
We love
and we deserve to be made fun of. That's fine. Sonny would agree.
But we're envious at the same time. Like exactly. we understand it. We're like, we get why you act that way.
So you guys are just a bunch of fucking fruits and nuts out there. No. Don't play that card, man. Don't even come close. We're real. I mean, it is a very friendly place, Lou, man. Come here, you go to the grocery store. There's people in line. They're like, "Hey, how you doing?" Good.
If you stay west of the 5, yes, I agree with you. You start getting a little east of the 5, it can get pretty angry out there.
There's some angry parts, no question. I've been through Hollywood and LA and all of it, and I've seen it, man. 2 weeks after the Rodney King riots, I drove past the exact intersection where the truck driver got.
Florence and Normandy.
Yeah, I was right there, dude. I was, and I actually was in a truck, like a moving truck. Yeah, it was crazy, man. It's like, oh shit, we're right. It was only 2 weeks after, man. It wasn't like years after. It was 2 weeks, and it was calm as could be, man. I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's good. I'm laughing to myself. I'm like, shit, I just drove past. Right, this is where it started, man. And 2 weeks later, man, it's like nothing happened, dude. Like nothing happened. It was so weird, man. I had to sit on that one for a minute. I was like, oh shit. I did mention to the guy that was with me, and I was like, hey man, we just drove past where shit started 2 weeks ago. Like, yep. Florence and Normandy. That was it.
Where the rooftop Koreans were holding court.
Yeah. Hey, how about Sublime coming out with that record, man? Right after that.
Yeah, 92, yeah.
Tight, bro. Oh, shit.
April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the streets. Tell me, where were you?
You're home watching your TV.
I was participating in the anarchy.
Oh, shit. Fuck off. That's so good, man. I wish I would have wrote that, man. That was epic, man. It was like
where do you think I got this guitar that you're hearing today?
First place we hit was the liquor store.
Finally, we got all the alcohol I can't afford. Oh, shit. It was true, man. And that was what made it so epic, man, right? Too bad Brad OD'd on whatever he was doing, man. Too bad. He was excellent, man. He had some problems, obviously.
Mucho gusto, me llamo Bradley. I'm hornier than Ron Jeremy. And if you want to get popped in your knee, you gotta wipe that look off your rotten face. You hate me because I got what you need, a little horny. Blah, blah, blah. Never mind.
Yeah, the riots. I want to say that was my like first 9/11. Yeah, I was like, whoa, shit. They're rioting right up the road from me, man. And I could see why they were pissed, man. I mean, the whole narrative was like the cops beat up this guy, you know, and it was a complete manipulation. It was MK Ultra kind of tactics, man. It was tough, man. It was tough. I knew something wasn't right, man. It's like, it just didn't feel right, man. I wasn't stressed about it at all, man, at the time. It's like, shit. And, I proved it to myself 2 weeks later when I drove past the same intersection that it all started. And I'm like, oh, shit. It looks normal, man. It didn't look burned out, fucked up. No, it just looked like a normal corner. I was like, that's weird. I don't know. I probably just said to myself, that's interesting. So that was 30 fucking years ago, man. 30. Sorry. 30 years ago. I was there, man. I saw it.
No, well, I mean, I can understand a group of people being angry for a night or whatever, but the way that it happened in all those different cities, like were mentioned in the song, that doesn't happen naturally. And I don't think we were in a place at that time to really put it together. But now looking at some of the modern events that happen, like that had to have been instigated or whatever else. Like I don't see it taking off like that in so many cities over just this one dude, especially at that time.
dude, CNN was pretty big at the time. That was the same time as the Gulf War shit, man. Happened right before that. Yeah, there was some Gulf War shit in the spring or winter, 92, and then they blusted into this Rodney King shit.
Like all those BLM protests and stuff, like a couple of years ago, or a year ago, or whatever.
It's
like
very similar, but
yeah, it's extremely similar.
Very similar. Yeah, it's Tavistock's is similar. Yeah, it's out there. It's